T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Well, for
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
She said, I don't know if I've ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty and I think my head is caving in. And I don't know if I've ever been really loved by a hand that's touched me, and I feel like something's gonna give. And I'm a little bit angry, well, this ain't over, no, not here. Not while I still need you around. You don't hold me, we might change it. Yeah, we just might feel good. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, I wanna push you down. Well, I will, I wanna take you for granted. Well, I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, I will. truth is gonna hurt ya. And I don't know why you couldn't just stay with me. You couldn't stand to be near me when my face don't seem to wanna shine. 'Cause it's a little bit dirty. Well, don't just stand there, say nice things to me. 'Cause I've been cheated, I've been wrong with you. You don't know me, well I can't change. Well, I won't do anything at all. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, well I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will, well I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, I wanna take you for granted. Hell, well I will. Oh, but don't bowl me over. Just wait a minute. Well, I kinda fell apart. Things get so crazy, crazy. Don't rush this, baby. Don't rush this, baby, baby. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna take you, yeah. Well, I will, I will, I will, I will. I will, yeah. Push you around, drag you down. I wanna push you around. Well, I will.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. It's good to see you again. Apparently, we've got some important news this morning I had not even heard about yet, which is really kind of crazy news. I probably would have put that in the title had I even known about it.
Shows you how much I'm paying attention right now. Woo! Got way past, right over the top of my head. Buzz and Buzzman coming in with the first news this morning of it, saying anyone think GameStop news will be pivotal with today's price movement. And then Sam Boy saying GME's news is Cohen is the new CEO. GameStop seems to be reacting fairly favorably to the news this morning that everybody's talking about. Immediately jumping from a close yesterday of around 17.15 and trading sideways, consolidating all the way up to 18.89. So it's up 6.59% as of right now, because it did fall back down from 18.89 down to about 18.28 where it's at right now. So looking pretty strong on the news. It was up 2.21% yesterday. Looking pretty nice. Not bad. I would love to see them just absolutely destroy hedge funds. This morning, so far, I don't know if it's Weeble's reporting or not, but I'm looking at the time and sales here, and they are far and few in between. And then noticing that the ask side of our bid and ask has nothing listed on it. Sometimes that happens for a brief moment of time. If I refresh the screen, usually it'll pop back up on there, but I've refreshed it a couple times now and still nothing showing up. And you can see that there's trades that are happening every few minutes, not every minute or every other minute. We've got 647, 648, and then jumps to 652, 703, 707, 710. So not sure what's really going on there, but we're not getting a whole lot of trades that are going through right now. Whether they be, I don't know when they're popping up and going through or not, but not a whole lot of shares showing up on the selling side of the limit order. This is one of those fun times where if you're with a broker who has the ability to trade or you have the ability to trade in the pre-market, to throw in a limit order for some ridiculous price and see if it pops up on the order book. That's always kind of fun to do, so you can tell if your broker's putting in into the lit exchange, and you can actually see your order. I've done this with one of my brokers before, and actually saw my order pop up on the list on there for the exact amount, because I used a very odd number that would kind of signify that it was my order, and kind of gave me an idea as to whether or not my broker was actually selling my shares on the lit market. But that was a test that I did more than 2 years ago, and I doubt it's probably the same thing anymore. The title for the day today is Help Boost Q3 Numbers by Seeing a Movie. We have today, tomorrow, and the next day before the end of the quarter. Let's just assume that those days go on to the Q3. I don't know that they for a fact do, but let's just assume that they do go on to the Q3. It won't hurt to go see a movie. So if you want to help boost the Q3 numbers, might be a great idea to go see the movies. And I'm getting 0 feed right now. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna try and save the live stream here. Save the stream. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna turn some stuff off here in the house and see if I can't save the stream. It's barely getting any push through right now. Give me just a second. Hopefully I can save it. All right, hopefully that did it. We'll see. Yeah, okay, we're good now. Okay, yeah, so guess what I'm going to go see today? I talked to my wife. We wanted to have a date day. I have a dermatologist appointment, so I will be ending the live stream about an hour early today. As my if I were to go to the end today, I would conflict with my appointment. So I'm going to cut the show off at about around 2, an hour before normal. And then I am going to go to my dermatologist appointment, and right afterwards, I asked her, I said, what movie do you want to go see tonight? And she said, she looked through the choices, and she said, there's not really too many things I really want to see out right now that I don't want, that we can't take everybody to go see. And she goes, "What do you want to see?" And I told her, I said, "Well, Oppenheimer and Dumb Money are two of the ones I've been wanting to kind of want to see in, but I don't think you want to see Dumb Money, so I don't want to take you to that." And she's like, "I want to see it." And I was like, "Really?" And I was like, "I didn't really think you'd want to see that movie. I'm like, we're living this right now. You probably didn't want to really see it." And she's like, "No, I want to see the little guy win." So I was like, "All right." So we got 2 tickets to go see Dumb Money tonight. So I will be getting to finally see that. In fact, not only I'm going to try and help support the idea that you guys go see a movie, and I'm going to try and make it about Dumb Money. So on Monday, we are going to do movie trivia on Dumb Money, and I'll take some notes and have some movie trivia for Dumb Money. So if you don't see it between now and Monday, you will have no clue, and it might spoiler alerts in the movie trivia quiz. So hopefully you guys go. Some of y'all are saying that you've already gone. Controls guy says went last night. I hope you thought it was a good movie. Bob White says, "Casey, dermatologist, you can just buy new skin after MOAS." I wish that. Unfortunately, what I've got is not going to help by buying new skin. It's a genetics problem, so won't help me. Controls guy says, "Great movie, awesome. I can't wait to see it." Sammy Boy says, "Brother Thor, Dumb Money is excellent." But Donkey Kong's saying something about check the flux capacitor. Not sure what that's about. Let's see here. Tim says, "My parents went and seen the movie Dumb Money and loved it and bought more shares." That's cool, man. That's awesome. All right, well, it's 6:17. We got about 3 more minutes here before I take a look at the numbers, and I need to clean my glasses. Bobblehead Ross has a little something to say to you guys before I do so. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about people going to see movies this weekend to help boost the Q3 numbers?
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there.
Oh, yeah. We know.
A friend. Everybody needs a friend.
Yep, take a friend. You heard the man. You know where that big old tree is going to get stuck when the hedge funds get to see the numbers from Q3. So make sure, not only should you go see the movie, but Bobblehead Ross said you should take a friend. Always take a friend with you. My wife's my best friend, so I'm taking her. 4 Million Gorilla says, "Love Dumb Money." Some of you guys are going to have a really easy time with movie trivia then. I won't make the questions too hard, promise. Danny R says, "Wow, Bobblehead Ross nailed it on the head." I'm telling you, dude, Bobblehead Ross, the dude's smart, man. He is prophetic in ways that you can't even imagine. It's just like, how in the world could he be that amazingly smart? Everything that he said was applicable for any situation. It just seems to work. I have no idea what he's going to say. He's got like 10, 15 sayings or something like that. And it's like, I have no idea what he's going to say. It's literally like having one of those 8 balls. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It always has a good answer for you. You may not like the answer, but it's applicable. No, Danny, I never did see it. I wanted to, but like I said, we have a difficult time getting out to go see. I never did see it. All right, I think my glasses are clean enough. And it's 6:20 anyway, so ready or not, these glasses are going on. Let's see what we got going. Oh yeah, they're decent. That's good enough. Good enough for government work. Speaking of government, government shutdown looming on our doorstep here. Question number 1, how many times did it was the bedpost Griffin called an asshole? Oh, man. That's cracking me up. All right. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure that you, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to attach to receiving those access codes, not a bad idea. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Hold on a second here. I'm using mine right now. Hey, it recognizes my face still. I don't understand how it does it. It's like it literally must be taking like a screenshot every time and memorizing what I look like on a day-to-day basis, because I'm afraid, one of the things I'm afraid with, because it's doing face recognition now, and when I shave this beard off, am I going to still be able to get access to my accounts, or what's going to go on? I guess I'll find out. Starting in the top left-hand side, I think we have some exciting news this morning. I think TV may have actually gotten that extra bonus point. Let's take a look here real quick and see. Our final closing price for the day yesterday was $7.57. Let's see here. What did TB have? Give me 1 second. I'm going to move this around here. TB had 613 to 913. So his average prediction was $7.63. So he is within 10 cents of the prediction, which means that he gets and more than 10 cents away from a prediction price prediction than anybody else. So he does get indeed an extra bonus point here for getting that as accurate as he did. So let's. Everybody else also got the price prediction tallies. Nobody missed. So a point for everybody, but an extra point for TB. Tuberculosis. Sorry, man. I couldn't help myself. I like your initials. Let's see here. So right now it's me and Apex who are trailing with the points. All right. There you have it. Short exempt volume from yesterday. Our volume was a little bit up, but I don't know if short exempt volume is. Yeah, it was 187.9. Final number for the day. Yesterday, AMC was down 4.3%, and let's see what our utilization was. What you doing?
I should I make breakfast for the kids? And I was like, but we have muffins and donuts.
Yeah, save yourself some time. Costco muffins. Utilization 56.29%. That's a little bit, just a little bit higher than what it was yesterday. Let's see here. Max Payne. Yesterday we had a lot of crazy movement on the derivatives yesterday, and I mean, we're all over the place. We had lots of volume at many different strike prices, and I don't know if it's selling volume or buying volume, but I think if I had to guess, we were probably seeing a lot more buying volume than we were selling. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to say it's going to stay the same. I think Max Payne is going to stay right at $8. Oh, it did drop. $7.50. So it seems like maybe a lot of the call volume may have been selling volume. So a little bit of a drop there on that off exchange data, and we're sitting at 761 right now, so we're a little bit above Max Payne. Taking a look at off exchange. Let's see. We had off exchange final numbers for the day. I would expect to see 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX for the end of a day. It's the normal amount. We had 57.27% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 9.92. The combined total on that was 67.19%. That's about 3.19% higher than it should have been. So definitely a lot of price suppression, or probably the best way to say is a lot of price discovery being hidden through those exchanges. Or not being, that's probably not, saying hidden is probably the wrong way to say it. Those exchanges were being utilized enough to prevent some buying pressure from hitting the lit market that would have caused price to move upwards. How's that? CHX volume was 2,420 shares, still very low numbers, which is great. I love seeing that. That means those failure to delivers are absolutely stacking right now. And then GME's CHX volume for the day was 300. Taking a look at institutional ownership, I refreshed it this morning, guys, thinking I wanted to check something out real quick to see, because I noticed that on at least on Webull, they're reporting the free float as being 197.73 million shares now, which is more accurate, which gives us a market cap of 1.5 billion. I was hoping that maybe that might have meant that Fintel was starting to report more accurate numbers. So I gave it a quick refresh just to kind of see, because I didn't really expect it to be the case, and it's not. They're still not reporting the correct amount, but the amount of shares that you're seeing right now that's showing up on there, 154.102 million, is definitely an increase day over day on institutional ownership. I'm going to get one more refresh. Yeah, still showing 154.102. So definitely an increase. Yesterday, the number was for institutional ownership 154.053. So we're talking like a close to a 50,000 share increase owned by institutions. Close, not quite. Looking at options, highest amount of call volume for yesterday. Was at a strike price of $11 with 15,000 shares. This morning, it's actually now at a $9 strike, so it dropped from 11 down to 9, which would have been that call volume that was closing out that I was talking about, and so that's part of the reason why it's dropped down to 7.5 for Max Payne. We have 15.6 thousand contracts in open interest on a $9 strike. Highest amount of volume for puts is at $7.50. That's down from $8 yesterday. There was 14.5 thousand contracts at 8 yesterday. At 7.5, we have 10.8 thousand contracts. That means the market is suggesting that there's going to be a closing price somewhere between $7.5 to $9 by the end of the week, which I don't know. Let's see, $1.50, so 75 cents. So we're looking like, it looks like the market's kind of suggesting like an 8.25 ish, kind of like middle ground. So we might see a little bit of a bounce here. Today, I think, might have been one of the first days that I was suggesting to you guys that we would have, by the end of today, going into the, no, I think it is today. Today is the day for the breakout, I think, maybe. Let's check and see. Let's take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music while I transfer some screens over, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, starting with the Ortex. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Ortex is reporting short share interest of the free float estimated is at around 11.01%, which is obviously a little bit of a drop from what we had from yesterday. So let's figure out why that is. Utilization driving up a little bit from 55.58 to 56.29. The interesting thing is I can already see here that the shares on loan is down from what it was yesterday. So to see utilization going up with the amount of shares on loan going down typically means that there's just less shares available to borrow than there was being reported, right? So that's probably part of the reason why we're seeing that number drop a little. On loan amount dipping, like I said, from 27.34 to 26.36. So we're looking at 980,000 shares having been returned. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping as a result from, 11.2 to 11.01, so a 0.19 drop. What are we at here? 197,000. That means Ortex is estimating that about 374,000 shares of that was in closed short interest. Obviously, when shares are returned, that can impact the on-loan average age per day. It depends on what kind of shares or how old the shares were on loan for that were returned. If they were newly loaned shares, then this is obviously going to cause the on-loan average age per day to massively increase. Whereas if it's older to mid-range aged loans, then it'll cause it to either flatline or go down. So let's see what we got going on here. It looks like it went down a little bit. So some older loans were closed out here as our on-loan average age went down from 9.04 to 8.22. Security lending volume day over day did increase. We went from about 6.47 million in security lending volume to 8.22 million. MMRI this morning showing up at 305.39. Yesterday it was 305.23. The last time I took a sampling of that, so a little bit up there. Not quite a lot, but just a little bit. Remember that is a to derive that value. It's essentially the U.S. dollar multiplied by the 10-year Treasury yield for bonds. And then divided by 1.61. I'm looking for this number to start trending down. When it starts trending down, I think we're going to lose the market. Futures, VIX is showing down 0.67% with a future open around 1818. Which I'm pretty sure is lower than where we're at currently. And then as far as some of the markets go this morning, a little bit of mixed markets. We have some as low as 0.01 or 0.1, and then some up as much as 0.12. So nothing crazy yet this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers from yesterday. AMC definitely made it into the top 30 list here. We had a 74.02% buy to 25.98% sell ratio. GME, due to low volume, did not make it on the list here. But, man, I'll bet you what, if they have high volume today, they will more than likely be on that list today. SSR trigger price for today is $6.81. Shares available to borrow is at 2.1 million shares. Let me refresh this here in just a second, but I want to take a look at last night's borrowing, as there was 100,000 shares borrowed at about 3 o'clock this morning that I want to make sure I account for here, and I want to refresh, and hopefully I don't lose this info. Okay, so we went from 3.5 down to 2.1, so 1.4 million plus the 100,000 here, so 1.5 million shares borrowed so far this morning. We've been seeing, well, yesterday was an anomaly. We had about 2.8 million shares showing up as being borrowed yesterday. 1.5 is, I want to say about 2.1 is what we've been, somewhere between 1.8 and 2.1 is what we've been seeing on a regular basis lately. So that's getting up there. I would expect to see more shares being borrowed later on. Fees currently at 2.2%. We have 123.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 7,000 contracts in the money. 38.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 16.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Oh, I don't want to do that yet. Pre-market bank movers. Do we have anything plus or minus 2.7% or great, 2.75% or greater? Pac West is really close, but not quite there, and that's actually unusual to see pre-market moving as much as it is. I would not normally expect to see pre-market movement that large. Ethereum Classic is up 1.59%, and where's it trending? Up. US dollar is down 0.32 this morning. Huh. Interesting. If the dollar is down, then the yields must be up. The 10-year yield must be up right now. Oil... Actually, yeah. Oil is not traded yet this morning. SPY is down 0.14 and trending. I mean, it's trending down, but it's all over the place. It is definitely on a trend down though. Tesla in the pre-market this morning is down 0.62 and consolidating on a small downtrend. Amazon is down 1.03. It had this, so to me it looked like it was on this ascending broadening wedge that was being created towards the end of the day when we had this like very, very strange volume kick in, and I'm gonna actually read you some stats here on some of that volume. The way this trend is supposed to break, it's supposed to break to the bottom side and retest the secondary touching point on the trend, which would be down here around 124. Sure enough, here we are sitting at 124. Now, usually it has a 62% chance at seeing further downwards momentum after touching that. This breakout right here was very unnatural. And we're going to do a little talking about this today because I think there was something very, very interesting. I want to go back to the SPY here for just a second to show you something. I've got this time frame in here mapped out on SPY where there was some extremely strange activity that really started to occur probably more around 14.13 than any other time. The big jumps really didn't start until probably right around 14.28 where we saw this massive drive from the bottom of 422 up to a top of, well, what is the top? 427.54. It was a 5.25% increase in price, which was equivalent to 1.24% of a move. The interesting thing about this is it was on 24.66 million shares in volume over a 1 hour or 91 minute period of time. When you start doing the math on that, it essentially would lead you to believe that you would end up seeing somewhere in the range of around 100 and some odd million shares traded for the day, where the SPY typically only has around somewhere between maybe 70 to 80 million shares traded on a daily basis. That's kind of the norm, 70 to 80 million. So seeing this big, huge drive here, giving an additional like 30 million in volume for the day was extremely odd. And if you come over to a daily chart here and you look at the volume for yesterday, it was 104.7 million in volume. There was something very massively propping this up yesterday. I don't know what. I have a feeling it was probably Fed asset purchases that may have been going on, but it literally pumped the entire market. Maybe not the entire market, but most of the market got pumped off of that. And so when you come in here and you take a look at something like Amazon and you look at that same time period here, 1428, that's when Amazon did this really weird movement outside of this ascending broadening wedge where it shouldn't have been breaking out to the top side, did, and immediately as soon as that pumping ended, it immediately went back down in and it traded back inside of the ascending broadening wedge. And then finally breaking out as market opened this morning and making it back down to that 124 touching point that it was looking to hit to. So something was propping up the market in through ETFs yesterday. More than likely, like I've said on many occasions, this market's being driven backwards through the ETFs. Our car is driving backwards. It should be stocks that are driving ETFs and not ETFs driving stocks, where I think it's the other way around right now. And it's pretty crazy. It was crazy. This is a crazy move. This is just nutty. This. I don't believe that retail came in here. I don't believe that institutions all decided that they were going to start buying at this point. This was more than likely an entity like the Fed coming in and buying assets to try and stop a continuation of this crap right here. Cinemark in the pre-market is currently trading 14 shares so far for the morning and pretty much consolidating, but it's up 0.55 right now. Doge is up 0.69% and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.35, trending up. Even though the current trend is down, it has not broken like the overall large trend just yet. It's getting close. GME is up 8.57% on the news of Michael Cohen becoming the new CEO of the company and is currently consolidating right now at 1862. HYMC is down 0.07 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.11 and consolidating. Actually, it has not traded yet this morning, sorry. Hood is up 0.63 and on an uptrend. And AMC is up 0.53 and I would say consolidating. It looks like we have an order book over here again on the sell side, on the ask. We have yesterday in outflow versus inflow, we had approximately it's $3.9 million more inflow than outflow. 5,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. We have another 17 minutes before we see the pokey stick of volume. This is pretty low volume. Lately, we've been seeing somewhere between 60 and 70,000 shares after the pokey stick and the pre-market volume being added together, which has been leading to some very odd, random volume every single day. So we'll have to wait and see what that's going to look like before I can give you a prediction. But on a 4-hour chart here, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 40.34, which is below average. We have on a 1-hour time interval more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.16, which is below average. 30-minute interval more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.74, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.02, which is average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on a 1-hour time interval. On this 1-hour time interval, you can see this green cloud here created a 2-day event of downwards momentum and price movement. This is where I would expect price to start rising back up to try and break through this going into tomorrow for the big breakthrough on the red cloud, which should be at around an $8 strike. I said strike, an $8 price point. I say strike because I know options guys are probably looking at this pretty heftily. Yeah, so I think this is just kind of a temporary downswing here that was showing up from this indicator. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. If price were to rise above a green cloud for the day-to-day, we would have to be over, let's just say 805. Anything over 805 would be should kick in some extra buying pressure. In regards to a 4-hour chart, Lagging lines below price line, conversion and base are on top of each other. Actually, conversion's just fractionally smaller than base, but you can't see it because the chart's not big enough. But today is the day where we have the thinningest, most portion of the cloud showing up in the later half of today, which means we should be breaking that $8 mark. This means that the 1 hour and 4 hour charts are in alignment for price movement upwards here. This is typically where price likes to drive through, is where there's the thinnest portion of red cloud as possible. Seeing a move up in price today is a very strong possibility. The only problem is that the cloud ends at 820. That's not exactly, actually it ends at 818, but that's not going to be where the actual push is going to come from. The push is going to come from the lagging line crossing the price line, which for today is going to need to cross over $8.35. So I'm going to just say 840 or higher for the day today is going to be the big push. That's down from 960 yesterday. So we're not looking at very large numbers above where we're at to be getting some additional buying pressure coming in, which is really, it's looking strong in our favor here. This tends to lead me to want to try and predict for price today above an $8 price range. With the big question here is with GME's announcement of Ryan Cohen as the CEO and seeing GME up in the pre-market 9.21% already, how is that going to impact AMC? As we've seen oftentimes that we do run together, but just AMC has wilder swings than GME does. So does that mean that we're going to see some wild swinging? Some of you guys have maybe seen me refer to how some of our stocks are pitted against each other sometimes, and then other times we're actually in unison. I would have to take a look at GME's more recent price movements and see if we're running with GME or against it. To see how that's going to interact with us. But oftentimes I feel like whenever there's a lot of additional pressure added to a specific stock, meme stock that might be a problem issue, what they'll do to slow it down is they'll tend to allow other meme stocks to run in order to slow down the momentum. So we'll see what ends up happening, though. Who knows? I feel like there was something else I was going to say here. I think that's all I got for you guys. Oh yeah, my price prediction. I'm inclined to kind of average above an $8 price point for price prediction for the day today. If we break above this cloud here in the later half of the day today, say like the 820, 825 range, we could get a really strong boost. And I like the fact that the 1 hour and the 4 hour are kind of in agreement, but the problem is that if we were to break a green, well, it's not really a problem, it's actually a really good thing, but if we were to break a green cloud going through here, which would only take us to get above $8 to do so, that would bring on huge, massive buying pressure, because then both the 1 hour and the 4 hour are in agreement with each other, with this being a strong buy signal. And so we could see a lot of FOMO kicking in today. It could push us really high if we were to break those signals. So it's going to be a tough choice on price prediction. I think I'm just going to shoot for 830 as a target. Maybe 834. And hope for the best, that it doesn't get away from me on the top side of that. Let me just see here. That's going to give me 684 to 984 for a prediction and price for the day today. I got to try to do the best I possibly can today on price predictions so I can get an extra bonus point and try and get back in this game with these guys. How do I feel about 684 to 984? I actually feel pretty good about it. It's a big move. Hold on, let me just check something real quick here. I want to see what kind of a move that's going to look like. Let's see. Seven 761. That'd be like a 9.6% increase in price for the day, based off of where we're at right now. If I were to base it off of yesterday's closing price, it would be a 10.2% increase in price for the day. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big jump there. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. 834. All right, I'm going to go back over to the main page here and yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. I'm sure those guys got stuff they want to probably talk about, maybe. I don't know. So if anybody wants to join back in the back of the Big Tramp, you're more than welcome to, and we can talk about the day. Pirate, good morning to you. Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, I had my mic on mute there. Wasn't aware of it. Sorry about that. Good morning.
Is today a good day or bad day for you? Which side of the bed you wake up on today?
I feel pretty good today. I'm feeling pretty good, so I thought I'd make it a nice day.
All right.
Pirate be nice.
Pirate be nice. You have chosen good for the day today. How did that sod laying go for you?
I must say, Mrs. Pirate and my son did a fine job.
Oh.
I don't participate in such things, but
okay.
I have to brag on them. They did a great job.
Looking good. Are you guys keeping up on the watering? Actually, you know what? With the rain that you guys get in Florida, you probably don't even have to think about it, do you?
No, you're accurate the first time. That falls to me. I have to go out and adjust some sprinkler heads, and I have to do some cut-in work. And some of them, they just lay the sod over top of the heads and things like that. But they did the bulk of the heavy lifting for me, so I'll do all the fine-tuning. We'll work together as a team and
nice
get it across the finish line.
Very nice. Roseanne, good morning to you.
Issue was,
sorry, go ahead.
No, the biggest issue was just getting the sod. Those tractors are heavy, and farmers don't like taking them into the field when the fields are wet because it ruts the field up. And we got caught in one of those cycles, so it kind of held us off for a while.
Oh.
But thank you for asking. It's all done.
Very nice. Well, I'm sure it looks good. New sod is always refreshing.
Well, look, let's be clear about this. This was all HOA driven. It's too early in the morning to get me started, especially in light of the fact that I just said I'm going to be a nice pirate today. So this is all a result of my homeowner.
You cut out a little there. You said home ownership, I'm assuming?
Homeowners Association, the HOA board.
Okay. Are they? Yeah, they're on your butt?
Don't get me started.
Okay, sorry.
Well, not any longer. Yeah.
Those bastards.
Grumble.
I know. Why do we hate? Why do we put ourselves through this all the time with these homeowners associations? Nobody likes them, but everybody seems to want to have them. It's like
they serve a purpose, but like all good things, it can spiral out of control.
That's crazy.
There's nothing like a bunch of bored old geriatrics who've never been in charge of anything in their life, who suddenly find themselves in a position of moderate authority with a hefty checkbook behind them. It's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, my homeowners association around here is kind of rough as well. I started off on the wrong foot. The problem is that the well, actually, I don't know if he is still or not, but when we first moved here, the acting president of the HOA, it was on the board, and he lives on our block. So I'm trying to remember what was the first thing. I think it was the mowing of the lawn was the first thing that I got hit for. It was like, you bastard. Oh, it was the hole in the fence? That was the first one? I thought it was the lawn mowing.
It was that, and that we moved in with a hole in the fence.
Oh, okay. Apparently, it was a hole in the fence. When we moved in, there was already a hole in the fence there. When we got here, it wasn't us that did it. But when it happened, it looked like somebody had snapped off the bottom side of a board from the fence, like a dog trying to get through it or something, right?
Yeah, one of the pickets, wooden pickets.
Yeah, and I was like, it's cool because my dog likes it because it's like a window out to the world. He can see what's going on, and he can't get through it. So I was like, I just leave it like that, and I didn't.
That's a Category 5 mishap for them. They immediately to Cat 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, you have a hole in your fence, and so I was like, fine, and so I went in there. Wait, I know. I went in there, and I placed something in there that made it look like it was fixed, but it wasn't really, and it worked for a while, and then they sent me another letter saying that it hadn't been fixed, and I'm like, what are you talking about? It has been fixed.
To their satisfaction. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and it was just and it was like a big fight, and so I guess apparently I started like this. So now they nitpick everything. It doesn't matter what it is. As soon as it's non-compliant, we immediately start getting letters, and it's just like, once you get on their shit list.
You and I are alike in that. I went to war with them almost immediately, and much to my own peril. My first interaction with them was, of all things, a mailbox. Got to notice that my mailbox needed painted. Now our mailboxes are cast iron, and they're all black. And these houses being all built at different times, they require you to all buy the same mailbox from the same manufacturer. So they sent out this notice, and my question was, who is the arbiter of faded paint? Is 2 years old faded? Because it's subjective,
right?
And so I went over to the board and just kind of filleted them. I was just like, "What do you guys go around with a mass spectrometer and do scientific tests? Do you have an artist, someone with a college art degree, come around and decide what's too faded and what's not?" Because again, they just have some bored old biddy riding around in a car deciding, well, this one's faded and this one's not. And I just wanted to know what the regulation was, how faded it got to be before you made it on the list. And we were off and running after that. I became one of their favorite targets.
So after we got done with the fence one, that's when they hit me, I guess, apparently with the grass. And it was just like, I'm sitting there looking at my grass, and I'm going like, this is not that long. I mean, I could take a drive around the neighborhood and find yards that had like knee high or shin high grass, and I'm talking like maybe I missed like a week or two or something like that, and it might have been like ankle high. And so I'm sitting there going like, are they mailing out these things to every single one of these homes? Because if they are, then they must have like this like massive mailing list that must be costing them just outrageous amounts of money.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And so I don't know. I never go to any of the meetings to find out because I can't stand the trivial BS that they talk about in the meetings, and so I just refuse to go.
Yeah. 10 years of being in this particular locale, and I've been to 2 meetings, and both times it was to tear them a new asshole. But the second event I had with them was when they sent. We have a cobblestone driveway. If you're familiar with it, it's more like brick paver type. But anyhow, there's seams in that, and occasionally you'll get a weed or a piece of grass will pop up through them, and make every effort to spray that with weed killer. But we got a little bit behind, so they sent me a real nasty letter about the weeds on my cobblestone. But what they failed to realize was that the entrance to our subdivision is gated, and it has the similar cobblestone, not the entire thoroughfare, but just the entrance, the first 100 yards, and it was inundated with weeds. So I just went out and took a picture of theirs and sent it back to them with a caption of "I'll see you in court." And apparently that wasn't what they wanted to hear. So
nice.
Apex, good morning to you, sir. Congratulations on that extra bonus
Morning.
point.
I get a bonus point? When did that happen?
Oh, wait. Sorry, that was TB. Sorry, not you.
Yeah, it was TB and Eric got bonus points.
I messed
you
up.
and I are fucked. We gotta
I
figure
know.
things out.
Well, we gotta figure out how to make a comeback here. Maybe I'm congratulating you early. Maybe I'm predicting the future here. That
You are. No, you are. I already got out of the time machine. I'm still sticking with 801. We were battling 801 all week. You can just fucking plant that into my fucking Thursday and Friday notes.
Okay, 801 it is. Let's see here. Yep, 651 to 951. All right.
Yep. I'm sticking with it. Like, we're right there. Like, that battle is happening. Whether we see it or not in the numbers, that's happening.
Yeah. Well, we got our Poke Stick of volume coming through here, and it's actually kind of low. It's 26,000 shares in our Poke Stick, giving us about 32,000 shares in volume for the day today. So we are looking at a very, very low volume day. This is
seems like a day to pop.
Right?
Yeah.
We've been seeing some weird things lately where the pre-market volume has not been very indicative of what the day turns out like. So, I mean, the most I can predict is 5 to 25 million shares traded in the day with pre-market volume like this. I
can agree with that.
Yeah, I can't do any more for prediction. But I'll be pleasantly happy if we break 25 million and prove me wrong.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm sticking with 801. It's that number. It's a psychological number that a lot of us apes are adapt to. A lot of us apes like feel that range. Hence, it's in my name. Like we've been here, done that. Whatever. We'll get there. If we don't, whatever. I'll buy more. I'll get to 10.
Do you remember where you were when we first fought the first 801 battle?
I don't remember the date, but yeah, I do remember like looking at it and psychologically being affected. Like, what the fuck? Oh, we're gonna go. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah.
My wife and I'll never forget it. I don't remember the day exactly, but I remember we were. She since she works night times. She sleeps a lot of times during the daytime, and so I went up and I laid down in bed next to her, and I was like, we're really close to hitting 801 here, and we sat there and watched, and as we were painstakingly, like, we were right at it, and then it dropped down to like 790, 785, and was like flirting with like not even coming close to breaking 801, and then there was this like last minute push that got us way back up again, and oh man, I literally felt like, and I kid you not, like, we don't typically watch sports games at all, but we laid there in bed and watched that happen, and we're just like absolutely like just cheering on. I actually did buy some shares that day. I'll never forget it, trying to help boost it, but I bought like 15 or 20 minutes before the market even closed, just because I wanted to try and help push to get to that next. I wanted to bump it up, and it was just I felt like I bought too early. I should have waited till the very end to help push more, but we hit it. We hit the 801, and we were just like we were screaming like, yeah, it was so fun.
I feel like a lot of us apes learn the power hour at 801. Like, because again, I'm new. Like, I got into this stuff in 2020, 2021, whatever, with free money the government gave me that I didn't ask for. So I'm like, all right, well, you're giving me stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and invest it, blah, blah, blah. So I got into crypto. I got into stocks, and I learned my lessons early, And like now I don't look at any of that shit. I haven't looked at a chart yet today. I tuned into your channel here just a minute ago. I woke up in my car in a parking deck. I pulled into work and I didn't get out of my car, guys. You realize how fucking sad my life is.
Wow.
I'm still in my car in a parking deck. I napped for 2 hours. I'm like, you know what? Fuck them. So,
dang,
yeah,
man.
I haven't looked at anything yet today. I don't even care about prices and numbers because I know it's not hitting it yet.
Yeah.
But I'm along for the ride for sure.
Yep. I love going back to that whole HOA thing here. I like Pirate's like, don't get me started. I woke up on the good side of the bed, and I'm all like, I got Pirate telling stories.
Tell me about your HOA.
Tell me about your. Here, let me tell you my story.
Once again, such a poor wingman.
I woke up, got in my car, traveled to work, and said, "Fuck it."
I just see Casey sitting behind his desk, rubbing his hands together. He's like, ha, 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 good mood, my ass. We'll see about that.
Excellent, excellent. Good mood, you say?
Excellent. He's in a good mood. Let's see what we can do about this. Let me begin.
My work is cut out for me. Yeah, I gotta practice on my.
Got HOA. You guys got HOA. I rent, and I have a borough who does. They're so incompetent, man. I have a fucking intersection for the left side of my house, man. They let the fucking weeds grow like 3 feet tall. You know that hinders traffic around the turn. And it takes like 17 letters, 3 visits, and a phone call for them to be like, "Oh yeah, we'll get someone to weed eat that."
Is it so bad that you're starting to see like sunflowers? What looks like sunflowers growing on them?
Earlier in the summer, it was definitely like that. Now, yeah, not so much now.
Yeah, that's when you know it's really bad.
I mean, to be fair, I am the kind of guy who would use the tree in his front yard to change an engine out. I mean, I own it. I know I'm that guy. but you know, or the guy who buys a school bus from an auction and decides to turn it into a camper / 4-wheel drive vehicle. So parks it in his front yard and goes to work on it. But and they do serve a purpose to protect your property value. But too often it's the case that it's just a bunch of bored old people looking for something to make them feel relevant again. And I mean, they literally drive around the neighborhood like they're inspecting an aircraft preparing to fly or something.
Pirate, what's your property value unless you're about to sell it? You know what I mean? Right?
Well,
fucking HOA.
Well, like I said, they do serve a purpose. They keep values high. They keep a minimum standard, and historically, they do hold their values, and people do gravitate towards that. But they can take, it's like any other thing, any other little miniature government agency. They become drunk with power and bored, and then it becomes petty. And I think too often what happens is you have a decent subdivision, a decent place where people comply. They voluntarily, the compliance is voluntary. And then I think for some reason they have to keep finding ever increasingly smaller violations to make themselves feel like part of it. And then after a while, you get down to what we have
in general.
Maybe I should go run for my board. Like they'll be like, "Well, what house do you live in again? Oh, we can't elect you."
Well, that's what we did. We identified. We had 6 board members that we knew were the instigators, and we just got them out. You know, just like any other political process, we finally rolled up our sleeves. 3 or 4 people got together, and we had them clean their desk out and get their shit and get out. And now things have calmed down to a relative normalcy.
If only our nation were that simple.
It is, but it's much harder. It's easier to get 6 people out of 100 houses to participate in a process than it is to get 600,000. So
yeah, no doubt.
We don't. It's a scale issue.
I'll tell you what. I actually, I'll surprise you. I trimmed my beard last night by accident.
Oh no!
See, have you ever trimmed your lip? Have you ever trimmed your lip, and then next thing you know, you've missing half your beard?
You were lighting a cigarette, and it got out of control.
I went to go shave my mustache, and I had the wrong size clip on it, and it shaved it down to where I looked like I was Amish. So
yeah, I'm kind of like that. I'm streamlined.
Yeah.
I fucking trimmed my lip last night at 9 o'clock after a few beers, and my lady's like, "You know what? On a Wednesday night, 9 o'clock after a few beers is not the best time to shave your face. Have you seen it?"
It'll grow back.
Oh yeah. It's so easy to not shave. People are like, "How do you do that? Doesn't it itch?" I'm like, "Yeah, for a minute, and then it stops." Like, how do you let it grow? I'm like, how do you stand there for a half an hour every fucking other day and shave your face? Baby face like you were just bored.
I really don't like. I'm a little afraid that it's gonna be hard for me to get back into used to shaving again once I do cut this off.
Oh yeah, I'll never. This is Apex. This is who I am.
This is not
easy
me.
to not go to a barber. It's so easy not to shave.
But I'm also the guy that doesn't have a beard that grows very fast. So I actually only shave when I used to shave. I only shaved like once or maybe twice a week. So and it didn't get out of control. So that was always nice.
Well, my profile pic. That's about a year and a half worth of growth. Like my oldest son. I think I told you this before. He was like, "Dad, I've never seen you with hair," because I've been high and tight for 20 straight years up until the past year and a half. High and tight, clean trimmed, have a goatee, whatever, but it was always tight and shaped. And I was like, all right, cool, whatever, bud. I can do that. I'll let it grow, see what happens. And then here I am now. I got fucking my hair wraps around. I can tie it onto my neck. My beard was laying on my chest, but it's all tapered and streamlined. I'll put a new pic up probably here the next day or two when I'm fucking hammered.
I've started to run into this problem now where when I go to lay down in bed, it'll manage to find itself like just underneath my shoulder, and so
you lay on it.
Yeah, so I go to like turn my head, to like maybe turn like as you're turning your body to turn. You turn your head first, or at least I do, and then my head stops at some point, and it's tugging, like, hey, stop. There's something. It's like you can't turn over because you're laying on your own beard, and so you have to, like, pull your beard out of your shoulder. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, rare issues not most people have.
Beard problems. And I thought
Yeah.
And I thought the big problem was eating over easy eggs.
Yeah, eating anything. Like I have to grab a stack of napkins. Like, you need a napkin? Like, give me the whole sleeve.
Oh yeah, I've never.
Like, sir.
Barbecue ribs comes to mind.
Oh yeah, you having a beard and napkins is like I'm definitely a napkin burner now for sure.
Oh, I'm a bite and wipe kind of guy.
Yep.
You eat barbecued ribs off the bone, you're gonna need a shower afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As for pirate, you just jump in the ocean.
If you're pirate, are you close enough to be able to do that? Do you have water out in the back?
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough to live on the water.
There you go.
Are you able to do that kind of a thing? Can you like just go jump in the water, or you have to like worry about like alligators and stuff?
No, you can dive right off the end of the dock and swim if you like.
Sounds great, man.
Sitting on.
Yeah,
Sitting on the dock of the bay.
Earlier on, I posted a picture of my dog and I sitting on the dock, and I put a few lines of that under the caption.
Nice.
I'm with you on the whole beard thing. I knew it was time for me to shave mine when I would wake up, pull my own beard by having it trapped in my armpit. It's like my armpit was like had it just on lockdown, and then as I shifted, it felt like somebody was just yanking my jaw. And I said, "Yeah, it's time for this to go."
There was a show 20, 30 years ago. I can't remember if it was the State that did the skit or if it was Saturday Night Live or in Living Color, but they were like, it zoomed in. It was like an infomercial for a soundtrack. If you remember how that was back then, like the Kids Bop. There was like a Kids Bop every year. So they did this parody. They're like, we've got this song, we've got this album with great tracks like this. Sitting at the dock of the bay. And then they would like pause there and like, and other great songs like sitting at the dock. Like,
same thing over and over.
You could literally do that, and people are like, that's fucking great.
That reminds me of the "Hey Pussycat" joke.
Yeah, yes.
One of these days, I'm gonna play
John
that.
Mulaney, I think him and his boy were a diner. The Hey Pussycat.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna do that to you guys. Just keep
like
playing
20 fucking tracks back to back.
I'm gonna put it on repeat and just see how many times it goes before people start just throwing absolute fits.
You watch your viewership just drop. Like, we have 500 people. We have 400 people. We have 300 people. There's nobody here.
nobody watching at all. That would be probably the ultimate way to end the very last day of the live stream. What's up, Pussycat? Just on repeat.
Fuck yeah. Not a dead cat.
That would be pretty funny.
I think I ought to get my ass out of the parking deck here and go into work here eventually. Or I could just take the day off. Fuck it. Just
Dude, if you already drove there, it's like
job.
it's kind of one of those things where it's just kind of like if you already drove there, just go. It's you've already spent the gas.
Going in is the hardest part.
Yeah.
I have 2 other jobs on campus though, between Instacart and Grubhub, so I could just stay in my car and still get paid for the one that I'm full timing. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's not that I want to, but I think I might. Or I might go in because I have to piss. I don't know. What do I do? What do I do?
Money's good.
Slave papers.
Yeah, I know. Slave papers. Absolutely. Slave papers that come right
call
back
it
out of your
money.
pocket.
Yep, I call it receipts for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they say money can't buy happiness, but I will tell you that it makes being unhappy a lot more fun.
Yeah, if I had enough of it, I would definitely concur. Yeah. But my nose is barely above the water, so it's fucking not easy. You can't do a whole lot when you're underwater and your nose is the only thing sticking out. That's not a party.
Yeah.
So, AMC, come on, let's fucking go.
That's right. Damn it. Let's get it going here. We do have economic reports being released today. Initial jobless claims is supposed to be coming out today, which is expected to go up. And then also the pending home sales is reporting today, which is supposed to be going down. Fed Chairman Powell speaks today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, but that would be 3 my time, which is when I would normally end the stream, but I'm actually ending it an hour early today so I can head to that dermatology appointment that I have. So we'll be looking at I won't be watching the Fed speak, I don't think, unless I'm listening to it in the car ride over to the dermatologist. But yeah, so and those are the things for the day-to-day that we got going on.
Even with that shit, I'm learning, if it's a positive note, something's going down. If it's a negative note, something's going to go up. Then it's always momentarily. I'm so fucking over all these numbers.
Yeah.
All these reports. They didn't used to do that. They didn't used to come out once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month and just pump fear into the market.
Well, I feel like they did, but people just weren't really paying attention. So.
Well, yeah, you're probably right. You've been in this a lot longer than I have.
Yeah, you're just paying attention more now, and so that's probably that's part of the problem.
Yeah,
it means you care. It means you care, and so it's annoying, right? It's annoying to see, something slowly bleed, right? Most of us, I think, are probably people who would rather just get it done and over with.
I'm pretty certain everybody in this room is pretty numb to all that shit anymore.
Yeah.
Or at least us OGs. Whatever. Put your numbers out. I don't give a fuck. They're still not they didn't cover, so go ahead and put your numbers out.
Tendies Plus Plus says happiness doesn't pay the bills.
I'd be happy if my bills were paid. What do you mean?
Yeah. Money can't buy happiness, but it cancels the things that cause the most stress.
Yeah, I can agree with that 100%. No sooner I get one thing caught up, something else is falling behind.
It always seems like that.
It doesn't seem like that. I'm saying, prospectively, it is like that.
Yeah.
That's how I see the world, man. I feel bad. My oldest one had an injury to his ACL, so his fucking soccer season's pretty much done. He quit football for the senior year.
Oh no! Why did he quit football?
Well, because of the ACL injury, I didn't want him
re-injuring,
forcing more injury, more stress onto his ACL. And we've been on PT for 2 weeks, going on 3, and he's at the point now. He's like, Dad. He's like, I'm probably going to take 2 more weeks of PT just to be safe. He's like, I don't want to risk injuring this any further because surgery's the next thing. Surgery's 6 to 9 months on the crutches. He loses work hours, And I'm like, well, what do you want to do after high school? He's like, just live. I'm like, so no college? He's like, I don't know. He's like, but I don't think I'm going to play sports. I'm like, well, then no sense fucking beating yourself up any further than you have to. It's your body. You decide, kiddo. Like, I'm not forcing nothing. Mom, on the other hand, is like, I miss it. This is the last one. He's my baby. I want to watch him, do the senior thing. And I'm like, stop it. Just stop it. Just let the kid make his decisions.
Yeah.
He's so confused right now.
It's well, I mean, a lot of kids these days, and not trying to be depressing or anything like that, but a lot of kids these days are looking at their future and trying to figure out what it is that they want to do, and they don't see a future for them. So
you're not depressing. Those are facts, man.
Yeah, there are some people out suggesting that kids might have to start living with parents until they're like 35 now.
You're not wrong. I just moved my oldest daughter out a year ago. My oldest son was living with me until he was 24. Yeah, like, it is what it is. Yeah. And the sad part is that, like, financially, shit doesn't change. Like, I have less people in my house. I'm still spending the same amount on food.
I've thought a great deal about that, and for many years, because of the way I grew up, I was one of those guys that thought I would just shove my boys out the door the minute they turned 18. Like, there it is. There's a big bad world. Get after it. But there's two sides. There's two sides to the coin too. Is that if they're not married and they don't have children and they're moving towards better things in life, then perhaps staying home isn't a bad thing. You get to continue that sense of family for a while. And the issue I have with is perhaps the segment that wants to just stay home and play video games and continue to live life like they're 11 years old. Yeah, that's different than having an adult child live in your house if he's going to work every day and banking money for his future purchase of a home or whatever. So I think it's more of a reflection of the lifestyle they live while they're quote unquote still at home.
Right.
So I'm evolving. I'm evolving a little bit on that on my attitudes on that subject.
Pirate, I'm a lot like that. I left my house at 17. My parents went through a divorce, and I got kicked out on purpose. Right. And I won't even give you that story. But so I look at my kids, and I'm like, like, fuck, 18, man, go be an adult. Get out of here. You don't need me. But as I've gone through 4 kids, my youngest one is the one that's still at home now. As I've progressively moved them on, I'm like, at this point, I'm like, whatever. He can just fucking stay up. I have 2 extra rooms. He can have them both. I'm like, you don't need to race to college. Just get through high school and be a kid. Just enjoy these last few months of being a senior, and whatever. Work will always be there. Fucking, you'll always need to make money. Just find those happy moments and enjoy it now while you can. Because I look, I'm sure all of us do. We look back and are like, man, we took all that shit for granted. I miss naps.
Yeah, naps are underrated. I highly recommend a good nap.
Yep. After 8 hours of streaming, that's definitely one of the first things I start thinking about right after I get done. It's like, holy.
I'm sure you do, man. Great.
It ain't easy being cheesy. Oh, man. What were you going to say, Pirate?
I was just to beat the dead horse a little bit, like I said, about the children living at home into the young adulthood. I've come around on the thinking a little bit that it's more a reflection of how they spend their time. If it's just going to be, eat free, sleep all day, and play video games all night, that's not necessarily a path for success for them as an adult. So I wouldn't necessarily embrace that kind of lifestyle. But if it's just a function of them living at home to save the money that would be spent towards an apartment and all things, then I think it's like most things in life. There's a gray area there, and it can be either good or bad depending upon the management.
Words of wisdom from Pirate.
Well, I haven't had my gummies yet, so get it while you can.
That's funny.
Oh shit.
Let's see here. We're starting to see the futures on the VIX starting to. Yeah, they're still moving down. So VIX is still heading down, but the market's actually everything's still looking pretty much about the same as what it was an hour ago. Not seeing too much of a difference here. Let me just check something real quick.
Go ahead
here.
and pull up a chart here finally and see what I see.
We did have towards the end of the day yesterday a little bit of what looks to be like an attempt at a reversal on the yields, instead of decreasing, but starting to maybe break that trend and heading towards increasing again here. After today, the Fed balance sheet should be coming out, I think after the market closed today. Let me just check it real quick here and find out. There was something in particular that I was looking for, or that I want to look for in the Fed balance sheet for last week. But now there's something I want to see for this week as well, which means I'm really gonna be curious at looking at the Fed balance sheet both tonight. So it's something I'll probably be talking about tomorrow, and then also looking into it a week from tomorrow. So. For those of you guys who are unaware, that data releases every Thursday at 4:30 p.m. And it says, I'm just reading right now on the website here, publication may be shifted to the next business day when regular publication date falls on a federal holiday. So we don't have that problem. So we should be seeing the report later today. Also, we had market on close stock order imbalances, something that I've kind of brought up more recently as it's kind of become a little bit of a hot topic. We saw the sell side of 1.7 billion market on close stock order imbalances drop down to about 995 million. And then the buy side went from 713 million to 1.4 billion. So we got a little bit of buying pressure that might be rearing its head here in the market for the day to day. These numbers seem to be pretty large. I don't watch this on a regular basis.
Hey,
go for it. What you got?
Not to pump out financial advice or any of that stuff, but I'm finally looking at my chart, and I have a triangle drawn up on the hourly, 4-hour, and daily, and I'm seeing us floating between 820 and 760 today. I might actually change my price prediction up to 790, kind of right in the middle of that. And that's just picking with my heart and not my head.
So you're thinking you're thinking down a little bit, maybe like 11 cents lower than what you're.
I'm going to take 11 cents off. Yeah, I'm going to go 790. So it's going to be 640 to 940.
All right, I'm putting you down.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. And if we go, it's probably because fuck the hedgies. They're probably going to dick us over further. And
so
probably. I could honestly see it closing at 780, but 790 feels better.
As of right now, I just want to warn you, you, Eric, and TB all have very similar price predictions. Eric and TB have the same exact one at 644 to 944.
That's bitches.
Yeah, so you could step it up maybe like 50. I mean, you'd probably have to drop it a little bit lower if you wanted to kind of get outside their number range.
Eric's your brother-in-law, yeah?
Yeah.
Eric's brother-in-law, and TB we thought was flat Earth.
Yeah, he's not. He is not. There's no way. He came in here and said, "Hope you guys are having a good day today."
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, so far as of now, I'm going to stick with 790. I may change it by 9:15, 15 before, but just glancing at them, it's low volume. Hedgies are assholes, and they don't like our prices. I need to get an extra point.
Well, I mean, you are a couple of cents. You're 4 cents lower than them on their prediction. So, And Eric could change his. I'm going based off. If he doesn't contact me, I usually just put him in for the same price that he had because he doesn't. He'll let me know if he wants to change it or not, and so he hasn't let me know of a change. So I just put him in for the same numbers, and so he may end up texting me and change it before the market opens this morning, but we'll see.
No, I get that. Like I said, I'm looking at the MACD. We're still climbing out of that. The RSI looks like it wants to touch down and maybe reset midday. So I'm thinking they're going to drive us down some more out of this triangle. Try to scare more people out. Get those paper hands soggy. Yeah, 790. I'm actually going to stick with that. It's jumping at me. So not that it ever means anything. It seems like when I go down, it goes up. When I go up, it goes down. The DeLorean's fucking flux capacitor is all fucked up. I can't go in the future no more.
We've had some interesting price movement over the last I want to say like 3 trading days, not including today. Over the last 3 trading days, we've had some very, very interesting price movement where we were nearly breaking out of like a 10 or 12 day wedge, and then didn't. We fell immediately right back down into the wedge, and now we're like tempting the bottom side of a breakout here on this wedge. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's really toying with not really fully knowing which way this is going to move to here. So we touched on Monday at the top of it. We touched on Tuesday in a pre-market on the top of it. It might have been right at the open on Tuesday. Like I'm looking at the same wedge probably. And then here we are today. We touched on the bottom yesterday. We're touching on the bottom here now in pre-market. Yep.
So, I mean, I see what you're seeing. It looks like they want to drive us out of it, but there is always that potential. We can come back up to that 820 range and touch the top again of this wedge, and then they're going to push us down below this fucking Ichimoto cloud. And
check this out.
It looks like it's stretching us out until like October 4th or 5th.
Ironically,
in my view,
the top of the wedge today is for a close would be 803.
That's funny.
Yeah, so if it were to close out the day right around that price range, that would actually be right below the Ichimoto point at where we would perhaps see the most buying pressure kicking in at. Meaning, like it would close just underneath the big buying pressure if it were to close there.
And it would 4 hour.
That's on the 1 hour.
Okay, yeah, I was looking for 1 hour. Okay.
So
it's there. Like it's staring me in the face. Like it's anybody who knows how to look at that and see that pattern forming. Like we're at the bottom of something.
Yeah.
It's not a big thing, I don't think, but we're definitely at the bottom of something.
We don't quite have a double bottom would seeing us hit somewhere around 705. We have definitely started.
I'll take it.
We've started to put in a little bit of a downtrend in since we saw the top at 931. Let me just check something out real quick here. I know this is a mess on the screen.
I think that's where I have the top of my wedge. Yeah, that's where the top of my wedge is at 931.
Just want to check.
And then my bottom wedge is pegging off of I think you said 705. Yeah, so that's the wedge I got picked up on a daily scale, looking at an hourly chart. Like the Bollinger Bands were kind of floating towards the bottom side.
Any more price movement?
687.
If we were to drop down and retest something like 746 and then find a bottom off that and spring off of 746 at market open, that would allow $7.50 put positions to close out before the end of the week. It would also cause, more than likely, and I'm just looking at this right now, but the regression channel on this, if you pull that, is actually right at almost flat. It's nearly a flat price movement since we've entered into this trending price movement.
Yeah.
So Yeah, this is. I could see something like that very definitely happening. Like a quick drop down to maybe like 740 range, and then a hard bounce off of 740 and start driving back up towards 8.
Yeah, maybe where 801 will be tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think we're going to fight for it today. I think we're going to fight out of this fucking bottom hole. I don't see us going much deeper. Like, it just, glancing at it, it's unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like, the buying pressure keeps coming in incrementally every 5 cents higher, every 8 cents higher. Just kind of glancing at the chart here. And, if that's the case, then fuck, man, they're going to gobble this shit up at 775.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's going to be their wall. I hope. How about that? I hope.
One of the things that I think, and we have 0 10D reports having been filed. Like, literally nobody has filed any 5% ownership at all of a change, right? And I think that tells me that there's institutions out there who need to start buying at some point. I don't know at what point that's going to kick in at, but whenever they decide that the low is in, they should start buying back in. Now, in the past, and I can show you specifically one point in 2021 where that occurred. Give me just 1 second here while I pull the chart up here. In November-ish of 2021, there was this big sell-off that occurred, and I know for a fact that institutions were selling during that period of time. It was right here. In November of 2021, they sold off so that they could get a write-off on any positions that they were going to buy back in. And the big buy-in that they had going back in was in March. So it took the sell-off, between the sell-off and then the buying back in, took somewhere between around a 3 to 4 month period of time. So we may be seeing this big sell-off that they had prior to the reverse split and conversion. They may be waiting specifically. Hold on 1 second. Let me just check something out real quick here.
I thought I saw something on Twitter yesterday about Gary Ginsberg getting grilled about something or another. It didn't absorb. Like, I just glanced at it, but I was like, good for him. Good. Fucking get on his son of a bitch.
For those of you who can't see, our fellow warrior on this financial battlefield, Real Rugged, has climbed into the back of the big tramp. So welcome in this morning.
Hello.
Morning, Real Rugged. 61 days. If they started their sell-off on 8/11, they may not start buying back in until like the second week of October.
Yeah, it's the whole financial government shutdown thing is going to be a positive for us here in the market. It seems like, just looking back at historical records every year when they shut down the government, because they always seem to not fucking have a budget, the market seemed to like popping on that. So I'm thinking that too as well. 8.4, 8.5. There's going to be a pop across the market. And then you're going to get some shakeouts there too. But and to back up on that, how that even works, like, the government's shutting down, buy stock. Like, how's that a rational thought? In a real world, it's not upside down in clown world.
I got to address this real quick. Mike says institutes can't buy. They already own 97.67%. They don't actually. So you're looking at Fintel's data, and those are pre-reverse split numbers. So the actual ownership by institutions right now is much, much smaller than that. It's by, I think most estimates right now, it's less than 10% ownership of shares in total. Hold on a second here. Let me just check real quick. Hold on.
On my paper trading chart, I own the entire float.
Let's see here.
And it's funny because I was paper trading Ape right up until the fucking conversion and split, and they won't even let me sell off the paper traded ape that I had. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is delisted." I'm like, "What the fuck? It never converted."
Let's see.
I'm sitting on like $14 million of ape that I can't do anything with on paper trading.
That's not it.
Apex Petrifier here too, yeah.
Oh yeah. Is that Macho Man Randy Savage?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it, yeah.
Stop into a Slim Jim over there.
That's right.
Oh shit. Well, I'm not going into my actual work. I think I'm gonna go do a side job today. Fuck it.
Rim.
I could wait another. Oh yeah, there's break time. I could walk in now. They wouldn't even know I wasn't there.
What the heck?
Holy.
It's not...
It's break time, Casey.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to pull this up here though, and it's.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like in general, like I get how you like do what you're doing here on your end, and like, oh shit, it's that time already. I mean, I slept like 2 hours in my car. So. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and walk into my building here. Pretend like I've been there. Maybe they won't notice the backpack.
Oh, son. Oh, did it do it? It went through?
I sure hope none of my bosses pay attention to your channel.
This, yeah. Make up a fake name quick. What's your name again? Holding percentage right now by institutions being reported at 10.69%.
But did they report changes?
They haven't reported. Yeah, they have not reported any kind of institutional ownership above 5%. There's no institution that owns that much as of right now.
You said 10 point. How much?
Did I say 69? Nice. Nice.
Yeah. Get over here, Elizabeth. Yeah.
Oh no, my sheets.
All right, break time.
Yeah, you get a break.
Yep. I will see you guys in a bit. Come back and.
If I'm gonna change up, I'll catch you in a half hour.
Sounds good, man. Later.
All right.
Big Red Apple says 10.9% institution. Where that's? I'm not sure if that's a question or if that's I don't know what that is. I will hang out here for just a second while I'm setting everything up and answer. If that's a question, I'll answer it. If you can restate it. All right, I will be back at 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. No, Big Red Apple, it's, don't worry about it, man. Hey, I don't know what your language is, but I probably can't even speak it, so don't even worry about it. You're doing just fine. It's me, it's not you. All right, let me put on some music for you guys here, and I will see you guys at 8:15, 15 minutes prior to market open. Oh, where does it say that? Yeah, it says it. I was looking on Webull is where it says it. Alrighty. I'll see you guys in a bit. There's other sites that you can use, by the way, to pull that up and find that information. I I just happened to just move. I went to that one real quick just to pull it up real fast. Let's see. Let me get this music on here, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let's check out and see what we got going on here before market open. It looks like VIX is suddenly deciding to wake up this morning, not heading exactly the direction that the futures were taking a look at originally. Let me just check the futures again real quick here just to see how much it changed by. Yeah, even the futures are still saying down 18 to 1828. And it closed at 1853 yesterday. So it should be down, but it's saying up 1.7% right now. So I don't know. Kind of weird. Anyways, with the VIX being up, the market should be down, and the SPY currently down 0.14, and kind of trending down a little bit right now. Getting a little bit more volatility is just before market's getting ready to open up here for the day today. For those of you guys who are just joining in for the first portion of this this morning, price prediction for me for the day today is 684 to 984. Unless Eric sends me a message back here in a little bit here, he's going to have 644 to 9. I have 684 to 984. Eric has 644 to 944. Apex has 640 to 940, and then TB has 644 to 944 as well. Let me just send Eric a quick message. All right. So yeah, SPY's down right now in the pre-market. AMC is currently down 0.26 for the day today at $7.55. I am expecting a very strong likelihood of seeing anybody who may have put positions that are open at 750. They'll want to see those in the money, and so you can imagine the market's going to want to try and move the price down. Very typically down right at open. To probably close out as many of those 750 positions as possible. And then, so I'm kind of expecting maybe a drop down to around 740, maybe even 730 before seeing a rebound. Let me see what I have set up here for support lines. 735. That might be the dropping point, 735. SSR trips today at $6.81, I believe. Yeah, 681. So that's what I'm kind of looking at right now. Let's see here. I'm just kind of reading what it is you guys are. IJWT, good morning, and buenos dias to you as well. Attendees Plus Plus says hit it and quit it. We got about 7 more minutes before the market opens here. A couple different things that I guess there's one thing I kind of wanted to mention to you guys real quick here before. I was thinking about mentioning, maybe I'll mention it after market opens as well. And I did post this on Twitter recently, but we had, it looks like there's going to be a space call later today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is going to be around 4. I'm going to be going to see the movie Dumb Money, but the author of Dumb Money is going to be attending a space call with the host being Chaotic Good and David versus Goliath, guests being D. Lauer, AMC Bigums, Boss Blunts, and others. And you can apparently enter to win raffles by liking and reposting that tweet. I don't if they offer anything, I'm not going to be doing it, but maybe I can give it to somebody else or something. But I did repost it for everybody to see. And if you guys want to attend that space call, you can go check it out. That should be kind of fun. Mike says, I've been watching Dumb Money the last 3 years. CPE says, Casey, take a look at my post on X. Hold on a second here. And I'm wondering if you're talking about it must be your most current one, 7 minutes ago. Someone said I need to post a hot chick pic for someone to see my posting. So here it is. Hot chick pic. Right there. I don't know if that's exactly what it is. Yeah, the hot chicken. Got it. Okay, got it. Nice. Very, very nice, sir. I like the pickles in the background over here. I'm one of those guys who always looks at what you're not supposed to be looking at in the picture. I like the oh shoot, I know what this is. This oh man, I feel like I know what this label is. What beer is that? Is that Pyramid? Is that a Pyramid beer that you got there in the background? You got the bread, you got the pickles, you got the, I'm guessing that might be a Pyramid. I don't know. Sierra Nevada. Yeah, you're probably right. It's a pale ale. IJWT says, did you see the cup of ice? Hold on a second here. Maybe I didn't. No, I don't see a cup of ice. Wait, is that a joke? I feel like that's supposed to be a joke. He's saying it is Sierra Nevada. We got about a minute more before I start up the intro. Getting a little bit of a push down here right before market open. You can almost tell exactly what's coming here. We'll likely see that very strong push down right at the beginning of market open just to try and get $7.50 puts out of the way. Likely see a bounce. I'm guessing probably off of 735. It might be a little bit lower. There's also another support line at 720 as well. All right, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
She said, I don't know if I've ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty and I think my head is caving in. And I don't know if I've ever been really loved by a hand that's touched me, and I feel like something's gonna give. And I'm a little bit angry. Well, this ain't over. No, not here. Not while I still need you around. You don't hold me. We might change it. Yeah, we just might feel good. I wanna push you around. Well, I will. Well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will. Well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Well, I a little untrusting when I think that the truth is gonna hurt you. And I don't know why you couldn't just stay with me. You couldn't stand to be near me when my face don't seem to wanna shine. 'Cause it's a little bit dirty, oh well. Well, don't just stand there, say nice things to me. 'Cause I've been cheated, I've been wrong with you. You don't know me, yeah, well I can't change. Well, I won't do anything at all. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, well, I will. Oh, but don't bowl me over. Just wait a minute. Well, I kinda fell apart. Things get so crazy, crazy. Don't rush this, baby. Don't rush this, baby, baby. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will, well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna take you, yeah, well, I will. I will, I will, I will, yeah. I will, yeah. Push you around, drag you down. I wanna push you around. Well, I will.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Help Boost Q3 Numbers by Seeing a Movie. We had about 3 days left in this month here. I'm not 100% certain that these numbers will actually go onto the Q3 report, and I kind of feel weird saying it. But in case they do, go see a movie because there's going to... all those, everything that we can possibly do to help see the fundamental numbers of AMC look better is better for us as shareholders. So if you're so inclined to do so, go see a movie. Now would be a great time to go see a movie. I'm going to go see Dumb Money later today. I'm set up for a movie later today. It's super, speaking of Dumb Money, super important also as well. But I don't want this to detract from you potentially going and seeing a movie. Tonight at around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there is going to be a space call with the author of Dumb Money, Ben Mesrich, is going to be in that space call. Host being Chaotic Good and David versus Goliath, with guest David Lauer, AMC Bigham's Boss Blunts, and others. I did post this to my Twitter account, so in case you want to attend, you'll be able to see what accounts to either follow or view in order to get to that. So go check it out if you're so inclined to do so. But those movies are definitely very important as well. Bob says, why wouldn't those numbers go on Q3? Oftentimes, reporting numbers for companies aren't necessarily rate on the monthlies. I don't know if for companies that I've worked for in the past, I've seen some of their reporting dates slightly different than just rate on the month. So I tend to think that there's a possible, that might be possibly the case as well with AMC. For some reason, I've never worked on the financing side of a company before, but they usually tend to run the finances a little bit different, and they have like a different reporting period that they have, and so they're actually reporting. And I always used to find this really weird. Like if you're in a meeting, sometimes they'll call it work week number. You'll get a report for your office, and it'll show like work week 1, but it's like not the 1st of January or the first week of January, and so it's like they have a different reporting schedule. So it's always usually slightly off, and so that's why I kind of tend to think that might not necessarily be the case. But regardless, one way or the other, I don't know what the reporting dates are for AMC. So assume that those days will probably or could potentially be on the Q3 reports. Let's see here. Casey, can you put directions on how to get a space call and a link? Are you saying like, okay, so if you already have Twitter, all you have to do is go to my profile, look at any one of those names that are supposed to be attending it, and then you can click on that name of that person, and then when you go in there, you can see that it'll have like if they're in the space call, it'll have a little icon where you can click on it next to their image, and you can click on that to join the space call with them. Or any one of those people should probably have a post once they start the either of the two hosts that are there. We'll probably post up a link saying that the space call has started, and you can just click on that link to go into it. So, but until that space call is actually started, I don't think there's any way for me to post that up for you, unless they have like a pre space call link. I don't think there's. I'm looking to see right now. Actually, they do. Okay, they do have a reminder here to set a reminder for yourself. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find. This is a link to be able to set up that reminder for yourself. Yeah, you have to open up a Twitter account in order to join it, I think. Tendy says if you follow the host, the space call appears at the top of your Twitter page. It doesn't always. Not for me anyways, Tendies. I've been having problems with Twitter lately to where space calls just are not showing up, so I don't want to... I hate to mislead people into believing that that's going to be the case, so I tend to avoid telling people that that's what's going to happen. Eric's letting his price prediction ride for the day today. I got his price predictions, so we're all in. I have 684 to 984. Eric has 644 to 944. TB has 644 to 944, and Apex has 640 to 940. I went super bullish today. In contrast to many of the other guys here, I'm probably going to end up regretting it, but I needed to try and get an extra bonus point to finish out the week, so I went a little drastic on my price prediction. Yep, Roseanne, you're welcome. Oh, Shimmer. I know, man. It is complete BS, but, you know, it is what it is, man. We'll get through it. We got about 15 more minutes before I run the numbers. I'm going to join up in the back of the big tramp here. Manjit, Petrofire, Real Rugged, Pirate, good morning to all you guys.
Morning, Casey.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you, bud?
Excellent. Doing good myself. Any safety issues today? Any safety topics we want to discuss?
I would say wear your seatbelts.
Ah, yes. You know, that is so important. When I was growing up, my grandparents used to make it a game to see who could get their seatbelts on the fastest after we shut our doors to the car, and so they made a game out of that. And they were both elementary school teachers, and so they understood the importance of putting on seatbelts long before. Because seatbelts just really wasn't a thing way back in their days. So, but they understood the importance of seatbelts, and so for me, when I get into a vehicle now, because they instilled that in me as a child, I get into a car and the very first thing I do is put that seatbelt on. I don't even think about anything else. The very first thing that happens is the seatbelt goes right on. So it's a huge thing. I highly if you guys I got, you know, this is the other part too. I got into a truck one time to ride with a coworker to a gas station to pick up some drinks on our break, and he didn't wear a seatbelt. He literally just didn't even bother to put a seatbelt on. Starts up his truck and starts driving. I'm like, and then all of a sudden his car starts dinging at him. I'm like, dude, doesn't that piss you off that thing's telling you to wear your seatbelt? Shouldn't you kind of seatbelt up a little? And he's like, I'm driving a truck, man. I don't care. He's like, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. And I'm like, I'm riding in this bitch with you. What if I don't want to go? So,
I'm gonna catch hell from Petro for this, but there is a hack for that. I just went to the junkyard and bought a seatbelt. Took a razor knife and went to one of the junk cars and cut the seatbelt thing off, and I bought the little clip so I could just leave it plugged in all the time. I don't have to listen to that dinging.
Oh no! Yes, don't do that.
Don't do that. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it, Petro.
You're fine, Pirate. You're fine. It's okay. Hey, we're all grown-ass men and grown-ass women, so we can make our own decisions too.
Have you seen the amount of movement that happens to a person in a vehicle when they get hit? Have you seen those videos?
There's an extra pizza scraping surcharge on people like that.
Yeah. Pizza scraping surcharge.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
After they have an accident, you gotta, I'm sorry if anybody's had an accident.
Vehicle ejections are pretty nasty.
Do not go on rotten.com, please.
Definitely don't go there if you're easily queasy. 10D says wear clean underwear for your paramedics. I don't think it's going to make a difference. 10Ds, if it's, they might just find you with soiled pants anyways, clean or not clean. Yeah, but seatbelts, big time. Albert says more nastier than ejections from F-35s. Apparently, I totally forgot. One of y'all needs to remind me this weekend to make sure that I get a soundbite in for that guy that did that And then also I heard that we have numbers. Numbers. Let me play it here real quick. Yep, we have a numbers clip now for when it's time to do numbers. That way, whenever Yucca comes in, which let's see, 8:48, he's still happily sleeping in his bed when he comes in here and he throws out one of those ones where he goes, "At numbers time." I can just start playing that. I'll be like, "Look, would you look at that? It's numbers time."
Just look at it.
Looky there, numbers.
Yep. Just add it to the lengthy pile of things that we owe a preacher for censored content. They're certainly givers, not takers.
Yeah. Oh, and then Mike's mentioning something up here. Yeah, wearing your seatbelt properly is also another thing. It's not just wearing your seatbelt, but wearing it properly.
I think there's quite a few people driving around with their kids without car seats installed correctly.
You know, I used to be. I shouldn't say I used to. I'm saying I used to be because this was a thing from the past. But back when I had kids that were in car seats, I was that kind of dad that was making sure I was driving my knee down into the car seat to make sure that I could cinch down that seatbelt as tight as I possibly could into the car seat. Every time we go to sell a vehicle, it always had the car seat impressions in the seat afterwards, and I always felt bad about that. I was like, oh, that's not going to be a great resale factor, but it's better.
Casey, just so you're aware, speaking of car seats, if anybody ever has a question about car seats, I know this is a big deal in Texas. If you are a new parent and you don't know how to install a car seat, you can go to fire stations. Typically, I say that you need to check your local area, but they will install the car seat for you.
Yep. Show you how to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have some techs that at my department that are on site that you can make an appointment and they'll come and do that for me.
Very rarely have I ever found that. I'm surprised people don't stop at fire stations more often. Very rarely have I ever found that if I had a problem that I needed help with, that medical or something of that nature, and I haven't done this very often, but in fact, maybe only twice in my life have I done this. But if I've had a problem, I go to the fire department and not had them try to be extremely helpful in trying to help solve the problem. So, yeah, I mean they probably way underutilized in that territory. I mean, because they will absolutely come out there and help you put in your car seat. I know I've heard plenty of guys who've worked for fire departments who've talked about that in the past to me. So, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the bigger question is, will they let you, if it's lunchtime, will they let you get a bowl of their firehouse chili and sit down and eat with them? That's the bigger, that's the true test.
That's fighting words right there.
That's the true test of their true test of their philanthropy. Like, they'll help you put in your child's car seat, but you can fuck off when it comes to getting a bowl of that chili.
Whoa! You want what?
It's probably really good too, I would imagine.
You bet your ass it is.
Yeah, it's probably top-notch, award-winning stuff that nobody even realizes. I've heard they have some good cooks in there.
You can only wash and shine that truck so many times. Someone's going to pass the time in that kitchen, and it's time well spent, I can tell you.
Are people?
That's where a lot of problems are solved, is over the kitchen table. You'd be surprised. So,
I'll bet.
We try to break bread every night, is what we call it. So, yeah, I can confirm that, Pirate, that a lot of problems are solved.
Riyadh to Lily saying, "Did you block me?" Let me check and see. I didn't. I can tell you that I haven't blocked Man, I feel like it's been forever since I blocked anybody, but I will check for you right now and see.
Petro, can anybody just show up at the fire station if they just want to hang out there?
I would check with your local fire station, but we do because it's been so hot here, we do have cooling stations there where people that are not able to sit in the air conditioning can come in. Yes, I mean, if depending on how busy they are, I mean, if they're gone, they're going to kick you out because obviously that's a security issue. But for the most part, yeah, you could stop by. I say that, and I don't want to speak for everybody's department, but my department, yes, you could stop by anytime. And if we're there, we will try to do whatever you need accommodations. So
I know it's a safe place for like people to drop off unwanted babies, or if a mother feels stressed and
Yes.
single mother feels stressed and she wants to hurt her baby, that's one of the places they can just go in, no questions asked, and hand over their baby. But in keeping with the spirit of that, like if I get really drunk one night, can Mrs. Pirate just roll up and just shove me out the door, and you guys will take care of me as well?
Well, the problem is if you drive to the station, then you're creating a problem, right? As long as there's somebody sober driving that person, yes. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Man,
We're
if
gonna
you guys
try to
could feed me,
accommodate, yeah.
if you could feed me and give me a bunk to sleep in or something, that would be nice.
I wish we could do that, but we would take you to the hospital where you could get a nice hot meal and a cot.
Yeah, I don't need that. I know where the hospital's at.
What if a couple like cute college girls needed
Oh,
a place to
jeez.
study or something like that? Would
Yeah.
that be
Oh, I'm sure they'll
allowed?
make an exception for that. Yeah.
Oh.
Nobody's going to make space for the drunken pirate, but if a couple co-eds show up, it's come on in, ladies.
Well,
Let's see what we can find for you to eat and a place for you to snuggle down.
Poles that are in there.
That doesn't happen, guys. Come on. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, pillow fights, right? Oh, look at that numbers time. No, I'm just kidding. Yucca's not even here, guys. Come on, settle down. So, what the, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Ask Tom D. All right. I don't know where Tom is. Was he here earlier this morning? All right, I'll tell you what. I think Tom was here earlier this morning. Yeah, there he was here earlier this morning.
Yeah, I believe I was there the day he was banned. I think it was America Hate or some along those lines. I'm almost certain that's what it was.
Okay.
I had to think for Brendan. I thought his head might be hanging on my wall as a trophy, but I remember the name because Riyadh. I have a history with Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, but I know that it was closely correlated to some America Hate or something along those lines.
Riyadh, I just reinstated you. Do me a favor. Keep away from the America Hate stuff, because if you're going to throw that in there, next time I'm not going to bring it back. So just throw that in there. It's not cool.
Welcome back, and we'll start fresh.
Yep. Hopefully we can have a great round 2.
Yeah.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning, Menjit. How you doing?
I am good, but I have a question. Might be a stupid question, but I have one.
Well, I only say they're stupid if you ask them twice.
What happened to our cost to borrow before the RS? Wasn't it like 900 something? And right now, what is it? And what?
Cost to borrow. So when you have Ape shares that's 2-to-1 in ratio of AMC shares, and you suddenly add those back in, what do you think is going to happen to cost to borrow?
Decrease?
Yeah, massively, because you just had a 2-to-1 float added into AMC, so it's going to cause the amount of shares available to borrow to massively increase. So it's going to cause that cost to borrow to drive way, way, way down. So that's exactly what it is. And our cost to borrow currently is, and I haven't ran the numbers yet for today, but I'm just going to pull up cost to borrow on an average 3-month on loan amount. Actually, no, hold on a second here. Cost to borrow. Sorry, I said the wrong thing here. Cost to borrow is currently sitting at 3.93 is the average. But I do suspect that more shares are going to be borrowed, and those numbers will start driving back up.
we still have all the ingredients for our cake to bake, right?
Nope, not right now.
He-Man birthday cake.
We do not have all the ingredients that we need at this time for the right conditions to have a good squeeze. We're missing a couple ingredients. But I do think that those things will change. I kind of figured that it would take about probably somewhere between 1 to 3 months in order for us to get back to the same kind of numbers that we were seeing before, which were definitely great ingredient numbers. So essentially, remember when I talked about that there was a big reshuffling of positions? Essentially, that's what we need to wait for. Is we need to wait for institutions to start buying back in again here. And when they do start buying back in, we'll start seeing price going up. We'll see more borrowing starting to occur, and it should cause all the correct recipe numbers to be good numbers again.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. I was looking like it was going to happen a lot faster than I was initially anticipating, because I kind of figured like 1 to 3 months on improvement on those numbers back to where we were, but then we started heading in the wrong direction after the 40 million share dilution that occurred, which again is another avenue of shares that are going to be available to be borrowed, which decreases that number even further. So it's going to take some time, but once those shares start getting borrowed out, we should see those numbers increasing, because utilization sitting at 56.29%. That's pretty low. We need to see that like over 90%, but it shouldn't take very long for us to get back up to those kind of numbers, especially with the amount of failure to delivers that are currently being reported as being needed to be borrowed in order to fulfill those failure to delivers that are stacking. So it's going to take a little bit of time.
Even though we are missing all these things, they still need to close their positions.
Yes,
2 days
absolutely.
or 3 months or 4 months, whatever.
Yep.
All right.
Mike said, where do you find the investigation case on failure delivers on AMC, SEC site, Delaware courts? Nowhere. There is no place to look that up.
Don't exist.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's an active investigation going on, they're not going to sit there and tell you what they're looking at. Yeah, it's not quite how it works. That's going to be very private information and held very, very close. The fact that you know that there's an ongoing investigation going on, should likely tell you that they've got enough of a case to be able to stick something to somebody. So, I mean, they usually don't release that kind of information about an active investigation unless they've got enough information to stick somebody with something. Because that's the kind of point where you start getting people to squeal, right? Like once you can announce that you've got something on somebody, you put it out there, and then it causes everybody else to panic. And so it's like it's basically like turning the lights on in a dark room and watching the rats scatter, and then following where the rats are scattering to, so you know where their hiding places are. But having said that, Dario D says Gary is very private about his investigations that aren't happening. That was another thing too, is that these ongoing investigations have been happening for quite a while, so don't expect anything quick to happen on those. In fact, some investigations can take up to a couple years before they actually even come to fruition. In fact, if you go back and you look at one of the more previous ones that we just had, they're hitting guys on stuff that they were doing back in several years ago. Multiple years worth of information where they were counting positions long that were short. So these investigations take a lot of time. Mac and B says some from 2008 are still not settled. Exactly.
I think there's like $100 or maybe even like a $200 fine that might be issued.
Yeah, they're asking for a pair of sneakers to be purchased.
Yeah.
They need new shoes at the old SEC building over there. Oh yeah, Apex is saying numbers though. Hold on a second here. I'm supposed to play this now. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Nice. Wait, we gotta keep going just a little bit longer here. Hold on.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I think Preacher was unable to post it longer, but it's a little bit longer than that, and it has a nice little conclusion to it. I think he wanted your approval before it could be made any longer. I think he was afraid. I thought it might be more beneficial in this particular application to be just a tiny bit longer, but I'm just a drunken pirate.
We'll see what we can do. So it is numbers time, so I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you may want to consider doing that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your, God forbid something should happen to your primary device. But it does, unfortunately, sometimes things do happen. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers for the day today. Starting with the top left-hand side, this is not financial advice by any means. This is just simply four apes trying to figure out what price is going to be on a daily basis, or predicting what it is for free, not for free, bets on me paying out eventually to some of the winners, the recipients, beers and ice cream. TB's like probably sitting over here like, he's going to pay me for this? Yep, when it's all said and done, man. If you're a weekly winner, you're going to be receiving something from me in the end. So price predictions for the day today. We have $6.84. I've got a price prediction of $6.84 to $9.84. Eric has $6.44 to $9.44. TB has the same price prediction as Eric, $6.44 to $9.44. And Apex has $6.40 to $9.40. Those guys are all wiping each other out for price predictions and in regards to getting an extra bonus point, unless they happen to get the exact price prediction correct. With my price prediction, since I'm much higher than they are, if I'm within 10 cents of the price close, I will receive an extra bonus point and put me in contention for being one of the top guys for the week here. So short exempt volume is at 187.9 thousand shares. It was a little up from day over day, and that was likely due to the fact that our volume was up. Utilization was slightly up to 56.29%. It was not quite a percent up. Day-over-day price increase, we had a 4.3% decrease in price. Max Payne did finally drop this for the week here. We had a lot of closed-out call positions that occurred yesterday in volume. So that dropped the Max Payne from $8 that we've seen from the beginning of the week to $7.50. Taking a look at the off-exchange and EDGX volume for the day, normally by this time of the day I would expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange and 10 to 11% on EDGX. Currently we have 55.7% going through off-exchange, and EDGX is at 12.86. The combined total in that 68.56%, when I would expect to see 54%. That's about 14.56% higher than it should be. So in regards to price discovery, a lot of it's not being realized due to this additional volume going through these exchanges. CHX volume for this morning is only 237 shares so far. Looking at GME, CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 8,362 shares. That is a very large quantity compared to what they're used to seeing. I get excited over 30,000, but they haven't even seen this much volume in CHX in a long time. You may be asking yourself, why all of a sudden would they start having a spike on CHX? Well, there was an announcement that Ryan Cohen has taken over as CEO of GameStop. And and I've mentioned to you guys before that the closing of positions or delivery of shares is often seen through CHX. And when you see a spike in CHX, that means somebody's returning a lot of shares. So it could be that there may be some shorts that are closing out some of their positions here as they're fearful of price running up, and that's why we're seeing an elevated amount of CHX volume this morning. Taking a look at what else we got. What's next here? Institutional ownership this morning was reported at 154.102 million shares, and that was an increase by about almost 50,000 shares in ownership by institutions. No change as of right now on those numbers since earlier this morning. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a strike price of, it's very, very, very close. It's at a $7.50 strike, which is 50 cents down from where it was yesterday, but the $8 strikes are right behind it. I mean, we're talking like a difference of 3 contracts difference. But currently 2.9 thousand contracts at 7.5. On puts, also at a $7.50 strike, which was the same as yesterday. Highest amount of volume is 2.5 thousand contracts at 7.5. If the market is expecting price to go up, you can imagine that a lot of those are positions that volume may be positions that are being closed out as of right now. So it's hard to say until we see the next day's open interest, but yeah. So market's kind of signaling in on a $7.50 closing price as of right now. However, like I said, the call options at $8 strike is building, and that could mean that we might be heading towards an $8 price point at some point here. Taking a look at Ortex. Borrowed change amount for this morning is at 2.44 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It's usually like the first, I feel like the first two reportings of the day are usually up, and then we see a downwards trend until the last 2 hours of the day. So currently that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.58%. We have cost to borrow mins at 1.9%. Cost to borrow average is 3.67%, and cost to borrow max is 4.33%. Taking a look at our utilization day over day. Utilization rising from 55.58% to 56.29%. The weird part about this is the on-loan amount dropped. So usually you should see utilization dropping if the on-loan amount is dropping. The reason that this oftentimes doesn't happen is somebody's not making available as many shares to be borrowed as they were, which means that with less shares available to borrow, it's going to cause utilization to drive upwards. But we did have a drop in on-loan amount from 27.34 million down to 26.36 million, or 980,000 shares returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 11.2 down to 11.01, which means Ortex is estimating that about 324,000 of that 980,000 was in closed short interest. On-loan average age per day, when this dips with shares being returned, it usually means that they're older mid to older positions being closed out. And it did drop. It went from 9.04 to 8.22. Security lending volume was up, though, day over day from 6.47 million to 8.22. Taking a look at MMRI, just like to get like a little snapshot of this every hour on the hour, just to kind of figure out which direction we're heading. Earlier this morning, we were sitting at about 305.39. Remember, this formula is calculated based off of the U.S. dollar. You can see it down here in the bottom part right here. It says DXY and the U.S. 10-year. So it's the U.S. dollar multiplied by the 10-year yield bonds. Divided by 1.61. That's the formula right there. It's got the 3 different factors involved to give you your MMRI. And currently that's sitting at 306.34. Earlier this morning it was 305.39, so it's definitely heading up here, which means that either one or both of those two, either the US dollar or the 10-year yield, are trending upwards. One or the other or both. Not sure which, but that's what it means. Okay, just writing it down for reference. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. Hopefully AMC. I'm thinking GME's probably made the list today. Yep, there they are. Up on the top 30 list here with a 66.2% buy to 33.8% sell ratio. Looking really good this morning, being back up on that list. AMC is not on the top list here with most heavily traded stocks. Oh, somebody's got a hot mic that just popped in. Rugged? I think it's you.
Me? Yeah, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Let me fix that. Sorry.
SSR trigger price for the day today is at $6.81. Shares available to borrow sitting at 3 million shares. Let's see what that looks like compared to where looks like they just returned shares today. They have not, other than the shares that they borrowed earlier this morning, they've only done returns. So far, according to Stonko Tracker, we are seeing about 1.5 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees at a 2.3% rate. Calls, we have 123.8 thousand contracts that are in the money, 7,000 contracts out of, sorry, I said that backwards. 123.8 thousand contracts out of the money and 7,000 contracts in the money. 38.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 16.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. So far for the day today, NASDAQ is up 0.11, Dow Jones is up 0.23, S&P 500 is up 0.24. We have 3,639 advancers to 2,345 decliners. The market is currently more advancing than declining. Big bank movers this morning. We've got FR. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is up 5.81. Silvergate is down 42.11. Most everything is looking green, but not enough green for me to really read off anything in here. Ethereum Classic is up 2.06% and trending up. The US dollar is currently down 0.39 and currently trending down. This it's almost forming a bearish triangle. Come on. Not quite. It's close. It looks a lot like a bearish triangle. The only problem I got with it is I really feel like this should be included in it here, which really makes it look more like a wedge. And not a triangle. In order to make this look more like a triangle, I would have to draw the point right there, which is not really accurate. So it's hard to say, but typically speaking, when you see a trend like this, it's going to have a continuation further down. But unfortunately, this is really more of a wedge, and it's hard to say if it's going to go which way it's going to go. It does look like there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, but that's starting to kind of flip around a little bit here. So we'll see. And it's not really pressure. In this particular case, there's not really pressure. It's just on the momentum that this is taking. Oil is currently showing up today 0.57% and a slight trend up here. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.07 and trending down. SPY is up 0.08 and trending up. Really kind of almost looks like consolidation when you compare it to historical price movement. You can see we're kind of right in the middle of that. I'd really kind of call this more consolidation with some pretty wild swings in this consolidation here. VIX currently showing up 0.11 Did break down out of this ascending parallel channel. Currently consolidating. VBR is up 0.47 and trending up. VB is up 0.32, trending up, maybe moving into a little bit of consolidation here. Tesla is down 0.21 and starting to take a trend down here. And man, are the orders flying through on this order book over here. There's a lot of activity here. I just want to look at something real quick here. Their average 3-month volume is 116 million per day, and they've already traded 26 million shares so far this morning. It seems like they might be on a little bit of a more aggressive volume traded day today than usual. Amazon is down 1.5, 1.6% right now, and kind of consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.22 and trending up. Doge is up 0.75 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.76 and trending up. Let me take this out to the hourly. This is not coming down like I thought it was supposed to inside my box. It did start breaking down where my box was for this last weekend, but didn't fully do what I was anticipating it for it to do. And I think this is something I showed everybody earlier this morning. There was some interesting movements in the market. I'll show it to you here in just a second. GME's is currently up 0.15 and consolidating. HYMC is down 0.07 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.67 and starting a trend down. Hood is down 0.1 and starting to trend down a little bit here. AMC is up 0.4 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day were approximately about $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.92 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 50 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 30.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so I feel like I'm guessing a pretty good number at this point. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. Actually, it looks like buying pressure is just completely fallen off on the 4-hour chart. RSI is at 42.52, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.91, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 30 minutes, an RSI at 47.46, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.19, 58.49, which is above average. Taking a look at the 1-hour Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. I would expect to see price start pushing back up and towards breaking past the red cloud that's going into tomorrow. Which is right around $8 or $7.98 is where the top of the cloud is here. So imagine anything breaking above $7.98 or higher going into tomorrow will turn into a pretty big buy signal. If we were to break through the cloud for the day-to-day, it would be around $8.05 and could be seen as an extremely big buy signal, as that would push the lagging line above price line. More than likely, it would also drive the conversion above the base and cause big buying signals to occur. At a 4-hour chart, we've got currently lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, and to get above the cloud for the day-to-day, we're going to have to see $8.40. The reason it's not $8.18 where the top of the cloud is we've got to get the lagging line above price line, and in order to do that before the end of the day is over, we're going to have to see that like $8.40 range. Maybe a little bit later in the day, it could drop a little bit and be somewhere closer to $8.20. But for the beginning portion of the day, it's going to be $8.40. And so this brings me to the point that I wanted to kind of talk about from yesterday. And I'm going to take you back to the SPY here for just a second And we're going to go back in time and look at a specific time that we had towards the end of the day yesterday, where we had this like massive run up on the SPY, and you can pick and choose where you want to argue where price movement really started picking up at, and you could say to me it looks like it really started around 1427, but I'm taking the bottom right here and recording the top. So we were at a bottom of 422.29 on the SPY, which was the bottom was in at 1343. And it made it to the top of this at 427.54 by 1514, which was approximately 1 hour and 31 minutes worth of time that it took for it to reach that bottom and that top right there. That was a total of 5.25 points that the SPY went up in that hour and 31 minutes, or 91 minutes. If you look at the percentage, that was a 1.24% increase. That's something that you would see in a day, not like in an hour and a half. The other part to this too is it was on 24.66 million shares. So if we pull up our handy dandy little calculator over here and we math that out real quick, with 91 minutes for 24.66 million shares divided by 91 minutes, the SPY was averaging about 270,989 shares a minute. Multiplied by 390 minutes in a trading day means that the pace for the day, just on that 1 hour and a half session, was pacing the SPY for about 105.6 million shares for the day. The interesting thing behind that to me is that usually the SPY trades somewhere between 70 to 80 million shares on a normal day. That's pretty typical. Sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower, but the typical range is 70 to 80. To see 105 million pace on an hour and a half means that I don't think that the whole market just decided, oh, we're just all going to suddenly start buying in this time frame in here. And you can go back and you can look at stocks. Where did they first start moving? Did they really start moving around 1427 when the big moves started happening on the SPY? Or did they start moving upwards around 1343? So 1343 versus, well, I'm going to write these two numbers down, 1343. I haven't actually looked at this yet. This is the first time. We didn't even look at it this morning. Versus a time of 1427. And so we can just pick out different stocks to look at random. We can just pick something like Amazon, for example, yesterday, and take a look at the same time frame. When did those big moves really start taking place? You can see that there was a pretty big ascending broadening wedge here, which is supposed to break to the bottom side. When did it start defeating this signal? And it was really right here. It started shooting up massively at 1427. Hey, that sounds like a familiar time. What about 1343? 1343 is going to be back here where price did start moving up, but then it started fading off. From 1343 on a sudden jump, it started fading off until it got down to that 1427 mark, and it just ripped. Absolutely just ripped the wrong way from what the signal channel is supposed to signal. The way an ascending broadening wedge is supposed to work is the price is supposed to move up, and when it comes down and breaks out, which it should have done right here in this time frame, 1427, when it started ripping upwards, it should have broken out, come back down, and retested the secondary touching point, which is going to be at 124.43. Lo and behold, once the market closed and then decided to open up this morning, 124.4 ended up being tested right here. Exactly right here. And then you can see where it's been where it's starting to trade now. Somebody, this is a somebody. This is not institutions just decided that they were going to start pumping all at once. Somebody came in here and said, we need to interject where the market's heading right now, and if we don't interject right now, it's going to be lights out. And if I had to guess, it's probably the Feds. The Feds probably came in and said it's time to start buying assets. If we don't start buying assets, then we're going to see some bad stuff happen. So I'm really, really dying to see next week's Fed balance sheet, as I suspect that they're probably going to have some purchases going on in their balance sheet. But this still played out the way it was supposed to. Even with that one big purchasing period in there of an hour, and this is even the full hour and 30 minutes. This right here on Amazon alone was from 14:27 to 15:07, which is 30 minutes. Or 40 minutes, sorry, 40 minutes. So, yeah, it's crazy. Big huge move, right? Take a look at Tesla. Same thing. I don't have anything marked out here for where it was supposed to be going at, but it hit a bottom at approximately 1327, which is 1343 is what we saw on the SPY, and then it started heading up, and then really started ripping right here around 1427. Let's pick another one. Let's look at Cinemark. What happened to Cinemark yesterday at the end of the day? I have no idea. I wasn't even watching. What time did it start moving upwards? 1342. That's about 1 minute before the SPY started moving upwards. It was starting a trend down and then started moving back up again. How about GME? What did GME start doing yesterday? Started a little bit of a run right here around 1344. It's about the same exact time. I mean, to me it seems like, well, let's see what Hood did yesterday. Hood started to have a dropout. The dropout started at 1320, and then it continued on further. It recovered. It recovered itself, and then found a bottom right around here. 1341, 1343, right around those time periods, and then started taking off. Weird stuff going on here, guys. Somebody was in trouble, and I think the Fed came to the rescue. And when I say somebody, it could be somebodies. Could be lots of things were in trouble, and somebody had to come in and save the market. But the interesting thing is that a lot of everything's starting to be right back where it was yesterday. Even with the help that it got, we're already starting to move back down again. Earlier this morning, we hit 424 already. We had a little bit of a jump up here, but still starting to trend back down. It cannot stop itself. Even with the interjection of somebody coming in and helping to prop up the market, it's still having problems. And then we've got some of the I was listening to Bigham's last night. We've got some of the largest amounts of puts right now on the bond market. And I've told you guys that one of the things we should start seeing have happen is this economy our whole market's going to fail absolutely massively when we start seeing the bond yields starting to trend down, especially with the 2-year becoming uninverted, going back to right side up, and when we see that happen, which if somebody's got a lot of puts out on something or bets that's going to happen, I don't know. Somebody's counting on a failure here. Probably lots of institutions. They know what's coming. All right, guys. Sorry, I took a little bit of extra time there. I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. That was my morning rant for you. Let's see what you guys are saying in the... Albert says, just say it out loud, crime. I can't stand that word, crime. I mean, it's what it is, but it's still just, I can't stand saying it. Joe said, I wish somebody would throw me a bone when I need it. Oh, don't you worry. The government will be there to help you out when you're desperate and destitute. Albert says Michael Burry is just waiting and smiling. He actually posted something the other day. I saw the Michael Burry account post something about you see now or something like that, something to that effect. Wait, AMC was on the list? Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Did I miss it? Holy crap, you're not wrong. I did miss it. Son of a bitch. AMC is on the list here. We have buy sell ratio 80.47% buys to 19.53% sell. My eyes are just bad sometimes. I don't see it always. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for bringing that up. And we have a great buy sell ratio. Looks beautiful. Love it.
It turns out any two will do. It's more than just a pretty face, huh?
Wait, any two will do is that's a girl? Wait, what? I don't. Whatever. Who cares?
Don't ruin my punchline, man. I don't let facts get in the way of a good joke.
Any two will do is like, how dare you?
He's like, thanks. I think.
I don't know why. I just assume everybody's. You know what it is? I know what it is. I've seen people get ruined before on making assumptions that people are females when anybody could be anything. You never know on the other side of the internet.
Yeah.
And so it's just better just assume everybody's a dude, because then nobody gets. I guess it doesn't seem. I don't think I've had too many women get too offended by saying or calling a man by chance. So. Definitely not.
That
I'm a poker player.
Wouldn't be the first time I've stepped on my own junk. I think Rugged said earlier my joke about the seatbelt might have been inappropriate, which who'd have thought I made an inappropriate joke. I can't disagree with him.
Oh, well. Any two will do said, I'm a man's man. Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm a poker. Oh, hey, sir. I'll have you know there are a lot of really good women poker players. In fact, my wife is a great poker player, and she plays way better with like small quantities of money or fake money. But when it comes to real money, she plays differently, and I wish she would play the exact same way she plays in normal poker, because she is really good. Or when she plays fake money, she should play the same way with real money. Let's see here. Tony says it goes down because our brokers direct our trades through dark pools in order to make money on us. That's why I use direct trading on Fidelity to be sure it goes through the lit exchange. I question whether or not our shares on Fidelity actually even go through the lit exchange any longer, even when you're self-directing them. But I believe there's only 2, maybe 3 brokers out there that actually buy lit exchange that you can use. Not very many of them. Paul, yes. Dark pools. Off exchange is absolutely, like, it's so messed up, man. That's the only reason why. You can see that's the main reason why you see or why you don't see price discovery. Like, for example, today, we're sitting at, when I last ran the numbers, we had 55.7% of our volume going through off exchanges, and EDGX was 12.86. That's 68.56% of our volume. Normally, when we would see around 54% of our volume going through. So we were about 14.56% higher of our volume this morning going through exchanges that do not help to show price discovery, which is massive. That's a lot of buying pressure that's just disappeared. Billy, I'm not going to read what you wrote. I'm going to save you the trouble. All right, cool. That's good, Tony. A2 will do says, I play cards for a living. I was out in Vegas this summer for the World Series of Poker. Remember the stripper name was Roaring Kitty? I don't remember. But I'll take your word for it. And remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, much like the big tramps. So I don't think you're supposed to talk about it. Someone should say James Bond crashing, U.S. Bond crashing GIF. Hold on a second here. Let me take a look. It looks like I don't see that to be the case. Yeah, I don't see that to be the case. No, they do not have to hit the lit. I mean, so here's the deal. Let's say you're broker X. Probably X is a bad thing to say because we'll use Y, broker Y, because we don't want to say X because that refers to Twitter, what was formerly known as Twitter. So you're broker Y, and let's say that broker Y receives, maybe 100 different orders from customers, and they simply transact the orders for the customers, and then they wrap all those orders into one single order. While there may be orders that may have spanned the range of whatever price we've been seeing here for the whole day today, anywhere from $7.31 to $7.65. Some people may have been buying. Most of those orders may have been coming in somewhere between $7.50 and $7.65. And so what they do is they lump all those orders in, and for best execution, they get those orders for a really low price of somewhere down here at the bottom at around $7.40. And they get to scalp the difference between whatever they're buying the shares for the person, all those people, and they get to lump all those orders into one transaction at $7.40, and you see a single order go through of X amount of shares at $7.40. That's it, right? So every time you see an order coming through here, and they're large quantity orders that go through, and all those orders, even though those orders contained orders that had prices that were paid by customers in the range of $7.31 to $7.65, all of those orders went through at a single price at $7.40 instead of going in at each one of the individual prices that were in here for best execution. That's it. So we didn't see price discovery on all of those orders that were being placed in at lower values. And it's just one order. Sure, it hits the lit exchange and it shows up as volume, but it's just one order going through for $7.40 when you've got a wide range of orders. Go Good says we're screwed. No, we're not screwed. But what you need to realize is that, your brokers are not on your side. They're there to make money off of you. If you think otherwise, if you think I've got a bridge to sell you somewhere, I'll sell you a bridge right now. But our brokers are definitely not on our side. Yep. Absolutely, Paul. Buy low, sell high. That's what they do. That's how they make their money. But that's why I keep trying to state that when Gary Gensler comes in here and he keeps trying to push payment for order flow as being this like wonderful thing for us, and I say not really. Best execution is not what we want. We want to see the price moving based off of demand. And if demand is at $7.65, but they're lumping those orders and holding on to them, and we're not seeing any price improvement from those buy orders that are buying at $7.65, so they can start buying the shares at $7.40, then best execution doesn't help out everybody who bought in at $7.31. Those guys get screwed because now the price is just going to go down because they're holding buy orders. They're holding those buy orders so they can scalp them and collect the best. The best execution doesn't help retail. It helps institutions. Institutions get to make the money, the difference on the price on what they're making. Best execution is not made for retail. It's made so that money can be made by these institutions. Mag Million said, how about call options? I don't know. I'm not a huge derivatives kind of guy, so I'm not sure how they're making money there exactly. I'm sure there's a way, but I could probably not describe it. If you place a market order versus limit, can a broker scalp the market? I'm a few seconds behind the stream. The short answer is yes. Even when you place a market order, they can still scalp it. Mega Johnny says, Casey, I really think they're using T2 against retail trades, using it to get the spread in their favor. I don't disagree with you. And also I would add to that is I can't wait to see for this to drop down to a T0. There's no need for net settlement to take 2 days. We are living in the freaking age of computers here where AI is running everything. And if you don't think so, then you're just fooling yourself, but it really is. Not AI that I mean, there is a lot of auto-generated stuff that's going on. And there's no reason why net settlements should take T plus 2. It's ridiculous. Should be same-day settlements. But even with same-day settlements, there's still, in fact, what it should be is it should be immediate settlements. When the order is placed, settlement should occur immediately. And the only people who are behind right now is very likely our government. That's one thing that I have to say, that having spent time in the military as a military brat, if there's one agency out there that is running behind the times in technology, it's usually the lower echelons of the military. They're always behind. Government's still running off Windows XP. I'm not even kidding. I'll bet you they are. They're probably running off of Windows 2. I don't know. They're running off of something old. Mizzy Woe says, isn't that the blockchain? Yes, that's the idea behind blockchain and why it would be a good thing. But then again, too, nobody really seems to want to go blockchain because nobody wants to have a CBDC running or controlling our lives. Mr. Bright says, what is the outlook for AMC price this week? $8. It's actually gone down to $7.50 for Max Payne, so I would just look at Max Payne every week and probably go like, yeah, that's probably going to be in the ballpark. You'll probably get it more right than wrong every week if you just look at that. Any two will do's throwing out the jokes this morning saying GME was up like 6 to 8% pre-market this AM. And as soon as the market opened, it went down faster than I did on my girl last night. You must have been. You've been with her for a while. Dario D says Windows 95. Somebody's laughing. Thanks for the laugh emojis. They will not go blockchain as they could not fake the trade. Yep. That would be very, very difficult to do, wouldn't it? Max Payne, yes. I have, man, you don't even understand. I've had this listed on my page here for so long. Max Payne price is the strike price with the most open contract puts and calls, and the price at which the stock would cause financial losses for the largest number of option holders at expiration. I've kept that up for such a long time on a sticky pad because I was like, I always used to fumble around through trying to explain Max Payne, and I was like, it's just easier if I just get the definition and just throw it on a notepad and just be like, yeah, this is what Max Payne is. Look, and TB even put it in even simpler, saying Max Payne is the price at which the most options expire out of the money. Yeah. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's not exactly right. There's one portion of that you're missing, Tony, and it's a very key portion because it's not just the puts and calls that expire out of the money. It's also the price. The price makes a big difference too. You have to remember that there is a value attached to some of those contracts, and if the value is higher than the ratio of puts and calls outside that ratio, then it also has to do with value as well. So it's not just puts and calls. It also has to do with value. Mizzy says, so is there a service out there almost ready to supplant blockchain that could do T0? I think they're getting there. Right now, last I heard, you can look this up. Look up JP Morgan Onyx. And I think Onyx has been JP Morgan's test platform for what it is that you're referring to. ONYX. You could probably just go to Google and type in JP Morgan Onyx. Surprise, surprise, JP Morgan's involved. Buzz and Buzzman says GME's chart is crazy. Yeah, it looks organic. Let's take a look at it real quick here. Wow. It was doing so well on the announcement this morning in the pre-market. Anybody think there might have been some scalping going on some European orders that might have occurred overnight because of the news? Maybe. Yeah, I understand, Tony. It is really simple when you, but I think it's also important to be accurate too. Any two will do. You got a lot of comments this morning. I think my mods are a wonderful group of people who I met through just doing this and met through the chat in here, and I allow the chat. They are you. I don't know these people for the most part. I mean, I know them as well as you might know them, or just because of the fact that they've been here for a really long time watching, and but they are just regular people, and they do a damn good job at taking care of what's going on and what's being said. And I appreciate them so much. And I wish I could show them that appreciation, but I can't other than in words. Riyadh says it's their last chance to punch the price down before they swiftly knock them down. Yeah. It is very likely an opportunity to try and close out positions before price starts to run. That is, I haven't looked at their numbers lately. Give me just a second. I kind of want to look at something real fast here on Ortex for them. Give me 1 second. I just want to see what their conditions look like right now. They have a 20.96% short share interest of the free float, with utilization sitting at 84.84% utilization. Shares on loans 73.24 million. Their cost to borrow numbers are a little bit on the low side, but days to cover is super high. It's at 26 days right now, but that's only because their volume's been so low. So it really doesn't help them any to have low volume. A lot of people seem to think that days to cover shooting up really high is going to cause something to happen, and it means nothing. It's just simply it's just a factor that accounts for how long it would potentially take them to cover a position. But if they're not forced to cover, then it doesn't really matter how long it is. And the type of things that causes institutions to be forced into covering are things like volume. You need high quantities of volume moving. AMC just had a spike in volume, speaking of which. 447,000 shares just went through. More than likely, I'm going to guarantee you that's going to be some CHX volume that's gone through. This is not what I wanted to see. I would have loved to have seen this happen a lot later than sooner, but I can almost guarantee you that's a CHX delivery. That should signify a period of time here where there's some buying pressure being applied. When I do the next numbers, we probably will not see the CHX volume showing up yet because it's delayed by 15 minutes. And I start numbers in 5, so we'll cover the numbers before we'll see it go through. But you should see CHX volume spiking to about 450, in the range of around 450,000 shares. Which, in regards to what that would have looked like in the past, that would be the equivalent of about 45 million shares being delivered, which is a very big number. I don't think I talked about rent, Mike, but I don't think you're wrong. I think rent prices are actually way lower right now in regards to mortgage, which is causing people to lean more towards renting right now. Let me look real quick here. There's a guy that I follow. Gosh, I'm gonna forget his name. What is his name? There's a guy that I was following for a while for some of these reports, and it'll come to me here in a minute. When it comes to me, I'll look him up and see what kind of reports he's got going right now. Researchers at the Federal Reserve have issued warnings in recent weeks about possible disruptions in U.S. Treasuries due to hedge funds short positions hitting a record high with basis trades. Mike, I don't disagree with you on that rent you never get back part. Home ownership is probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Ooh, good point. Any two will do. Man, you're on a roll today, man. I wonder if they're trying to get GME to trigger SSR for tomorrow. That's why it was up so big early, then dumped. It's very, very possible that they had large quantity orders coming through, and not enough liquidity to be able to. Yeah, this is where you would want to watch things like short exempt volume for GME for leading into tomorrow. So, for example, let's take a look at this real quick here because that's a very good point. Let's take a look at if you go to Stonko Tracker, you can actually pull up both AMC and GME on this. And if we scroll down a little bit here, we can take a look at what their short exempt volumes look like in the more recent past. You can see it's kind of all over the place, but usually, for the most part, it's like somewhere between something less than 30,000 shares. So if they do trigger SSR for the day-to-day, meaning a 10% drop in price, what I would expect to see is that majority of the volume for today is going to go into a short exempt volume. Now, that doesn't help anything immediately. That takes a while for that to transpire. It takes about 35 days before that becomes a failure to deliver. So they've got about 35 days to be able to figure out how they're going to find those shares that they're going to need to deliver on. But yeah, great point. SSR triggers for them at $15.44 for the day-to-day. So that'll be let's set that up. 15.44. We'll watch that. Hold on a second here. Let's see, 15.44. That's a very strong possibility. We'll watch for that to be the case. I would highly agree with you, especially if they're facing large quantities of volume that's causing them to need to make a market with on low liquidity. That would certainly be a reason to trigger SSR. Paul says, "How can shorts not cover? How can shorts not cover their positions if they are in the green? So if they're in the green so deep, they're not in the green so deep. The way that they would get in the green so deep, because they're not. The way that they would get in the green deep is by causing AMC to go bankrupt. But I don't think that's going to be a possibility." So where does their cash go besides paying interest? Perhaps having to find shares in order to be able to deliver to pay for those, which is going to be through loaning of shares, which again is going to be more interest. But I would not agree with that first portion of that statement. Big Red Apple says, "What does AMC need this quarter box office to be profitable?" I don't have those numbers for you. Stonk Retail is another guy who does YouTube and Twitter, and he probably has some numbers. But I think he's already. I think if I'm not mistaken, he's already stated that we've already hit the numbers that we need. But I'm still saying go see a movie, because what's a little extra gonna hurt? Yep, Q3. If I said something else other than Q3, I meant Q3. Sorry. Casey, I get it if it was just AMC reverse split, taking the numbers times 10, but with conversion, Ape, wouldn't the 10x number be reduced? I'm so confused by that question. Yeah. Paul, the problem is, so shorts, there's more than what's being reported, Paul. There's shorts that are open at much, much lower positions than this. And unfortunately, what they've had to do in order to kind of hide some of those short positions is to move them, to take the risk off. They had to move them into swap positions. And so there's actually a plethora of positions that are open that are out there. So while they may be making money short term on some positions that they're opening and closing on a regular basis, there's also positions that they're having to roll over that are much, much shorter than where we're at in price right now. But I'm trying to, let me go back to what, I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Boomstick. Rephrase what it is, or what it's referencing to. But it is time for numbers.
I might be wrong, Casey, but I think he was heading in the direction of if you held all your ape, and again, I might be wrong on this, but the way I read it was that if you, during the conversion, they converted the 10 to 1, it was somewhat mitigated if you had all your ape that you were originally awarded as a function of math. I think that's what he was getting at, but I could be wrong here. He can certainly speak for himself.
Wait, explain that to me one more time again, because I still don't even understand what you're saying. Is this a change of topic, or what? What's
in response to his question. I think it's been covered way back. I mean, he's replowing ground all the way back when we did the conversion, and we talked about it ad nauseum. But it's okay. He's had a question. I might be wrong on this, but the way I read the question was, he said that after the conversion there was a 10x reverse split, and he said wasn't that I read it as wasn't that minimized some if you had your original apes as well, because you did the 10x reverse split, but then you got your apes put back in, so it came out to more like 7.3 to 1 instead of 10 to 1.
Right.
But I might be wrong on that.
No.
I think he's just going way back. He's reaching way back to the topics that we had all during the reverse split time.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out like how he's trying to, like, why would the question be relevant to what it is that we're talking about now? I think that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's not.
Okay.
But that's okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I feel like this plane has gone way over the top of my head here. Okay, moving on, I guess. I guess it's numbers time, so we should probably get into the numbers here. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. That's a fun little... all right. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And then let's see what we got going on here for the day. I might have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech here. Hold on 1 second. Son of a gun. Why is that popping up? I have no idea. All right. Don't have to give you the two-factor authentication speech. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 60% or about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12% for the day. As it stands right now, we have currently 57.87% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.85. The combined total, and that's 69.72%, or 9.72% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume, like I said, we're probably not going to get a reporting of this for at least another 4 or 5 minutes. But I do think that all of that volume that we saw of that 400,000 shares went through CHX this morning. We should see that potentially start driving up here in a little bit. Excuse me. Taking a look at our GME. GME CHX for the day today is at 9,886 shares. It's quite a bit for what they have been seeing lately. For example, their normal 30-day average is 0.14% of their total daily volume going through CHX, and today it's at 0.28, which is double what they're used to seeing. Taking a look at Ortex. You were looking at GME's numbers there, and I just switched it back over to AMC. An hour ago, there was approximately 2.44 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 3.44 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.66%. Cost per min's at 1.9, average 3.38, and max is 4.33. That's going to cause, shares on loan for the day today is at 26.36 million shares. That's 980,000 shares having been returned day over day. Ortex is estimated that about 374,000 of that was in closed short interest. And then taking a look, and that's going back to that question that was asked, I think, by Paul earlier. This is, there is money that's being made on a daily basis, or maybe even money that's not even being made, but breaking even, where you're seeing positions getting closed out on a constant basis. But really, it's the conglomeration of everything that's been open versus closed. And this is where you would want to take a look at something where I could sit here and I could show you some of the open positions versus closed positions over a period of time, and show you that the amount of current positions that are open do not directly reflect exactly what's being reported in contrast. I mean, it's ridiculously different. Like, there are positions that are open that have not been closed, and that can be seen. Actually, I'll take you over to that page here in just a second. When I move over to the other page, I'll show you what I'm talking about here in a little minute. And we can take an Excel spreadsheet. We can actually, and I've done this on multiple occasions for everybody because it doesn't take more than like 5 minutes to do. But you can take a look at the amount of open positions versus closed positions, and just simply calculate what the difference is. And there are massive amounts. If you go back to as far as 2020, the end of maybe Q4 of 2020 to current, there's massive quantities of positions that are open that have not been closed, and that's why they're not making money here. They may be making short-term gains, but not over the long run, not without bankrupting AMC. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far earlier was at a $7.50 strike with 2.9 thousand contracts. It's currently still $7.50 strike with 5.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. There was 2.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4,000 contracts. Market's still suggesting a 750 close by the end of the day. And this is where I'll show you real quickly here. Just for argument's sake, I don't know why I just did all that. For argument's sake, I'm going to show you open positions versus closed positions. And so what I'm going to pull up here is on loan new versus on loan returned. And what you're going to see here is you're going to see there's a drastic difference in some of the numbers. Actually, it's really hard to see. They're so close, it's really difficult for me to show you. The best way for me to do this is to pull this up on a Excel spreadsheet and just simply pull it up and show it all to you, because the numbers are so close on a daily basis that you can't see some of the stacked amounts of non-return shares day over day. So, but to give you an idea of like some of the, it probably helps when I zoom in a little bit here like this. Some of the days where you can see here where more often than not the newly loaned positions are larger than the returned amount of positions, and those stack up over time. more often than not, there's always more loaned than returned. Sometimes it's the same amount. Like right here, you can see that there's the gray line is not seen down below, which means that the gray and the you can see it right here in the numbers. The gray line and the green line are almost exactly the same values. But other times the gray line's much higher than the amount of green returned. So, but we have one of the biggest spikes right here in returned shares showing up more recently. And compared to on loan amount, it wasn't very much. And so there was 122 million shares having been returned right here on the same day where only 329,000 shares were loaned. This was during the conversion and reverse split of AMC and Ape. These positions that were returned are probably going to be loaned out here pretty soon. This is the rebalancing that I was talking about that occurred. Why in the world would you need to return 122 million shares unless you didn't see that they existed, that they needed to be returned? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Why in the world was 122 million shares returned at this point in time? Again, when there was never a reporting of 122 million shares that needed to be returned. But it's more extensive than even that. I guarantee it. That should probably be like one of the biggest red flags you've ever seen in your life. How the hell do they return 122 million shares when the total amount of on-loan shares at that time wasn't even being reported as that high? How does that happen? It's because they had way more positions open than they were supposed to, and it's going to spike back up again. There's a lot of positions that are open out there that are just not being reported. MMRI is sitting at 307.1. An hour ago it was 306.32, so definitely still increasing. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. GME is the first one that I see here with a 71.98% buy to 28.02% sell ratio. The dip is being bought by retail. AMC is also on the list here with a 76.15% buy to 23.85% sell ratio. So both AMC and GME have great buy-sell ratios and are some of the most heavily traded stocks in the market right now. SSR trigger price for the day today is $6.81 for AMC, showing 3 million shares available to borrow currently. No changes in the last couple hours. Fees still sitting at 2.3%. Mainly just returned shares. Taking a look at the market as a whole, we have the market as a whole. NASDAQ is up 0.26%. Dow Jones is up 0.25%. The S&P 500 is up 0.35%. We have 3,578 advancers to 2,458 decliners. The market is less advancing now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers in the last hour. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or more of a change for the day. We have FRC up 6.4, Silvergate's down 42.11. Coinbase is up 3.98. Sorry, 4.05. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 3.03% and rising. It's on an uptrend. The US dollar is currently down 0.45. It kind of moved into a little bit of a wedge that I had kind of indicated. It even went past the wedge here and then finally broke that level of support and started trending downwards here. So this line is no longer valid, but you can still see that the level of resistance on this on moving back up is still being held here. when it does finally break this, we'll likely start seeing the U.S. dollar rising again. Oil is currently up for the day-to-day 0.9% and trending up. It's kind of moving into consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.18 to 0.24 and trending down. SPY is currently up 0.3 and trending up. VIX down 1.59 and trending down. VB is up 0.8, trending up. VB is down. Sorry, that's VBR. VBR is up 0.8, trending up. VB is up 0.66, trending up. Tesla is up 0.8 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.85, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.19, trending down. Doge is up 1.01, and current trend is down, but it doesn't look like it's broken the support level yet. So I'd say overall the trend is up. Bitcoin is up 1.69% and did break past a circle I had drawn. Bitcoin moving in the exact opposite direction I would have thought. It did find a high at 26.9 and is starting to consolidate a little bit here. GME is down 1.75 and trending down. HYMC, I do have a red line in here for where SSR would get tripped at today. HYMC is down 2.93, trending down. NCMI is down 2.25, trending down. Hood is up 0.16 and kind of consolidating right now. AMC is down 0.55 and also currently consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day, $500,000 more outflow than inflow, 6.31 million shares traded so far. After, let's see here, 109 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 22.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. We're already inside that range. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have like hardly any buying pressure. And RSI at 40.34, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.6, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.23, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.85, which is just slightly above average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you very much. And I can see what you guys are writing again here. 1796 Patriot says the market is a hole. I know, that's why I laughed. I was like, I made it funny without even realizing it. Williams ordering a taco with guacamole. A rat farm by Kenny's house. That would be a terrible accident if somebody were to happen to let the rats go.
Nice house you got there. It'd be a shame if something was to happen to it.
I want to see if CHX got this this volume here, this 454,000 shares here, because it should have probably rolled through the number generator here. Still not showing. 3.5, 4.5, 5. Yeah, it should. It hasn't reported yet into CHX, so 11.05. I'm not seeing it. Boomstick, do you want me to read that now or later?
Yukon's posting in chat that he's having dreams and fantasies about cornhole. About KC's cornhole.
That's what I was laughing at as I read it. That's funny, man. I can't wait. I'm down.
Don't worry, Yukon. We don't judge. No judgment here.
At night we'll get the fire pit started up. I actually got one here at my house right now, so if it's not a mansion, it's just this house. That's cool too. But you can come out and we'll do a fire pit at night. We'll get some. I'm always going to have some crappy guitars that are fun to play, that can sit out by a campfire with and just jam on. That'll be fun. Tony says maybe it was an institution buying back in. I don't know. Hold on a second here. I got to find this. Let's see. Checks volumes. It's got to come rolling in here eventually. 3.5, 4, 5, maybe 6 million. Yeah, it's not showing up yet, I don't think. CHX volume for AMC did increase to 1,598, but it did not pop. The 400 I'm kind of surprised, but I don't see it popping in any of the other. Maybe if John's listening, he'll know. All right, let me look and see, Boomstick, what you wrote in here. I'm reading it. All right, it's fine. He says, I don't know. Well, he says, when you mention the return of shares through CHX and multiplying by 10, I get that if it was just the AMC float, roughly 55 million, but with the conversion of Ape at roughly 98 million, would you still be able to take short exempt and CHX volume times 10? Maybe no, you're not stupid, man. No, it is. So it's yes, it would still be a comparison. So it's like because they're all the AMC and the Ape shares have a 1-to-1 ratio in valuation. So there is no difference between an AMC and an Ape share. So when Ape converted into AMC, it doesn't matter. It's still times 10. Right? I don't have to do any kind of random formula or something to try and figure out what the difference of the conversion rate is. It's just a times 10 number. And so if I'm going to sit there and say that 44,000 shares were 440,000 shares were returned, that's going to be essentially the same thing as pre-reverse split as being 44 million shares. But again, I'm still not sure if I understand your question, though. Yeah, I don't know. Tech We Love says institutions typically wouldn't buy back in until 30 days had passed. That's what I think. I think it's 61 days. I was actually looking that up earlier. In order for them to not receive some kind of penalty, it might be 60 days, not 30. I think. Let me look it up again. Let me just double check and verify, because I feel like you're right. That's what I thought it was too. Was 30 days. But let me check something out real quick here again. Yeah, it says within 30. So, all right. It is. So for us, for retail, it's 30 days because it's the wash sale rule, right? If an investment is sold at a loss and then repurchased within 30 days, the initial loss cannot be claimed for tax purposes. So just wait 30 days after the sale date before repurchasing the same or similar investment. So that wash sale rule was 31 days. But however, there's kind of a weird thing about this. And let me read to you what it is that I found here. More specifically, the wash sale rule states that the tax loss will be disallowed if you buy the same security, a contract, or an option to buy the security or substantially identical security within 30 days before or after the date you sold the loss-generating investment. It's a 61-day window. So I don't know. I guess it's 30 days. You're probably right. Because that's what I was thinking it was too, but then I found the 61 number and I was like, yeah, maybe it's 61 days. So let's assume that it's 30. Let's go with that wash sale rule at 30 days. And if we were to assume that institutions sold out during the big huge drop just before conversion and reverse split, which would have been this time frame right here starting on the 21st, then the question is when would they have to start buying again? And the answer is they're past that time. They should have been able to start rebuying already. And if they were rebuying, they would have within 10 business days to report. Here's the problem. Oh, wow. I didn't even think of this. Wow. I know I don't like saying crime, but I'm actually just starting to realize something here. If Adam Aaron sold shares from the 6th until the 13th, and institutions had to buy those shares in order to keep them from, just making it into the market in general, they were buying back before the 30 days were up. And that could very well be the reason why we're not seeing a reporting of those shares being purchased. Because if they had to report that, then they wouldn't be able to they would have had a wash sale. And they wouldn't be able to report that wash sale. Or they wouldn't be able to report the losses that they took. Which is the whole point in selling. And I mean, it's not the whole point, but it's a lot of the main reason that you would want to sell a position and then buy back in at a lower price. You get the lower price plus the losses. Wow, that's kind of crazy. And if that were the case, then they wouldn't have been able to start reporting, because the 21st was the first day that they started their sales. But whatever the last day was is the day that they would have to. I don't know if they could. Yeah, it would be the last days that they could start reporting, which would be the 29th. The 29th means that the soonest that they could start buying back in is 30 days, roughly the 29th of this month or tomorrow. Meaning that they wouldn't be able to actually report that they were buying back in until the 29th of this month. If that is 30 days, let me just verify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 28, 29th. It would actually be today. Today, maybe tomorrow. And that means that we wouldn't start seeing those 10D files or filings coming in until, like, let's say they started buying today or tomorrow. Doesn't really matter which one, but they would have 10 days. We'll just assume that they buy today. 1, 2, let's see. So the 5th, 6, 7, 8, 9. They would have to report by the 6th of next month. This is very, very interesting. This could put a lot of institutions up for a lawsuit, a major, major lawsuit. to avoid showing that they had purchased 40 million shares sold off by AMC in the marketplace, to avoid showing the reporting of the ownership of those shares, not filing a 10D within the required period of time so they could avoid a wash sale. Holy shit, this is pretty crazy. That's pretty big. Huh. Bitcoin is at 26.8K a coin. What are we talking about here? Hold on a second here. I'm going back up. All right, I'm not going to concern myself with. I just read Taylor Swift has been in more NFL stadiums this year than any NFL player. That's kind of funny. Donna says, Casey, I went to buy last week, and in one account it said I had a wash sale. In one account, I have never sold anything. Contact your broker. Contact your broker and ask them why you have a wash sale. That's interesting. Should not happen. Especially if you didn't sell. Yeah, I know tech we love. But I think there might be a little bit more stiffer fines for not filing a 10D for ownership of 5%. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong on that. Maybe there isn't very stiff penalties on that. But the idea that they would try tax evasion is probably way worse than not filing an SEC filing on time. You screw with IRS, and that's one entity I would never want to screw over. Tech We Love says, wouldn't that be funny or weird if they tried to push wash sales on others? Honestly, I think that's exactly. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but what I think, what it seems to me like they would do is they would probably. That's probably why we haven't seen a 10D filing is they probably are reporting these shares owned by investors, right? Which is what I've told you guys. As I said, if they don't have a 10D filing out there, then you know for a fact that we own everything. They may have 10% of they may be claiming that they're holding on to 10%, but we hold it all. And so they're, essentially what they're doing is, or what it sounds like they're doing is they're using us for the wash sale to absorb the wash sale, and then not actually buying the shares until after the wash sale would be up. If that's the case, if we can prove that, they're going to be in some big trouble. There's going to be a lot of institutions who are going to be in a lot of trouble for that. Especially if they're trying to avoid, but we would have to wait until the end of the year to see if they tried to claim on the claim to our IRS that they had losses. But that's exactly what it would be, William. It would exactly be a RICO charge. Tony says, I just think the 5% is a non-starter. I'm not sure what you mean by non-starter. If institutional ownership is 15.4 million, reported as 154 million, currently pre-reverse split numbers, institutions would need to hold more than 9 million shares to need to file. But if they held 15, so let's say, for example, real quick here, Tony, to just as an example, you said 154 million. If they've already claimed that they have ownership of more than 5%, then they wouldn't need to refile. You're correct. But the problem is that we had one institution that held 5%. I think it was Vanguard, and they actually had a filing to show that they had less than 5 million, or less than 5%. I mean, so they filed in the other direction, saying that they sold off and had less than 5%, which means we had 0 institutions with a 5% holding, and not a single one of them since the 40 million shares have been sold, which ended on the 13th. Has claimed that they have over 5% ownership. Not a single one. Which means that there's not a single institution that has more than 5% ownership. The only one that had 5% or greater filed to say that they didn't have it anymore. We would literally need to wait for them. The way you turn this into a RICO lawsuit is you wait until they file with IRS to say that they and take those claims for those and so we could actually make money out of this too by reporting them to the IRS as having as being trying to falsify documentation to report losses when they they can't report it because it's a wash sale. That's where you start turning it into a RICO act, and it could encompass many institutions.
It's some of that sweet whistleblower money.
Tony, there's not 452 institutions though. There, by estimates right now, it's currently at, hold on a second, I got the number here. Give me a second, I'll find it. It's at 288 institutions. But if you go through the list and you look, none of them there's only one pre-reverse split that had more than 5%. And now they don't. And so you can split up the shares you want to however you want to amongst all those guys, but they only hold 10%. And 40 million shares were sold in the marketplace, and they held 10%, and they never claimed that 40 million shares, an additional quarter of the outstanding amount of shares that are in existence were sold into the marketplace, and then not a single one of them is showing that they, what did you say, Pirate? I missed it completely. My mind was spinning. I just realized I completely ignored what you said.
I was just cheerleading. I said, get some of that sweet whistleblower money.
Oh, okay.
But someone was quick to point out in the chat that normally applies to insiders. But the spirit is still the same. All it takes is one little person, one little birdie to go whisper in their ear.
Anybody can report for IRS tax evasion. Anybody can report anybody, and you can receive benefits from that. It doesn't have to be an insider.
Yeah. So there you go, Crowbar. I'm sticking my tongue out at you. You can't see it, but I'm sticking my tongue out at you right now. Nah.
You bet your asses I'm going to be checking some brokers reports to see if they filed for losses on AMC come this next tax season. I've got a lawsuit. I hopefully it doesn't pass statute of limitations, but it should be 5 years. But I've got a lawsuit that I'm waiting to file on a particular institution, actually 3 institutions who did this in November of 2021, where they did this same exact thing in 2021, and they did not report ownership and claimed losses and bought back in. I think they bought back in before they reported it, and it was less than the 30 days as well. But I can't. I don't want to do any lawsuits until after this is all over. I want this to get done with first, and then I'll start suing the crap out of these guys. Joe says, Casey, can you report it as Casey and members of this channel, please? You know what? I'll tell you what. If I'm the lucky one that reports it and gets paid out, I'll split it amongst everybody I'll go back in time and I'll look at this day and I'll see everybody who put in a comment in here, and I'll split it with you guys. But it has to be before 10:43. Everybody prior to 10:40, everybody after 10:43 doesn't get anything. JC Portillo's like, he's like putting in comments, and he's like, everybody who's like just passively listening starts commenting, like just putting a period in or something. Nice. Nope. Sorry, you had to be before 10:40
already. They're already spending the money. Yeah.
10:40. They're already
shopping for a new cell phone. Yeah.
Comment. Ron.
Looking up new big screen TVs.
I'll save you guys some time. I'm writing it down right now on my notes.
You guys are incredible.
10:43. I'm writing it down in my comments on my notebook. This notebook is extensive.
Yeah.
10:43. I'm putting the date down here. 9/28. 23. Pay. Share. Split. Proceeds from lawsuit.
You better specify which lawsuit. You better make
comments.
Specific.
Based on tax evasion by institutions. Long institutions.
Mm-hmm.
All
right, everybody, go out and stand by your mailbox. Your check's coming any day now.
I'm saving.
I'd go out and check my mailbox right now if I were you.
I'm saving the time down. It is Central Standard Time. It'll be based off of my time, 10:43. Anybody who commented before 10:43 would be eligible. This is how you get participation in here. You tell people they're eligible for something.
Right now, it's going out over Twitter, X, all that shit. And you're going to see the live chat go to like 6,000 participants here in a minute.
Yeah.
All they hear is free shit, free lawsuit money. And you're going to.
You know, I have a joke about, and this is because I'm not a Texan, so everybody who's a Texan is gonna like moan and bitch and whine here in a second when I say this. But do you want to know how you get? Do you want to know? You want to know how you get Texans to show up to a house party?
Oh, this is going to be good.
Tell them there's free food. I'm not even kidding. They won't show up if you tell a group of Texans, hey, you want to show up at my house? We'll have a party, a potluck or something like that. Nobody shows up. Nobody ever shows up. But the minute you tell them that there's free food,
and I'm not a Texan, but in defense of the Lone Star State, I don't think it's indicative of just Texans. We had these massive family gatherings that I used to throw, and the minute we quit putting out free food and beer, we watched the attendance fall off by like 50% a year for the next 3 consecutive years.
I've never seen any.
All those second and third cousins that were so eager to come to the family reunion, they just kind of faded into the woodwork when the free food stopped and the free booze.
I've been to potlucks in California, Arizona, Oregon. I don't know if I've been any to Virginia, but I'm going to go with those 3 states: Oregon, California, and Arizona. And I have never seen a problem with people showing up to potlucks. You have a potluck here in Texas, and ain't nobody showing up unless you tell them that there's some kind of free food. That's it. You don't even have to say beer. All you got to do is say free food, and then people show up. But the minute you tell everybody, bring your own BYOB, or bring your own BYOF, the minute you tell them BYOF, nobody shows up. They're just, it's like crickets. Boomstick says, I went running around the neighborhood yelling about it, so you may see an influx of viewers. Jenna says that's everywhere. I'm telling you, I've never seen it. I've lived in a few states, and I've just never seen it quite like it is here. What do you get if you double Texas? I don't know what.
Here it comes.
What do you...
The state's still smaller than Alaska.
Oh, yeah. It's so funny, too, because if you ask people what the largest state in the United States is, most people say Texas. And I think I don't remember if I corrected my wife on it or not, but I corrected somebody here in Texas. And I remember them getting all butthurt. Like, they were like, there's no way. Texas is the biggest state on the map. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. They got to fit Alaska on somehow, so they shrink it down. It's really funny because they really do think that Texas is the biggest state. TC Logistics says, I am a Texan. I think he meant Texan in Texas, and it's true. I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the minute you tell them free food, they're there. But you say potluck, and it's just like nobody shows up. It's crickets. I wish it were untrue, and I have no idea why that is. I mean, and people, by the way, here people are extremely polite here. They'll tell you to your face that they're coming. They'll be like, "Yeah, I'll be there. Sure, no problem." And then nobody shows up unless you say free food. But they do. They're so polite. They're just, oh yeah, man, yeah, I'll definitely be there.
My Mrs. Pirate always had this dream. She's a big player. She loves some Super Bowl ticket, or not Super Bowl, Powerball tickets. $500 million, the ultimate dream. And it was always her fondest wish to, if she was the winner, she had this big, well-established plan that she was going to throw a party and invite, all of her closest friends throughout her life, and then not push anything, no begging, nothing, and then whoever shows up gets like $1 million a piece, and that was going to be her big way of rewarding all the true friends in her life.
That's cool. That's pretty neat. Do you remember all those? You guys probably have all experienced this at some point or another. The offices that you work in, where everybody pitches in to buy lottery tickets, and if the office wins, everybody's going to quit together.
Yeah.
I'm that one guy that never wants to buy the tickets, and everybody's always like sitting there going like, "Well, if we win, we're not going to give you a cut." And I go like, "Good luck." Nobody ever won.
Here's a brain teaser for you in chat. Chew on this one and let me know your thoughts. If you won $500 million in the Powerball, would you go to your best friend and ask him to quit his job and go on your payroll for like 3 times his annual salary?
Oh, I've got a list.
Just to go have fun with you.
I've actually got a list.
And then furthermore, if you did, would it end up destroying your relationship? Would he feel?
I've got a list.
It's complicated if you stop and think about it.
Of about, I'd have to go look. It's kind of like a mental list. It's not really written down someplace, but I've got a mental list of about 4 to 6 people that I would probably just hire immediately to be paid friends.
Exactly.
Real friends that I would pay to continue to hang out.
Already your friend. Exactly.
Yeah. But
the conversation was born out of our everyone gets to enjoy that exercise. That's what you get for buying those tickets, is you get to sit for that evening and talk about what you would do and how you would do it. And inevitably the conversation led to how much fun would it be to have all that money and just go do whatever you want if the people you love the most couldn't join you in that. And then from there on out, it just got continually more complicated on how you would handle the matter. And it's an interesting little thought experiment.
the one thing that I find, or I have found in life is that money always tends to change people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of
Yes, I
sad.
agree.
It's very sad, but it's true. And one of the things that I find is that, yeah, and these are probably actually really good conversations to have beforehand. Is that you're going to see people in your life, like when people find out. Eventually, they probably will. One way or another, they'll probably find out that you were a part of this AMC thing, and they're going to treat you differently.
It's a
And
certainty.
yeah, and you're going to have some heartache in that, because there's going to be people who you thought were friends who start treating you differently in ways where they feel like they expect something out of you, and maybe you just don't feel the same way. You thought maybe that there was just a friendship between you and that person, or maybe even it's just a family member, and when you don't come through for them, you're no longer alive to them anymore. And
Well, initially people always say it's instinct to say, well, if I become fabulously wealthy, I will never change. And I understand that, because people want to be the best version of themselves. But to think that everything in your life, every single facet of your life, will be turned upside down because of that massive amount of money coming in, and to think that that won't change you is naive.
yeah,
I think you'd be far better served to understand that the change is inevitable, and then make it a positive change. But no, don't stick your head in the sand and say, yeah, I'm going to be the same person. It's foolhardy.
yeah. So part of me, while part of me wants to hire that list of people that I have in my head, the other part of me knows that that relationship changes the minute that you start paying them as an employee.
Exactly.
And
If you want to go scuba diving, in the Bahamas, and his wife doesn't want to go, it becomes a problem. Then you're like, wait a minute, man, you quit your job at the airlines, and I pay you 3 times what you made there to come be my fun buddy. We want to go canoeing, and you don't want to go. And then eventually, so it could get. We've talked a great length about it. I talked a lot about it for fun. And it can be a landmine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is kind of important as to why building a community like we're building, and experiencing this and having this time to have this community and building it is kind of important, because and I've mentioned this on several occasions, and I have several different places that I think I'm going to make safe havens, to where people who've been a part of this the entire time are only going to be the people who are allowed to be there, that we'll be able to communicate with each other and talk about frustrations and things that we're experiencing and stuff, and know that we're all experiencing those same things together, right? Like, in that way, we don't have to have like that situation where we have, or we'll probably still see it happening, but we'll have at least situations where we can go and talk amongst each other and know that we're going through the same things together. Going forward, we're gonna have to rely on each other going forward, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff that we're gonna be dealing with in the future.
This is the way.
Well, having said that, though, I think it is real important that I think there's something to be said about the fact that you already know who your friends are before you have that kind of wealth come into your life, and there's value in that, because it's a certainty that anybody who enters your life after that will always be suspect. You'll never truly know, do they like you because you're funny and witty, or they like you because of what you have. So there's a certain value in already having an established social network around you. But I think it could be dangerous and require thoughtful care.
Yeah. Those are going to be conversations that we'll have afterwards, but I do plan on having those conversations. So, and it's not, we don't call it tax evasion. That's preferred not to be called that. It's called tax mitigation.
This is the way.
So I only learned that because I said it the way I think, or something along the lines of the way that you said it, and was corrected very immediately. So
yeah, because evasion has a implication that you're doing something illegal or
right.
improper.
Yeah,
and that's not the case. You just want to make use of all legal means to pay the bare minimum. If you want to pay more than you owe to the federal government, you can do that. You can go whip out your checkbook today and write in an extra check for the government. But short of that, a prudent person would avail themselves of any legal means necessary to pay the minimum that they owe and no more.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we'll talk about those things going forward in the future. I mean, we've already kind of hit on some of those subject matters in the past, but we'll talk about it. A lot of people don't know that, and this is maybe one of the very first things you want to research. If you suddenly become a recipient of money that you didn't, a large sum of money that you wouldn't have normally had, you may be liable for taxes that quarter and not necessarily at the end of the year, or the typical tax time. And so a lot of people don't realize this.
This is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually going to be a big topic that has to be talked about right away, because we have to move depending on what time of the year it is, we might have to move very quickly.
You can, I'm not a tax professional, but I'll share this from my personal experience. You can apply for an extension if you don't have everything done in a timely manner and you're waiting for documents.
Yep.
But it's always important to remember, if you expect to have to pay, you need to send them something. Send them what you anticipate owing. You need to send them. So the extension doesn't relieve you from the timely payment. It just relieves you from completing your calculations. And you can buy yourself time through an extension, but always remember, you need to render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. You pay what you expect to owe up front, and then you do the fine tuning it. Let your accountant fine tuning that later.
Don't any of y'all think you can leave the country and avoid something like that? That is probably one of the worst things. If any of y'all are thinking that out there, that is probably don't try to take that route. It's not going to end well for you.
We've said it many times, many ways. If you have big tax problems in America, you don't have any problems. You want those problems.
This is the way.
It's 11 o'clock, guys, and you know what that means.
You stay right here. You stay. Don't move. You understand?
Oh. That's such a catchy tune. All right, let me take you. I've taken you guys already over to the other page here. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on for the day today. Give me 1 second as I move a couple of screens around. Alrighty, first things first, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we never got that volume through CHX. I'm really, really surprised to see that be the case. Looks like that volume may have actually gone through the I don't know where it went through. I'll have to go back and take a look at the live stream and see where the volume. John Hannaford is one of the few guys that has a program made up that can actually show us that information, but I'll have to get with him and find out for sure on the heat map on where that volume may have gone specifically a while back. But anyways, where we stand right now, we have 59.09% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.07. The combined total on that 71.16% when I would expect about 62%, so we're about 9.16% higher than we should be. CHX volume is 1,888 shares. It's very low. I'm glad it's low because I really didn't want to see high numbers on that. CHX volume on GME is at 10,086 shares, which is about 0.2% of their total daily volume, which is definitely higher than what they're used to seeing, but still not above 30K. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there's 3.44 million shares having been borrowed for the day. This is when it usually starts heading down. We're now at 2.85 million shares having been borrowed. This is when they start returning the shares. And we currently see that's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.56%. Cost borrow mins at 1.9, average is 3.38, and max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.36 million shares. That is 980,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 374,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at, let's see here. Well, at least an hour ago, the highest amount of call options. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me. Hold up a second. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure that your broker, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, that you add that, as you never know when something may happen to your primary. Let me try this one more time. Son of a biscuit. I swear I tried to get in and it told me I was in. All right. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago it was at a $7.50 strike with 5.2 thousand contracts. It's now an $8 strike with 6.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago it was 4,000 contracts, now 5.2. Market suggesting a closing price now between $7.50 and $8. MMRI is at 303.98. That's down from 307.1. So either the 10-year yields are dropping or DXY is, one of the two. Probably, I don't know. I'll take a look and see, but 303.99. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is highest on the list here with a 77.94% buy to 22.06% sell ratio. They are most definitely buying the dip, and that is awesome. AMC is also on the list with a 73.8% buy to 26.2% sell ratio. Also, retail is buying the rip and the dip on AMC as well. Shares available to borrow showing 3.1 million shares. That's a return of about 100,000 shares in the last hour. And fees are at 2.1%. So far for the day today, we've only seen about 1.5 million shares having been borrowed so far. Kind of low compared to the last couple of days. Currently, we have NASDAQ is up 1.1, Dow Jones up 0.5, S&P 500 is up 0.77. There's currently 4,041 advancers to 2,039 decliners. The market's almost cooking with bacon grease and is definitely up higher with more advancers than it had an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC down 4.07. Silvergate's down 42.11. We have Coinbase up 5.83. Usually when that's doing well, crypto is doing well as well. Nothing else to read off to you here. Ethereum Classic is up 3.77 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.58. This is definitely one of the reasons why that MMRI is down right now. It looks like it tried to break out of this level of resistance and then failed and dropped right back down below it, and is still attempting to drive past that. Oil is currently up 1.03 and on a very slight trend upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.21 and trending up. SPY is up 0.73. We're getting another big boost today that just kind of feels like it came out of nowhere. Let's see here. Taking a look at VIX, it is currently down 4.72 and trending down. VBR is up 1.11 and trending up. VB is up 1.17, trending up. Tesla's up 2.6, trending up. Amazon is up 0.23, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.72, trending up. Doge is up 1.61 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.73, broke broke above this random line I've got in here. It's really just a drawn-in circle. Driving up to 27K a coin. GME is down 1.92 and consolidating. HYMC is down 2.23 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.67 and consolidating. Hood is up 1.4 and trending up, and AMC is up 1.92 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately 1.8 million dollars more inflow than outflow, or more outflow than inflow rather. Sorry. 8.96 million shares traded so far after 100 and is that right? 70. I think I've got my numbers mixed up here. Hold on a second. 159 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 21.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, I estimated somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On the 4-hour chart, we have no buying pressure showing up in the last 4 hours, according to this as of right now, but RSI is at 45.18, which is slightly below average. I think in the next 4-hour report, we'll be seeing these numbers changing here pretty drastically. On a 1-hour chart, you can see that we've already had a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 49.59, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.12, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.11, which is above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Where the heck is Yucca today? Well, there's censored content. Censored content, mystery, attendees, and Thor Blade. Welcome. Good to see you guys.
Good morning. Hello. I'm hanging upside down, so I'm not going to talk, but yeah, I'm here.
Well, what are you doing? Are you Batman or something? What the hell? Are you practicing for Halloween?
Put a picture in the nut house. I hang upside down for traction on my back. I hang up with little boot things on a pull-up bar at home, and then here at work, at the upstairs in a storage thing, I have the teetered back thing where you hang
table. One of those inverted tables.
Inversion table.
Oh, inversion table. Sorry.
Brain's a little foggy. I've been upside down for like 10 minutes.
Do you, if I keep asking you more questions, do you think I can keep you to keep talking? Is that?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I don't hang up on you or anything.
Dude, don't. You're supposed to put yourself on a timer on those things. Don't stay up upside down for too long.
I may make moaning noises every now and then, though.
It's the only way he can make sense of the yield on the bond curve.
Sure. Upside down.
We must look down today to you. Well, happy inversion day. My mom bought me one of those inversion tables a while ago because I have pretty bad scoliosis, and it helps. At least I always felt like it would help, and I never use it, and I really should.
Yeah, just like, dude, you use that in your Peloton. It'll make your Peloton workout. I mean, your muscles can only do good things when they're stretched out. That's just.
You know what?
Hayden,
you're right.
Our resident pilot was here. He could share some thoughts on that. It's a common knowledge that the compression of the spine for pilots as they eject from those fighter jets is it's really hard. They encounter so many. The G forces are so great upon them when that rocket chair blows them out of that aircraft. It compresses their spine, and
I think that's one of
the things that they use for that.
Are you suggesting that he's ejected? I feel like you're suggesting
he's far more knowledgeable about the subject.
I feel like you're suggesting.
I don't think he's ever pulled the chicken handles.
I feel like you're suggesting that he's had several occasions where he's had to eject before.
No, but I like where you're going with that. I might have to revisit. He's not here, so I might back this thing up to the beginning and go a whole different direction with that now that you mentioned it.
Yeah. I could see where you would potentially take that. They don't have those in Air Force planes, do they? Ejection seats. You go down with the ship.
Yeah, I know. He knows.
Are the
it's
ejection
all in
seat handles
good
smaller?
nature, but I never miss a chance to kick a Navy guy in the crotch.
Are the ejection seat handles smaller on an Air Force aircraft than a Navy aircraft?
I see where you're going with that. No, I'm not going to take the bait.
Damn it.
Yeah, nice try.
Oh man, I was trying to help him out. He's not here, so I was trying to lead. All right, that's not going to work.
That's usually the case. I mean, that's usually the case. It takes 3 or 4 Navy guys to whip one good Air Force guy in a bar fight. So I see no reason why the chat should be any different.
Hey, I'll have you know, both my parents were Air Force before my dad went Navy. But that was
You need to use your.
What's that?
You need to use your inversion table.
Oh, I agree. I'm gonna. You inspired me. I'm gonna start using it tonight. I'm not even kidding.
I post pictures of this card a couple times with my feet.
I'll post a picture of my feet pointing towards the sky today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I recommend people get them all the time. If you have a pull-up bar, you can buy the little. They're like snowboard ankle straps, and they you can do them on a pull-up bar, so you can save money and not have to buy the table.
I don't know if I would trust it though.
We're not saying that 10Ds is Batman, but we're just saying that 10Ds and Batman have never been in chat at the same time together. So
John is here. John, welcome. And how's that heat map looking? Where did that strange volume go to?
I'll put it in TA for you.
Okay, let me check it out real quick here. Hold on a second. Let's see, TA and it was spread out, wasn't it?
Post Moas, you're going to be knighted by King Charles.
There was a lot that went off exchange as well.
It looks like it was at 10:55, and I'm assuming 10:55 is what you have on your chart for Eastern Standard Time. So it looks like it primarily went, 4:54. Primarily went to CBOE BZX. Is that right? Or thereabouts?
I've got the wrong glasses on.
Or is the time off on the?
Yeah, BZX. Yeah, that's 42,000 in there. But we were talking about 400,000, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was 454,000 shares, which I don't.
Yeah.
I don't see anything that looks like that many shares that went through.
Off exchange had 575,000, but you wouldn't see that if it was off exchange, would you? It wouldn't come up as volume, would it?
Oh, that says 11:15. Oh, that's right. The time delay. I forgot about the time delay. Okay, so that's where it's showing up at.
Yeah,
I see.
20 minutes.
Yep. I see it. Okay, so we're looking at 11:15. So most of it went into off exchange. Interesting.
So that still shows up as a volume candle then, if it's off exchange?
Well, it shows up as a volume candle anywhere. Any one of those exchanges will show up as a volume candle.
Okay.
It matters how it impacts price, I think, is really what is most important. And off exchange doesn't really help us get price improvement at all, as you can see from how price was impacted during that period of time.
They probably just saw a surge of orders and thought, nope, get rid of those quick.
Really, what I'm going to do is I want to drive back to 10:55, and I want to see like what the order sizes were like. Oh, and that's way too far back. All right, I'll have to look on Active Trader Pro later. I should have looked right away, but I didn't on the time and sales. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, man.
John Hannaford, before you go, this is Pirate. Are you open to a little constructive criticism?
I'll go for it. Always.
I can't help but think that it would be helpful that when you engage the live chat, when you're finished, if you would just sign off with a jolly good mate. If you could just include that. Yeah, if you
I
could,
could do that if you want.
yeah, if you could just,
good,
just
mate.
make that. Yeah, exactly. We that's
It's
I think
like
that's
in an English language, English accent.
vast improvement. Vast improvement. We never miss a chance to use stereotypes around here for a giggle. So if you could just throw in a little, yeah, there you go. Much better. That was much better. This go with the second one. A little, this time with meaning. This time with feeling. Yeah, do it with a little feeling.
Make sure you're doing jumping jacks while you're at it.
Good, mate.
Frank said brilliant.
Well, listen, listen. Don't let us down now. We're going to look for this, and you're going to hear from me if you fail in this endeavor. So make it so.
That's going to be on the soundboard now, isn't it?
Anything that the dude from National Lampoon's European Vacation, the dude who gets hit on the bicycle, anything that he says will do as well.
I did it. What? So I'll mute now.
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sir John Hannaford, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Definitely, sir.
Poor fucking guy. I think his career involves writing computer code and designing things, and it's intellectual work to say the least. But he comes on here and builds a program, writes the code, and all in an effort to be helpful. And this is how we thank him. We poke fun at his fucking accent.
You're not.
There you go.
Oh, and my name as well.
And your name as well. That's right. I got the John part yesterday. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Let's not forget that. Yeah.
I haven't noticed my name today then.
It's not your fault though, John. It's all these other Johns.
Yeah.
And to give you wait, hold on. To give you credit, you're not in the United States, and it may only be United States Johns that make a difference. It could be that it doesn't carry over to every other country.
Hannaford, just so you know, for the hat trick, before the day's through, KC will find some shortcoming with your mother, and that will round out the whole hat trick.
Oh man.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Made my point for me.
I talked to her yesterday on the phone on break, and I had to explain to her like how amazingly encompassing that sentence was to everything that it is that we're experiencing, everything that we know to be good and true.
Exactly.
Is being destroyed in front of our eyes. And this everything that we're experiencing is that one phrase is encompassing of all of that. Like, but I made you a He-Man birthday. It's like literally like, but I thought you liked Toys R Us. But I thought you liked Blockbuster. But I thought you liked the stock market. And it's like literally.
I've made no secret about my fantasies about having the great meetup in the sky someday. Having the ballroom and drinks and little name tags. And one of my recurring nightmares is when I have to make that long trek across the barroom up to Misty, your mother. And I've often thought about how I can do all the damage repair. And I think I'm going to start off with, Misty, if you'll just give me a minute to explain. I don't know if that's going to buy me enough time. Some variation of that before you start, Misty. Please just let me explain. And I don't know if that's going to work or not, but I'm still working on that. I spend a great deal of time thinking about that.
I'll go with a He-Man cake as an offer.
But wait, I can explain.
You might even have to include but wait, there's more.
Yeah. How much time do you have? Can we find a quiet place to sit down and let me explain? Yeah.
Oh man.
What's up, guys?
It's either that or just duck under the table and hide until she's no longer around.
I just have to say, I come in here, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how much John has, with his program. I don't know what you guys were talking about. But every time I come in the back of Big Tramp or on the stream, I just smile and laugh, and it's automatically a good time. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. Well, I have a good time with you too.
Did he just say fuck John? I heard him say fuck John Hannaford.
I don't know what he.
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know. My microphone's breaking up, but I thought he said fuck John Hannaford.
Wow. I would only say that in an accent.
I'm a little worried about Yucca. Where the heck is Yucca this morning? I'm a little worried about him.
Yep. Is Nana in chat? I'm going to go. Let's see if her son's there working.
He never shows up. He's almost on time almost every day at about 10:30, 10:40, somewhere around that range. He must be a busy mofo today in his shop. Danny, see, you came in here and you made crickets. I just want to play this real quickly here because I don't know what this is. Hold on a second. I got to hear what this is.
Whoa, she's creating a hostile environment in my pants.
I didn't know what that was. I didn't hear it. I didn't realize there was a new one here. Let's see. It looks like, is there any others? Is that the only one that was it just those two that were added? I think it might be. I just want to make sure. No, I just I had to look.
It's the best, man.
Darren says he could be
always
testing
on time.
mushrooms.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. What'd you say? I'm always on time?
No, I said CC is always on time with those soundboard.
Ah, okay.
Perfect timing.
My nickname used to be CC when I was a kid. My dad, I think I called myself CC. I couldn't say my name. So instead of saying Casey, I would say CC.
I gotcha. All right, I'll stop using that for censor content.
No, it's okay. It's just I get confused because I hear CC and then I just immediately think Casey. But CC is fine. Call him CC. That's cool. Actually, my dad used to call me Bubba because he thought it would be really funny to call a baby by the nickname of a truck driver. So he always called me Bubba.
Nice.
Which I carried that on to my kids and called them Bubba as well. And I'll never forget the day that they both realized that I both called them Bubba. I never did it in front of them until one. I'm not sure. I don't think I ever called any of them Bubba out loud when they were together at the same time. And so at the moment that they realized that both of their nicknames were Bubba, they felt slighted. And I found out, if you're a parent, by the way, don't nickname your kids the same nickname because I guess apparently that takes away from the genuine nickname. Yeah. So I learned a valuable lesson in that moment, and I will never be able to live down and unfortunately name both of my kids the same nickname. So that's not a special thing, apparently.
Yeah, it's like when you call them your favorite.
Yeah,
you're by yourself with them, and then the other one's like, "Hey, I thought that was your favorite," you know?
Yeah, I thought
that's call them your favorite.
That's exactly how it went down. One was like, "I thought you called me Bubba."
If I call you Bubba, if I call every Hey Bo.
But something similar happened in our family. We had my boys were born, but just a month or so, a little bit over a month apart, although they're 3 years apart. But they were sent one birthday card with both of their names on it. And I thought to myself, I mean, my family, what can you do, you know? Guess it was much too great an expense to buy two separate birthday cards, so. But hey, you know, at least I guess they got one with both of their names on it.
Did they compare? They compared their birthday cards?
No, I must have misspoke. They sent one birthday card and put this one card and put both of their names to both of their names on the front, and then best wishes. So one card came in the mail.
I got you.
And they were, and it was, yeah. It's
I thought you meant like one
just
one of the same cards in the mail.
No. I failed to make that clear. That no, that was my whole point. They didn't both individually get a birthday card. They got one card to share between them.
Oh, that's messed up. Yeah, that's not cool.
Hey, what are you gonna say? You know, can't pick your family. You pick your nose, but you can't pick your family.
All right, I got to go to break. Speaking of picking noses.
You stay right here. You stay. Don't move. Understand?
Oh, Spencer content bringing the heat today, man.
This is the way.
Yeah, for all those who didn't know, Preacher got his pat on the back, his digital pat on the back this morning for the new soundboard giggles. But Sensor Content was instrumental in that as well. The auctioneer, all of that. So everybody should give him a hearty thank you for his work in that area.
Check out the big brain on Brad.
Step says, Casey, you look like a...
Can't never go wrong with a little Quentin Tarantino Pulp Fiction quote. They're always appropriate.
Step says, Casey, you look like a drive-by trucker. Well, I don't think he meant to call me Bubba, thinking that's what I would turn out to look like, but you might be a little right there. All right, I'm going to head out to break, guys. I'll see you back at 12:10. Don't forget, guys, I just want to mention real quickly here while you guys are here, I will be shutting the live stream down early today. I'm thinking about maybe doing the movie trivia after this next break, after the numbers after this next break here, because then what I'll do is I'll read the 2 o'clock numbers and then just end the day. As I got a dermatologist appointment I got to make it to afterward before the market closes. So
I used to become so despondent when you would make the declaration that you were going to close it down early, but now I chose to look at it as the glass half full thing, because this entire 8-hour chat thing, it just holds up the poker game that happens afterwards. So now I look at anytime you leave early, it just means we get to start the game earlier, and that's a good thing. So.
Oh, nice. Very nice. I'm missing out on poker, apparently.
Yeah, you're just an 8-hour warm up. You're just an 8-hour roadblock to a poker game.
Yeah, I've been called worse.
All right, then. There you go. Very well.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh yeah. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Later, Kissy.
Later.
Let me put up the message and the note. That's not what I wanted to move. I will see you guys back here at 12:10 p.m. Central Standard Time, and enjoy the music while I'm gone. Price does usually like to go up while I'm away. Hopefully we can get that to happen. See you guys in a bit.
of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. And it is time to take a look at these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to have a secondary device attached to receiving that code, not a bad idea to set that up in case something happens to your primary. You'll still have access to your account. Let me move a couple screens around here and we'll take a look at these numbers. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at around 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined, and we have 59.95% going through off exchange EDGX at 11.41. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to be at, what am I saying? Whoa. My brain's fried. I just started talking about free float when I'm talking about off exchange. The total off exchange and EDGX amount is 71.36%, and that's I got a couple different things going on in my head right now all at once. That's approximately 8.36% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day, so it's definitely elevated. CHX volume is 3,240 shares. It's still pretty low. CHX volume for GME is at 10,086 shares. Still elevated for the day for them, but not over 30,000. Taking a look at Ortex, it was 2.85 million shares having been borrowed, reported by Ortex earlier. It's now 2.98 million shares. We don't usually see it rising back up in the middle of the afternoon like this. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 11.59%. Cost per mins at 1.9. Average is 3.34. Max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.36 million shares. That is 26.36 million shares is 980,000 shares less than yesterday on loan. And Ortex is estimated about 374,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day. Actually, man, I'm telling you, my brain is like all over the place right now. Moving on to options. Highest amount of options for the day today is at a $8 strike. An hour ago, it was at 6.7 thousand contracts. 8. It's now 10.1. And on puts, highest amount of puts is at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago, it was at 5.2. It's now at 6.7. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 304.68. That's up from 303.99 an hour ago. That was Bruno in the background, in case you heard that. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME and AMC have both been on this list today. GME's higher on the two with a 78.49% buy to 21.51% sell ratio, looking really, really good there. And AMC is on the list as well with a 70.84% buy to 29.16% sell ratio, looking strong on both of those. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $6.81. 3.1 million shares available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow an additional 100,000 shares earlier and then returned them back. And that puts us at about 1.6 million shares borrowed for the day today at a fee of 2.1%. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 1.05, Dow Jones is up 0.38, S&P 500 is up 0.72. We have 4,049 advancers, which is only 8 advancers more than it was an hour ago. Surprisingly, how little that's changed in 1 hour. And 2,078 decliners. The market is just fractionally more advancing than it is declining. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. FRC is down 6.98. Silvergate is down 42.11. Coinbase up 6.61. And that's the end of the big movers. Ethereum Classic is up 3.42 and trending up. DXY is down 0.41, trending up. WTI is up 0.71 and starting to trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.17 to 0.24 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.69 and starting to trend down. VIX is down 3.46 and starting to trend back up again here. VBR is up 1.17, consolidating. VB is up 1.21, consolidating. Tesla is up 2.23 and starting to trend down. Amazon is up 0.11 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.06 and starting a trend down. Doge is up 1.69, trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.12 and up to 27.1K a coin. GME is up 1.25 and consolidating. HYMC is down 0.87 and on a slight trend up. NCMI is up 0.67, trending up. Hood is up 1.72 and actually starting to trend down. And AMC is up 0.79 and is starting to it's starting to break the trend here that it was that it had reached in this downtrend and starting to try to head up, but it's still in a downtrend currently. Inflow versus outflow for the day, we have approximately 2.7. No. That's right. That's right. $2.7 million more outflow than inflow, and we'll just call it 11 million shares traded so far for the day today, after 228 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for. That can't be right. Hold on a second here. I did something wrong. We're on a pace for 18.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. 18 million share pace. We're not. I'm thinking we maybe hit somewhere around like 16 or 17 million for the day. If we do that, that'll be a little bit less volume than what we had from yesterday, which was around 20.3 thousand. Oh no, wait, that's not right. Hold on. What did we have yesterday? We had 10.9 thousand shares traded yesterday, which means that we'll have a higher volume day than we had yesterday, for sure. No, wait, that's not right. 10.9 is what we have right now. We had 15.6 yesterday. So we'll have 18 point. If we have around 15, 16, somewhere around there, we should have close to the same or just slightly higher. On a 4-hour chart. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.17, which is below average on a 1-hour chart. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.22, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 30 minutes. RSI is at 47.99, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.98, which is slightly below average. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp.
What's up, Casey?
Hey, Yucca, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? You wake up?
happened?
Do you wake
Good,
up
how
late,
you
or
doing?
are you busy today, or what's going on, man? You all right?
Yeah, earlier. Yeah, no. Earlier, I was in the market. I was writing the spy. I mean, I know that sounds, perverted, but
Well,
I was
it doesn't
took a
sound perverted,
position.
but it doesn't make sense to me either. Oh, you're taking a position?
Yeah, at the bottom.
Okay.
And then wrote it up at
Nice.
to 4:30, and then got out.
Very nice.
So, yeah, I had to focus.
I understand that totally. In fact, when the day comes that I'm making positions, I'll probably just throw on some background music for you guys and do my thing.
Oh yeah, gotta focus.
Doug, good morning to you. Sorry you have a cold. It's probably just allergies.
Yeah, change the weather.
Yeah.
Just put on Phil Collins in the air tonight. Put on an endless loop where it just starts over and over again.
Oh yeah,
It's one
absolutely.
after one, yeah.
Yep, that's what I'll do.
The
And
bat signal.
yep, I can't think of a better thing to do. I actually have some other songs too that I thought about playing, but yeah. Did he say?
I don't know
got
how to take that, Joe. As a compliment.
Well, look at what Nebuchadnezzar said.
Yeah.
Look at you preaching.
Who's preaching?
Taking my job here. What the heck, Casey?
What, preacher? What's going on, man?
Just caught a few minutes to jump in, so I thought I would jump in until I'm pulled away again.
Nice.
Are you jumping in with your clothes on or off?
Always.
He's a close-in jumper.
Especially with the socks on.
Mm.
Okay.
Here in Texas, you gotta jump in with boots. Since I've got you guys in here, there's 5 of you in here, Menjit, Pirates, Yucca, Preacher, and Pro Jeweler. I figured maybe I'd ask you guys, let you guys decide, because I actually didn't have anything, so I didn't do any research, and I'm going to have to do it while we're doing the live stream. But what do you think we should do for a movie topic for trivia for the day today?
Log jamming.
I have no idea what that is. Is that a movie?
Yeah, Google it.
Yeah, I'll probably pass.
Oh, come on. It's not what you think.
Okay, let's see here. Let me just try. Hold on. IMDb log jamming.
It's LOGA.
I see log jam, log jammer, the log jam, log jammed, MacGyver log jam.
Let me spell it out.
Log jammin'.
Yeah.
Built to shred.
No.
Okay. Let's see.
Let me spell it, man. It's LOG. It's all together. This is a whole word that's together.
Okay.
LOG JAMMIN. Log jamming.
I see something here that says The Big Lebowski, Asia Carrera as Sherry and Log Jammin'. MILF Soup, Log Jammin'.
That's the one.
Oh, MILF Soup? It's a TV episode
one
from
before.
2008. Oh,
The one before it.
the Big Lebowski, Log Jammin'?
Yeah. A Jackie Treehorn production.
Okay. I still don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He's a porn producer.
Okay. All right.
You're not the only one.
Yeah.
What about Good Morning Vietnam?
Good Morning Vietnam. That's a good one.
Yeah, did we have that one?
I gotta love Robin Williams. I think we may have done it, but I don't mind doing it again.
How about Young Frankenstein?
Anything from the Cheech and Chong series, Up in Smoke.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Hold on a
They were
second.
pretty
I
popular movies.
I think we need to do what Joe Pounce said here, because the Saw 10 came out today. I think Saw X. And he said Saw trivia, so I could do Saw trivia over the last 9 movies or so. That's not a
Okay.
bad idea.
So we'll talk about saws.
Saws.
Like Craftsman or Makita or.
Have you not seen the Saw series movies?
Still.
No.
Oh, you're missing out, Pro Driller.
I know of them, but I don't like. I like to sleep through the night and not have nightmares.
Oh man, it's the best.
I know, but my imagination's just too vivid. So.
Oh, I'm with you.
I take that stuff with me where I go. So.
I'm with you, but it's a healthy fear. It's like I used to tell my ex-wife, I scare you because I'm trying to give you a heart attack so you can stay alive longer.
Oh boy.
That's only funny to me, I guess.
Did she have a life insurance policy on you?
No.
Who was meant to live longer?
I was there was a life insurance and policy on me, yes.
Okay.
Is it called peasant insurance?
No.
That's the I don't even know if Walmart still has that.
Peasant insurance? Get out of here. There's no way.
Yeah, they used to insure all their employees, and that's what it was called. Did you not know that?
I never worked for Walmart, so I wouldn't know that.
When a company names itself a beneficiary on a policy bought in the name of a rank and file employee, it is known as a dead peasant's insurance. Walmart stopped the practice in 2000, saying it was losing money.
So people weren't dying fast enough.
No, they were dying probably too fast.
Heard of key-man insurance, where you insure someone that's key to the profitability of the company, but I've never heard of the peasant insurance.
This says court slams This is in January 2004. Court slams Walmart's use of dead peasant insurance. Hold on a second here. I'm clicking on it to see. One of Walmart's long list of worker abuses, dead peasants insurance, where it takes out life insurance policies on its low-level workers and collects the cash when they die. Got a kick in the head in federal court. That's because the estate of one dead worker, Douglas Sims, sued for damages, saying Walmart robbed his heirs of money that was rightfully theirs. Lower federal courts agreed on January 5th. So did the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans. It sent the case back down to the lower courts to determine how much money the Sims widow, it literally says Sims widow, Deborah, should get. More than 100 companies led by Walmart created the dead peasants policies. Legal changes in 1988 led Walmart to halt the practice, but not before it had insured all but 3,500 of the 350,000 potential workers it covered, the suit said. That's kind of weird.
Since we're on that note, I mean, and this has nothing to do with log jamming.
So you say.
What about logging insurance? Logging, like loggers, like that's a pretty, that's a guaranteed, most likely.
I could probably get that insurance twice a day.
Casey, do you remember the question that Casey asked?
I don't. What did I ask again?
What movie?
Oh, that's right, movies.
Movie, yeah.
I totally forgot about that. What were we talking about?
This show needs we need like an air traffic control tower for this program.
I know flights they tend to take off this way, that way. Ideas go
exactly.
We don't have traffic controllers up here. Air crashes is what we prefer. Mid-flight crashes are a good thing.
For all.
Log Jam: The Return of the Stretch. That was from Yukon. That's kind of crazy. I'd never heard of that before.
Two other proposals: Jumanji or Django.
Jumanji. I'm pretty sure we did Jumanji, and I'm starting to think people are thinking Robin Williams when he said "Good Morning Vietnam." What was the other one? Django.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, Django. Got it. Great movie, by the way.
Yeah.
about Star Wars?
I'm pretty sure we've done that. I feel like we've done Django, but I'm not positive.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Classic.
I feel like we need to do something that's like make it relevant to something that's happening currently, or I don't know.
Something for this century.
That's why I feel like Saw was like a great suggestion, but I feel like a lot of people aren't going to get this like murder stuff. But it's also that makes it kind of nice because it gives people a chance to get points that wouldn't normally get them.
What about Good Boys?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
What is that?
Good Boys.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what Good Boys is?
Nope.
I've never seen it.
Okay.
It's
classic.
Yeah, it's Red Band Trailer, Part 2. What other movie? I don't know. Comedy?
What about The Outsiders? It's a good old classic.
Keep it. Oh gosh, I just totally forgot it.
Chris Rock and
Pony Boy, something Pony
Ice
Boy.
Cube or Ice-T.
Big Stan?
Mr. E said The Big Short. I know we've done that one. We've done Titanic.
Super Bad?
You know what? I have tried to sit down.
Wall Street.
I have tried to sit down to watch Superbad like I don't know, probably I feel like 10 times, and I never make it past like the first 15 minutes. I can't do it. It's just I don't know. It's super bad.
Napoleon Dynamite.
Rotting in the Sun?
Super Troopers?
Yeah.
A Man Called Otto?
I feel like you guys keep naming stuff out. You keep throwing names and everything, and if I decide, then it's gonna be like it's rigged, So I don't want to.
Okay, well, I mean,
this is your show. Of course, you decide.
But it is rigged.
What about Burn After Reading?
Talking in a way connected to Dumb Money. What about Dinner for Schmucks?
I love that movie. Burn After Reading. Have you seen Burn After Reading?
Maybe. Let me check and see what it was about.
Freaking hilarious.
No,
It's
probably
kind of in
not.
that Fargo. You've never seen it? Oh, you gotta watch it.
2008, huh?
What about Money Pit?
You gotta watch it.
Money Pit's a great movie.
Man, Burn After Reading, you're gonna laugh your pants off.
Really?
Have we done Wall Street with Michael Douglas? Michael Douglas, the original Wall Street.
Everybody said I would laugh with Frank the Tank, whatever movie that was, and I didn't think that was funny at all.
That. Who told you that?
I don't know. I thought you did.
I wouldn't even watch that.
I don't know, man. Everybody was telling me I was like Frank the Tank. They're like, you need to watch it. It's really funny. And so I went and watched it. I was like, this is terrible.
How about Bullet Train?
Brad Pitt's in this Burn After Reading?
Yeah, I'd say that. Yes.
He plays a goofball in that. He does a pretty good job. It's not his.
Yeah.
George
not
Clooney.
His typical, cool guy. Yeah.
There's
Malkovich is in this thing. Holy shit! There's a lot of
Yeah.
really famous people in here.
Good. Yeah, I think there's a bike that you might be interested in there.
A bike? Really?
Yeah, he's a big biker guy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a nice bike with
That'll give KC some wood.
Yep.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, you got to see it. Don't watch it with the kids, obviously, but with the wife is good.
All right, I'll do that one. I don't know anything about it, so I'm gonna make trivia questions, and you guys are all gonna be like, "Oh, it's so rigged. It's not real. You fake answers." Burn After Reading. All right.
Yeah. I forgot about it. I've seen it a long time ago. What other movie? There's that. There's Scarface.
Why did I not see this movie?
Scarface?
Face is good. It's not current, but that's a good movie for trivia.
A lot of people have seen Scarface, The Godfather.
We need to have Cocaine Week and have all the trivia be all the movies about the trafficking of cocaine.
Yeah.
Made in America with Tom Cruise and Scarface with Al Pacino, and then you could
Oh yeah,
I
you can
think
do
there's one
all those.
called Traffic. The one movie called Traffic. It's new. It's kind of a
Oh,
and
pirate. That's a
that was
great
a good
idea.
show.
Yeah, like a whole
Just
week,
have
Casey, of all
Yeah.
those like trafficking, like
drug trafficking movies. Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
El Chapo and so on.
Yeah. Have Cocaine Week, like Shark Week, but with the booger sugar.
So, so first off, Monday has to be. I've already decided it's going to be Dumb Money.
Rick? Yep.
No, it's going to be Dumb Money because I'm going to go see that today, and so I want to make sure that it helps people to go see it this weekend, so that AMC can potentially help make some extra cash here before.
The end of the quarter.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna come back on Monday and don't complain because we're gonna spoil everything, so you better go see it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I already have the tickets purchased, so.
William Price in the chat said, "Do Goodfellas." Goodfellas is rich with trivia. Hard to beat Goodfellas. We could have Gangster Week too. We could have Cocaine Week and then Gangster Week.
All right. Let's. I'm gonna let you guys take over the live stream here for just a minute. No. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna come up with the questions real quick. Because I got to do them after I do the once I do the 1 o'clock numbers, I got to do the movie trivia and then do the 2 o'clock numbers. I'm not taking any more breaks for the rest of the day today. Biatch. Because I'm leaving early.
We get that in writing and have it notarized. It's a notary. I'll have her put a stamp on that for you.
Is she really?
Oh, absolutely. You guys don't have a notary in your family? Come on, man.
Is that hard to get?
Yeah. I mean, you can't be a felon or anything like that, so that rules Yucca out.
Yucca, you're a felon?
No.
Or are you just gelling?
See, I've got the answer to your question about how we're all going to get together.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a view
right now.
This is how we're
Are
gonna
you live
do it.
right now? Hold on a second. Let me.
We tasked him. We tasked him with getting us a jet. He's supposed to get us a jet for a loaner. If we
Are you gonna? Are you
Yeah.
gonna buy a? We're gonna buy a used jet. Is that what you're saying?
No, we can just rent one.
Just borrow it.
Look at all those out there.
Are we gonna
They'll just come and get it.
Is it gonna be?
We don't have to pay insurance. We don't pay the hangar fees. We just rent one of them bad boys.
It's like renting a limousine. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds great.
Is it
By the way,
safe?
I'm in Vegas.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Where you at? What is that? Texas?
No, Vegas.
Oh.
Hey, my mom
Can we
said.
take one of the
My mom said there's some cheap flights right now going on. Some special going on for Southwest. Did you hear about that?
We ain't flying no Southwest here.
I'm trying to say. What I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to segue into giving Pirate the option to bring up ejection seats. We were having a conversation about that earlier.
Those are expensive, and you can't have those as a civilian.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's a company in Tucson that does it because they got F-16s, but they're military affiliated. No civilians because you got to go through the training to be in one, and then you got to service it.
So what you're telling me is they don't value the life of civilians as much as they do of military pilots?
Well, what they don't want is some yahoo to go, "Oh, I lost my engine," when they didn't, and then they just eject and take out 3 city blocks.
What
While
about
they're floating in a parachute?
what about parachutes on planes now? I've heard some parachutes have, or some. What am I saying? That said it backwards. Planes that have parachutes now. Have you seen that?
Yeah, that little single engine jet, and I can't remember what the name of it is. I think you can YouTube one where the guy does it and pops out the tail, and you just ride it down. It looks pretty crazy though, because you're basically looking straight down.
Yeah.
Coming down. You're not steering. But yeah, that's I believe that's the signature ramp in Vegas. If you look even farther, you see that big 747 out there?
Unfortunately,
the Earth is flat. Yes.
The guy's dead now that owned that plane, but it's the that building. It's got the blue stripes. That's the, I believe. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure that's the corporate hangar for the Venetian. So if you got enough money and you're going to buy enough rooms, those fellas will pick you up and take you to the Venetian.
I've never had that kind of money.
Well, we know we're thinking about it.
One of the last things I think that crosses my mind about Vegas is like probably the last place I want to go and like waste a bunch of my newfound money is going to Vegas and just burning it all. Like I feel like that's probably like the quickest cash burn you could probably. That's what you do when you're starting to run out of it all, and it's like I got nothing left now. I might as well try and go throw everything on black.
I took my wife here, and we didn't gamble at all. We just went to shows.
Yeah, that's what I did too when I took my wife. We did do some gambling though. Yeah.
We went out. We took the helicopter ride out to the Grand Canyon. That was a blast. Went to see Ka. Saw Blue Men, of course. You only need to see that once though. And then we just walked around. We had a good time.
Yeah, we did Blue Man. I'm trying to remember what the other ones we saw were. I can't remember now. Blue Man. There might have been. Is there a Michael Jackson one?
Yeah, they're all over the place. At the little places and the big places. In fact, I just saw one on coming off the airport. There's a billboard for the guy that impersonates Prince. They called it Purple REIGN, Purple Rain.
What was the other one we saw?
Hey, Yuck, are you still up?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give you a holler tomorrow. I got my hotel, but it's a block over from where I thought it was going to be. So I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, talk to y'all.
Take care.
See you later,
man.
Break a leg. Oh no! Don't break a leg. How's he gonna get it?
Boy. Did you see Costco is selling gold bars now? 1 ounce gold bars?
Oh, that's not a good thing. They're gonna break. Where do they have them? Out in the showroom?
I'm not sure. I saw an article on it, and they're already sold out in 2 days.
Jewelry counter, I'm sure.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be. Seems to be a little demand for gold.
Yeah, they know something we don't know.
Yeah. So you don't have to go to a coin dealer or anything. You just go over there, and I think Manjeet was asking about gold yesterday. We had a conversation about it. So.
Hey, Pro Jeweler.
So just go to Costco and get you some gold.
I won't buy. I won't, because that's not that brand. I never heard of it, so I'm not going to buy it. I usually buy the Maple Canadian or the American one.
Do you drill your gold to make sure it's real?
No, actually, you can buy it, and you
drill your gold to make sure it's real?
You take it to the jeweler. You take it to the jeweler, and because what we do is we will buy gold, and then whenever I travel back home, I'll take it with me, and I'll get my jewelry made, custom made.
Do you ever take it to a pro jeweler?
No, I never. I didn't know him until just 1 year ago.
Take it to a pro.
Somebody's got some feedback.
Yeah. Not me. I can't watch the show and talk at the same time.
I think it was Manjit.
Oh, okay.
He was streaming us, and she's back.
All right, so we got
You're not.
We got
what?
We got problems.
What?
I don't stream on.
The burn after reading movie trivia, there is like none. It was such a great movie. Nobody even bothered to make any trivia for it. So, and since I've never seen it, can't do it. Have to come up with a different plan.
Sorry, guys. It was my feedback. Text.
Yaka, don't always assume it's me, okay?
I had to fix it before I could talk.
John Hannaford's now Don Hannaford.
That's funny. He says he's got Johnophobia.
That's hilarious. Oh man, you should you should just put in his middle name. That's hilarious.
I just googled burn after reading trivia, and a bunch of trivia questions and quizzes came out.
Did you click on them and actually look and see? No, didn't you? You didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Go and look and see. Go and look and see. True false doesn't count. I can't ask you guys a bunch of true false questions and expect to get good answers out of you guys. It's like true or false, and immediately.
Well, what about this one? It says who kills Chad? Another one. Who did Osborne kill? Brad Pitt played the role of what?
Wait, hold on. All right, what did you type in exactly again? Because let me try this. Do it again.
I put burn after reading trivia.
Okay, hold on.
I think you just got AC.
I put movie trivia, so I've had one extra. Yeah. Hold on. So the very first thing I get is IMDb. What website did you look at?
Okay, let me do this again. 1 second.
While he looks that up, Casey, guess what? I'm going to Dumb Money tonight, like you. But they just put their foot in their mouth on Twitter.
Who did Dumb Money?
Yeah, I think it's theirs. Maybe it's not. I think it's theirs. The Dumb Money movie They say grab your popcorn because DRS is the blockbuster move you didn't know you needed, just like Dumb Money movie.
What?
Look, it's Pro Profs. PROFS. Pro Profs. Do you see that one?
Okay, yeah, I do see it. It's a little bit down the page here. Hold on, I'm clicking on that one.
So I tried to put a little explanation that DRS was not needed for Roaring Kitty to have his success.
Thank you. That is a great response to put in there because he did not DRS his shares.
Yeah.
That was never a thing, so.
A little propaganda at work there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Somebody said, you still have time to delete this tweet.
Exactly,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think that makes me more bullish.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing you want to raid. You talk about going to raid somewhere. Right now is where you want all 200 people to go over there and upvote Tech We Love to comment.
I'm going. I'm doing it right now.
On Twitter, my name's Weight Loss, yeah.
Weight loss?
I'm normally not a big proponent of anything that steers viewers away from our lovely stream here, our circus we have, but I'll make an exception for that one.
All right, I'm going to @dumbmoney here. Let's see. Wait a minute. Is it dumbmoney.loopring.eth?
No, it's @Dumb Money Movie.
Okay. I see it.
So I think I put it as like but if I messed up in my speech, you can put your own comments. So whatever. But I thought I put a little summary.
Okay. I'm going to add my own comment, but I'm also going to go through and like the ones. Interestingly enough, the reason DRS was never in this movie is because
it played no part.
It played no part in a squeeze.
There you go.
In 2021.
Absolutely. Exactly. Yeah.
Hold on a second here. Then I'm gonna add one more thing here. You can't have explosive diarrhea if you're not eating shit. No, I'm gonna put you can't have explosive You can't have explosive volume if volume
Shares
is all tied up.
Yep. Just like VW.
Let's see here, and then we've got. And I'm gonna go through here, and I see weight loss right off the bat. I see weight loss. And then I see assistance. I liked it. I'm gonna like it back. I'm gonna like everything here. Here we go. You still have time to delete this. I'm gonna like that one. What is DRS? Who cares? I'm gonna add to that. Who cares? And then looks like that's about it. Those are the end of them.
Yep. Facts matter.
Yep.
Facts matter.
Oh.
You're so big on fact checking out there. You need to get to checking on the checking on the checkers.
Let's see, hold on one second. I gotta send somebody a message real quick here. So give me 1 second. What do I do? Copy. All right. So thank you for helping me with that. I guess Yucca, because I mean I'm gonna use it, but now everybody knows where I'm getting it from. So
Well, I mean, you don't have to use it from
I
there,
mean,
but you see there's a button.
that was.
You rigged it.
I mean,
we have to move on. We have to find a new movie.
Yeah, find a new movie, Casey. Damn it all.
That's the only
Put
page,
it
by
on
the
a later
way.
date. We can do it at a later date or something.
All the other pages that I tried was no good. So
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're killing yourself on that. Oh my God, her diamonds were huge.
Yeah, I know.
oh yeah,
Wow.
yeah, they sure were.
That's what she said. Huge. Size matters.
Well, he's getting in trouble right now. She's like, "What are you listening
I always
to?"
knew size mattered. All this bullshit about size don't matter. I knew it was a lie. Everything's been a lie.
Those diamonds were huge. Oh man, I love that. Oh man, hot mics are the best. Poor Pro Jeweler. He's like, man, y'all are burning me here. Those diamonds were huge. All right, so what movie we're gonna do? Pantheon. I am not trying these. Did we get you in trouble?
No, I'm just setting some big diamonds. So
Could she hear us, or could she not hear us?
No. I have an earbud in.
I bet you were like
They
just
can't hear.
you were probably sitting there like fumbling
What?
so fast with your.
Looking over my shoulder. What's going on? How do they know what I'm doing?
Oh man, that was hilarious.
Kind of dialed in. I was just dialed in and completely was oblivious that she was standing behind me. But- oh boy.
Are you killing yourself over those big diamonds?
No, I'm not. But she will when she sees this ring. She's going to flip. It's a custom ring, so it's,
Pretty.
It's hard for me to get excited about stuff, when you've done it.
I got sidetracked there for a second. Was that that 5-carat stone that you posted in general?
No, that was another one.
Yeah, that's a beautiful rock.
We get stuff like that through here, so it's always fun to just post pictures and.
Don't you like?
It's shock. Go ahead.
You don't. I mean, you said you don't really. It's hard for you to get excited, but you don't get excited when the customer gets excited when they see it, or that doesn't.
Yes, that is the part. When I'm doing it, I don't really get excited, but when the customer comes in, that's really the payoff, because you see that I've had customers cry before, and they were not happy, and then I've had customers cry and they were happy. So you
Get
just
out.
never
You've literally
know
had
what's
people
going to
cry
happen.
when they saw it?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
That's terrible.
Yeah. No, they're happy though. They're
Oh.
crying because they're happy.
Oh, wait. I thought you were saying they were crying because they were sad that it was like not what they were
Right. Well,
expecting.
I have had that experience. I mean, when you do thousands of rings, every once in a while you're going to have somebody that's not going to, whatever's in their head, they're describing something to you, you're drawing it, until it's in scale, and people can't think three-dimensionally. It's a gift if you can, and you're probably one of those people that can think three-dimensionally.
I actually do, yeah.
And I do too.
Yeah.
And most people don't get that. They don't understand that. They think two-dimensionally. So, it's so yeah. I've had some bad experiences. I've had way more good experiences. So, but yeah, when you're doing it, you're just kind of doing it. You don't really think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you do, but you don't. I do better work when I don't. I do better work when I don't think about it.
Do you get
Let's put it that
anybody
way.
that's disappointed because you're looking at it in three-dimensional, but they're looking at it at a fourth, fifth dimensional?
Right.
Do you get
Well,
anybody disappointed?
No, Yucca, we don't. Now we have CAD. We have CAD. We have three-dimensional pictures where you can spin the ring around on a screen and look at it from zoom in and stuff. But
that's old technology.
Actually, well, I mean, it's better. Yeah, it is old technology, but it's better than the way we used to do it, where you hand fabricate stuff.
I'm messing with you.
You know what I have a hard time doing though, Pro Jeweler, is I can't draw in three-dimensional object. I have a really difficult time drawing three-dimensional objects. I can envision it in my head, but I can't seem to put it out on paper, which I don't know why that's the case, but I struggle with that.
Did you take any art classes at a young age? Learn perspective and
Not what you wouldn't get from any any regular public school.
Really? You didn't take wood like metal shop, wood shop,
Nope.
or anything like that?
Too busy eating the crayons. He was back there feasting on the crayons and the paste.
Yeah.
But see, the problem is that one girl that invited you to that she said she needed your help. That's like.
Yeah, I was doing photography, helping girls in dark rooms. Reaching around and
Yeah.
guiding their hands to do what it is that they wanted to do.
Yeah.
It was way better than any kind of drawing piece of crap I could have done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why I was drawing, because no girls invited me into the room.
The dark room.
Check out their
dark room. And we don't even know if there were even girls.
Yeah.
Because they're so dark in there. You don't know if there was a girl.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if it was a girl. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hey, see, looks like William Price in chat suggested perhaps Kill Bill. Kill Bill's movies were
good.
They were pretty. It's not entirely relevant today, but it's not too old. That's a target-rich environment for trivia. The Kill Bill series.
That's a good one.
I will do Kill Bill trivia, but it's only going to be it could be across all of the movies. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine. I just look. This is on William Price's head. I'm just a messenger here. So if it takes a giant shit, if it takes a giant dump, it's on him.
We've done Kill Bill. I remember
We did. That was the other thing I was going to say is we've already done Kill Bill, but we could do it again, I guess.
I would do it again. Why not?
Yep.
Yeah, Bill would probably like to die again.
Yeah, we'll do it. Kill Bill it is. Yeah, I definitely remember these questions for sure. All right, yeah, we'll do Kill Bill. But I'm gonna have to It's 1 o'clock, so it's time to do the numbers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly. It'll take me like 10 minutes or less to do to gather up the questions and everything for this, and then I'll start the probably right around 1:30. We'll start the movie trivia. So I'll take you guys over the other screen here. We'll take a look at some of these numbers because it is actually numbers time. So. Whoa.
It looks sped up.
Who knows? I can still tell what he's saying, I think. Maybe, kind of, sort of. I don't know. I think I can. Okay, let's take a look at... Do you guys ever have a phobia of going to one of those auctions?
No, they're fun.
No.
If you haven't been to one, you should go, man. Their
Oh,
auctions are incredible.
I've been.
Fun.
No, I've been, but
Yeah.
I have a phobia of participating because I can't really... I have a hard time telling whether or not I'm, like, my bid was taken or not. And so I don't want to bid because I don't know if I'm actually the one who's winning it.
Yourself.
Right. Yes. I don't. Yeah. And so I'm really afraid to, raise my placard or whatever it is you gotta, your number.
That's one of the urban myths or urban legends about auctions, that you have to be surreptitious about it, or you have to be sneaky, and you can just raise your card up and be shot out with authority. Yeah. And
yeah, but it's
or make
still
eye contact with
a little. It's still a little nerve wracking. I mean, it's. Look, I am not a public person, okay? It's a very public setting with public vote or public bidding going on, and it's
next
just.
time, kick your high heels off and put your purse on so you have 2 free hands. And you'll find it an easier task.
We'll do. Okay, I'll do that. I'll make sure and do that. I'll hand my purse over to my wife.
Exactly.
All right.
Let her hold your.
Yeah. Hike up my skirt a little bit. Roll up my blouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Pull up the panties.
All right. Let's do these numbers. Damn it. Starting with off exchange and EDGX, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through those. Off exchange has 60.57% currently. EDGX is 10.92 for grand total 71.49%, or about 7.49% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 4,288 shares. Not a whole lot. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 10,086 shares. It's down to about 0.17% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.13, so it's still elevated, but not as much as it was earlier, as we haven't seen any additional volume going through CHX on GME. Taking a look at Ortex and the amount of shares having been borrowed for the day. An hour ago, it was 2.95 million shares borrowed. For AMC, it's now 2.68 million shares, which means some shares were returned. It's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.53%. Cost per borrow mins at 1.9, average 3.34, max is 4.33. Options. Oh, wait, sorry. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.36 million shares. That's 980,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 374,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest volume for call options has been an $8 strike. An hour ago, there was 10.1 thousand contracts there. There's now 10.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7.50 strike, and we went from 6.7 thousand contracts to 7.4. Currently, MRI is at 305.1. An hour ago, it was 304.67, so it's gone up just a hair. But it's definitely over 300. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. Whoa. GME is sitting here with a 78.73% buy to 21.27% sell ratio, looking excellent. And AMC is also up here with a 71.19% buy to 28.81% sell ratio, also looking Very, very good. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $6.81. Shoot, I just realized something. Okay, I got to remember this. SSR is at $6.81. Shares available to borrow is at 3 million shares. I think that means that they may have borrowed... Let's see, what time is it? 13. No, they borrowed the 100,000 earlier. I already recorded it. So we're sitting at about... Stonka Tracker reporting about 1.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day fees at 2.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.71, Dow Jones is up 0.23, and the S&P 500 is up 0.48. We have 3,866 advancers to 2,264 decliners. The market's less advancing than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers, anything plus or minus 2.75%, I'll mention. FRC is down 6.98. Silvergate's up, down 42.11. And then Coinbase is up 5.87. Some of these are getting close to being honorable mentions, like Zion. Ethereum Classic is up 3.37 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.38 but trending back up now. It finally broke away from the descending level of resistance that it had was seeing earlier and is on its way back up. Oil is down 0.11 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.2 and trending down. SPY is up 0.51, starting to trend back down again. VIX is up, or down rather, 3.51 and starting a trend up. VBR is up 0.99 and trending down. VB is up 1.04, trending down. Tesla's up 2.27 and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.21 and trending down. Cinemark is down 0.22, trending down. Doge is up 1.79, trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.23, trending up. GME is down 1.34, consolidating. HYMC is down 1.5, consolidating quite heftily, actually. NCMI is up 0.22 and trending up. Hood is up 1.41 and slight trend down. And AMC is up 0.84 and was consolidating earlier and looks like it might be returning to a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. We have approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 11.67 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 278 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 16.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to be very, very close to yesterday's volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.69, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.63, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.47, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.98, which is slightly above average. And let's see here. Getting a little bit of a break here to the top side, but we are hitting the Bollinger Bands on the way up. There was something I was going to remind myself of. Oh, yes. I need to send a quick message to somebody. That DRS message that came through on that account really is worrying me right now, and I want to warn some people real quick here, if you guys don't mind, if you give me a second here. I need to warn some people. We've had this happen on multiple occasions where people try to infiltrate into the AMC and community and try and press narratives upon us, and I think that this should be on their radar. Let's see here. All right, thanks. What's DRS? Direct Registry System. Direct Registry System. System? I don't know why I'm forgetting what the S stands for. Shares? Maybe it's just shares. Why do I always forget what that stands for? Yeah, system. I get direct registration system is what it stands for. So, in a nutshell, I'm just going to try and keep this really, really brief because I'm not really interested in talking about this topic. It's a pretty old topic. But there was a group of people who started pushing DRS onto investors as a potential way to lock up the float and keep shares and ownership in your name through computer share by DRSing your shares. And the suggested thought behind it was if you lock up the float, there's a couple different things that they were trying to achieve. They said by locking up the float, you prevent any kind of loaning of shares of your shares in the system, and therefore prevent any kind of naked shorting from happening with shares that are supposed to be owned in your name. And then number two, one of the other things that was suggested by doing so was it would also give an idea of how much of the float was owned by retail investors if everybody were to DRS their shares, hence proving that it was that the float was entirely owned by retail. The interesting thing is nobody really kind of sat back and really thought about what are the dynamics in the marketplace and the results of seeing shares being taken out of the marketplace that can no longer be traded. And the other side to that is as well, if you look historically at what computer share, who they are and what they've been involved in the past and who they're involved with currently, there's a lot of other side things here that are going on that a lot of people aren't really focused on, and it does. I think that the data that we've seen over the last 2 years, because it was around September of 2021 when people started DRSing their shares, we've seen enough data to know that it doesn't help at all. In fact, it completely kills any chance of seeing a squeeze whatsoever, due to the fact that it reduces volume in the marketplace. So killing volume is like probably one of the worst things you could do for a squeeze, because when you don't see explosive volume, you can't see price discovery. So, and if there's no price discovery, then there's no pressure on anybody who's short on a stock to have to cover their positions or forcibly be covering their positions. So it's just something that we've talked about ad nauseum for a long, long time, and now every time we're about ready to see an explosion in volume, this DRS shit just starts popping back up again every single time. It's like you can almost time it to within a month. Right about a month before we start seeing explosive volume, DRS starts getting pushed really heavy again. It's like clockwork. But anyways, let's see here.
Just to add to that, KC, I know it's generally accepted protocol that we don't talk about selling here, but let's face it, that day is going to come. The day will come when we will sell. And I have enough things to concern myself with when that day comes. The last thing I want is one more hurdle in front of me to get to my product to sell it. So I may be paranoid in that regard, and it may be relatively easy, but I don't want any other hurdles in front of me when the day comes for me to start hitting that button to slow me down.
So I actually went through the process of buying and selling a share through DRS, and because I wanted to see what that experience was like. I wanted to see what their platform was like. I wanted to see, I think it's absolutely ridiculous for anybody to sit and say anything about anything without having some kind of experience in what it is that they're talking about, right? So I thought, you know, what is this DRS stuff? I'm going to look into it and figure out what the heck's going on here. So when somebody started mentioning DRS, I bought a single share, or I tried to buy a single share of AMC. That went horribly wrong, and it's a really long story. And if you choose to, you can go back and see some of the updates that I've had on past videos where I did it. But I bought a single share. What I tried to do is buy a single share. I sold the single share, and just to see what their whole platform was like, and it was horrific. The customer service is absolutely snail slow, and that's not even in a period of time where they're having high order volume flow going through. It's like nothing unusual is happening, and they still can't even get back to you in an appropriate amount of time. So it is just
all joking aside, my fears are not unfounded. Then
no, not at all. It was. The buying side of it was probably, to be honest with you, the buying side of it was actually the worst of the two. I had more problems with buying than I had with selling. The selling side of it wasn't all that bad, but the problem is that there are things that are in their terms of service that talk about how you could be prevented and have some difficulties during the selling time, especially if there's high amounts of volume that are occurring. Yeah. Which you know is going to be, exactly. You know that's going to be the case.
Of all that's the sum of all fears right there.
Yeah. I mean, you just absolutely know that's going to be the case. And so it's like, why would I want to deal with one more problem when I'm already probably, you know, in a stressed state as it is? So
exactly 2.5 to 3 years of waiting, all the patience, the DCA, everything that's led up to that point, and then game day comes. It's game on, or game days, game week. Pick your time frame. But the sentiment remains that the last thing I need is one more thing to act as a hurdle for me. And I won't participate in that in any way.
StockWiz says, who owns ComputerShare? And it's not Ken Griffin, but you would be surprised though, because they do use Citadel as a market maker for their positions. So you are dealing with a company who deals directly with Citadel, and they don't even like talking about it. Like if you start asking them questions, they don't even want to respond about it. Like if you say they tell you, well, we can't tell you who our brokers are, and it's like, what? Are you kidding me? You can't tell me who you're dealing with, and you know you want me to invest and hold my position through you? Come on. You know, why is that? Why aren't you telling me? It's because they know that they don't want people to find out that it's Citadel. And when they find that out, people aren't going to want to do business with them. So it's riddled, just absolutely riddled with holes. And it's all you have to do is just a little bit of research to find out, and it's bad news. Anyways, that's a whole big long thing. I was supposed to do my research here while you guys hold down the fort for me real fast for questions for Kill Bill. Give me just a second.
Squirrel got you.
Yeah, pretty much. Give me like 10 minutes. You guys can play censored content, can play background music. Is he even in here? He's not even in here. Never mind.
He's having himself a little nap or something.
There's a whole, if you go to my video, helpful videos, there's actually an interview that I did with Darth Walt. And we talk about a huge investigation that he put on into a lot of different things. And actually, I'm gonna give you one little bonus piece of material here. This is the craziest part. And when you read this, you're gonna go like, people really want us to participate in this company, and this is their background? And it's like, dude, you have no idea. So if you go to this link that I just provided for you, it's literally an order exempting ComputerShare Trust Company of Canada and ComputerShare Investor Services Incorporated from broker registration. They were caught dealing or trading, acting as a broker in the marketplace without being licensed. And the whole reason that they're only allowed to be a registry a broker who does direct registry is the fact because they got caught illegally trading shares in the marketplace that they shouldn't have been doing. They weren't licensed to do what they were doing. So they're literally like the bitches of the market, and because they got their hand slapped a long time ago. So you want to sit there and tell me that this is a legitimate company that you should trust in? Pfft, whatever. No thanks. I definitely rely on doing due diligence when it comes to looking at the history of companies and knowing what they've done and where they've been and who they've been involved with, and that tells me everything I need to know. Let's see here.
And Jeet had some thoughts that she was sharing around as we were playing poker, and I encouraged her to maybe speak up during some of our less busy times during the live stream. She had thoughts that she wanted to share about the advantages of people investing for their children and having an account set up at an early age to encourage children to save, and the benefits of compounding interest over time and all that. She had some really good, interesting things, and she's a little nervous about speaking, and I was hoping I might hit her with a cattle prod to maybe fill a little bit of this time while Casey did the research for the trivia, but it looks to me like she took leave of us and escaped. Perhaps she knew what I was up to.
She saw it coming. Let's see here.
I do have a certain amount of paranoia in my character. There's no denying that. And the thought of the big game day, as I like to refer to it, I build many scenarios in my mind of things that can go wrong. To see the often posted, your account is unavailable now, we're diligently working to repair it, try again later, those little kind of things. And just any number of fuckery that they can engage in to prohibit us from going about our business. But I try not to consume myself too much of it. But, all those sentiments that you shared about DRS certainly makes me feel better about my decision not to involve myself with it.
So first off, I will say this, and I have always said this: if you want to DRS your shares, DRS your shares. That's your choice. It's always been about being your money, your choice. Yeah. You decide how you're going to do what you're going to do, but make sure you at least try to understand why things are done the way that they're done, and understanding the ramifications of what it is that you're making for a choice. Don't just jump into it head first because somebody says this is the way, because that doesn't mean shit. This is the way. It was not the way when GME squoze in 2021. So just I'll leave it at that. Do your due diligence.
Powell is speaking today after hours.
Yes.
Why is that?
It's right after the market closes. Why? Yeah, good question, right?
Why?
Did you happen to hear about what Gary Gensler said about Friday?
No.
No?
The big takeaway I got was that he said that there will be no soft landing, that it's going to be essentially said it'll be a crash landing. Unless I missed something else, that was what I got.
I will show you a video here in just a minute before we do the movie trivia.
What else are you going to show?
Wouldn't you like to know?
But the Spy, the Spy is making a cup and handle, Casey. So,
well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. You know how they put fear in people, and then their people are positioned the other way around. Show us the video. Where is it?
Hold on, man. I'm still trying to get the freaking questions. Hold on a second. How many questions do I have here? I have one.
Just give us 5 questions. Mark each question 10 points.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 questions so far. I got 3 more to go. Hold on. This was actually sent to me by Tim's mom.
Nice.
The video was sent to me. All right.
So what is he saying? That he has us by bees?
I'm going to show you. All right. I think I'm done with the questions. Let's see. Let me count them up here. Let's see. That's not it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn it! I need one more. I can't count. I thought I had it.
Don't rush the process. We don't want to see substandard work. We want your best product here.
No, that's all you get.
It's like the sign that I seen a guy had hanging up in his shop. He did piecework. It was a welding shop, and he said you can have it fast, you can have it cheap, or you can have it well done. Pick 2 of the 3. Like something along those lines. You can have it cheap, you can have it well done, or you can something or other. But the idea was, if you want it done right, it's going to take a little while.
This is posted by 801XRP on Twitter. I'm not trying to give him. I'm just giving him credit for where it came from. But listen very carefully here. I'm going to mute you guys here for a minute while I play this. Because if I don't mute you guys, then it's going to kill everybody's speakers.
Let it rip.
Give me just a second here.
And they're just really dedicated public servants. In terms of the markets, I would say if a company were deciding to go public or raise offerings, they'd want to go effective before Friday if they're ready to. If not, they might be in a sort of subliminal state where they can't access the markets because we can't effectively review those.
Let me redirect you for a second to, okay, companies raising capital, but your SEC is a whipping boy, you know that. But the truth is, the organization is full of people who are out there prosecuting fraud, who are stopping insider trading. Are we going to see, if there is a meaningful shutdown, fraud go unprosecuted, insider trading? You won't have the capacity to address these things, which hurt the American public, correct?
Yeah. While somebody can still file a tip, complaint, and referral, somebody can file a whistleblower. There won't be the people on the other side to really review it and investigate it.
Thank you. Okay, speaking of insider trading, Mr. Chairman.
So there you have it. Sounds like it's going to be the wild, wild west really in regards to our markets starting Monday next week. Let me go back to the back of the Big Tramp again here. Did I not? Oh, I did.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
Hi.
Yep.
What happened?
So basically, Gary Gensler. Yeah, I did. So basically, Gary Gensler came up there and testified that that there would not be any oversight by the SEC and after Friday. So
they're shutting. They're not going to. So they're not going to be they're shutting the government down.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one more threat. The implication was there won't be any sheriff in town if you shut down the government. These boys are going to be able to run amok. Nobody's going to be there to put a stop to their fuckery if you don't keep the government open,
Mhm.
but it's laughable on its face because it takes them 3 years to punish crime. You know, they're just now getting around to adjudicating and punishing bad actors from stuff that was done years ago. So it's like, it's such a joke. Anybody who's paying any attention.
Yep. Not trying to incite any
I especially
fear.
love I especially love the part where he said, if anybody wanted to call in with a tip, there'll be no one there to take, like it's calling 911, like you call up and they have a digital SWAT team they send out, the SEC
Oh,
quick
yeah.
reaction force.
Yeah.
Our quick reaction force is going to be on stand down, soldiers. You know, and you're like, oh my God, we could have saved the collapse of the financial markets if only we had been, you know, open that day.
I love how
Are you
he's
fucking kidding me.
I love how he's insinuating that if you're a new company and you want to get listed, you better do it before or on Friday or before, because if you don't, then you're just going to be, that you're going to be SOL.
Right. Yeah.
And
Right.
essentially what which is hilarious to me, because I mean, imagine a new company filing and getting listed on anytime between now and Friday. And then their stock just absolutely getting destroyed by naked shorting or whatever kind of stuff may happen. And then it's like, oh, hurry up and make sure you get on the list of, we want to screw you over quicker. Because
Too long, don't read. TLDR, fear mongering, just fear mongering and nothing more.
Oh man,
give us our way, give us our demands, or bad things will happen to you.
Yep. All right, movie trivia
stock
time.
Market you got there. Be ashamed if something was to happen to it while the government was shut down.
Yeah, usual mongering.
Yeah,
fear.
it's like fucking some mobster in the Bronx somewhere talking to a pizzeria owner trying to squeeze, insurance payments out of him. Protection racket. Nice stock market you got here. Be ashamed if something was to happen to it.
What happens if the Fed's not working either and they can't bail out the market either? Huh?
Yeah.
Guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Maybe the plunge protection team will be out gone fishing. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna back out of the big tramp here just long enough to do this movie trivia quiz, and then I'll come back in. I'll be back. All right, guys. If you're ready for this, I'm gonna go ahead and type it into the. I suggest you guys hit live now. And the movie is going to be Kill Bill. Could be any one of the movie for the trilogy. Is it trilogy? Was it trilogy? Was it three? Shoot, I can't even remember how many it was now. I thought it was three, but maybe it was two. Anyways, any one of the movies it's going to come from. You might find most of these are from the first movie. Oh, I got to sneeze. Hold on. Whew, big sneeze. All right. 2? Okay, yeah. I thought it was 2, but I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3. I was like, I said trilogy, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Let's see here. All right, here we go. I will both say these and also put these up in the chat, so in case you guys want to answer them faster that way, whatever comes quickest to you. If you didn't hit live now, that's okay. You can just read the chat, and you'll get this. Here we go. Where does the bride find Sophie Fatale at the House of Blue Leaves? See? What the hell, Patriot? Well, what room would you consider it to be in? The floor. There's a room. Bathroom by Darren Bowen is correct. Damn it, Darren. I'm going to have to just put you down as Darren B from now on. It's too long to write your whole name out. All right, next one. I wonder how this is going to show up in the chat. Here we go. This one's real short. The crazy fill in the blank. '88s is correct by Jathan Robinson. Damn it, Pirate, you were so close, man. You were missing 8. It was the '88s. Jathan gets the point on that one. You too, Jathan. I'm not putting out your full... My goodness. All right, next question. What design does Ellie Driver's nurse eye patch have on it? Jathan Robinson for the point. He said hospital plus sign was a cross, but we'll take it. It's same difference. Hospital plus sign, whatever. That's a red cross, red. Yeah, you got it. Nice one, Jathan. Next one. Pro Jeweler says rigged. Complete this quote. Go. I know you feel you must protect your what? Blank. Oh man, damn! Jason Robinson robbing Pirateborn again. He said it was mistress, not master. Holy crap! You're getting your butt kicked there, Pirate, twice now, man. You were so close. Let's see what's next here. I know you'll get this one, Pirate. What was the bride's code name when she was a member of the Deadly Viper Assassin Squad? Black Mamba by Jathan Robinson. This must be Jathan's favorite movie in the whole wide world. He's going to win the entire week for movie trivia on this movie alone, unless you guys don't start hurrying up and getting faster on your answer questions here, especially the winners of the week. Black Mamba is correct. Here we go. Next one. Two colors. What two colors is Buck's truck? I know. This is how I know we've done this movie before, because I can remember this exact question. Black and yellow is correct by Jeffrey Jones. No, it is not correct. I'm sorry. That is not correct. It's not black and yellow. I had to go back and look at my answers. That's not correct. One of those answers is correct. I have not seen the correct combination. I have to see the correct combination. I have seen the correct colors listed, but I have not seen them in the correct combination. Pink and Yellow by Jathan Robinson. Oh, man, Jathan, you're killing everybody, man. 5 points. I thought it was black and yellow. I had to go back and look at my notes and remind myself, and I was wrong. Sorry about that. How long was the bride in the coma? Four by Joe Pounce is correct. Who's the leader for the week, by the way? The leader for the week is Frank Lehman's gonna. Frank Lehman has an opportunity to lose the week here if Jathan continues to get more points here. All lost in a single day. All right, here we go. Next question. Who plays the character Oren Ishii? Oren Ishii. Name of the actress. I will take first, last, or both. Doesn't matter. Lucy Lewis is close enough for me for Living 3D. I will take it. It's Lucy Liu. You probably just, I don't know, you were typing quick. Maybe I'll take it. Lucy Lewis, I know what you meant. Living in 3D for the point. Next one. What color is Bill's ring? Green by Hello Joel is correct. Right after you got done asking what movie is this. All right, next one. Green was correct. You don't have to keep asking or telling different answers. All right, here we go. Last question. If you actually, I'm just gonna. It's gonna be a bonus 2 points for the first person that give me the right answer without me actually reading the question. So if you can put in the correct answer, I will give you a hint. It's a number. If somebody can give me the correct answer, it's the number. I'll give you like 10 seconds. 5 it is. Albert Amados gets 2 points. And I'll read you the question here in a second after I write in his name. Two points for Albert. The question was, how many chapters are there in Kill Bill? The answer is 5. Congratulations, guys. That's the end of the movie trivia for the day today, and we will have a winner announced here in just a minute as I go through and tally up the points for everybody for the week here. Darren Bowen, congratulations on your first point for the week. You ruined somebody's day today. But you just keep on being you because you got your points. You know what I mean? Don't you care? Jathan, welcome to the week in first trivia points for the week. 5 trivia points, by the way. Joe Pounce, congratulations on adding to your points. Hello, Joel, adding to his points as well. And Albert Amato adding to his points as well. Congratulations to you. Both. Oh my gosh. We have a tie. In third place for the week, Albert Amato, congratulations on getting third place for the week. And then in second place, we have Jathan Robinson with 5 points for the week. Congratulations, Jathan. And tied for first, and we might have to do like a dance-off or something. I don't know. But tied for first place, we have Frank Lehman and Hello Joel with 6 points a piece for the week here. We don't usually do trivia on Fridays, so no trivia tomorrow. But Frank Lehman and Hello Joel might have to have a dance. Maybe they can do a sing-off or something. Who knows? I don't know. Dance-off sounds more fun, though. All right, heading back to the back of the big tramp. And they're off.
Welcome back. Which one is it, dance-off or?
Yeah, I think we should do a dance-off. I think that would be way funnier. Hello, Joel. If you send us a video of you dancing in a cage, you automatically win. And I don't even think I don't even think. Let's see if Frank's even here. Oops, that's not working. Frank's here. Frank is here. Maybe he just can't comment at the moment. He's probably like reeling right now.
Or
Going
he's
like,
recording a dancing video.
yeah, he's finding a cage immediately. The first person to send me a picture of them in a cage will be the winner.
There are going to be issues at the local zoo within the hour. You see him being drug off by security in handcuffs. He's like, but wait, you don't understand.
Frank's feverishly looking up exotic pet zoos.
I think he's at Cincinnati.
Stores.
They have a good zoo there.
Let's see. Mike says, so if we own the float and institutional ownership it's not at 97.3. So I don't know if I can answer that question because it's not at 97.3.
You know, as far as Frank getting arrested, the back of a cruiser is technically called a cage. So I guess if he dances in the back of the cop car, he could be considered
Dang, yeah.
technically the winner.
I would definitely award points for that, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Nebuchadnezzar says, I have cages at work. We'll DM tomorrow. That's funny.
We set things in motion. It's like the butterfly effect on that movie. We set things in motion here that just ripple throughout the country and the world.
Aren't you at least the least bit curious, like why he has cages? It wasn't just a cage; it was cages.
Yeah.
Why?
It says a lot about us. It says a lot about us that he can make a comment like that, and everybody just takes it for face value.
What is that?
Everybody's got cages.
I want to know.
Is that a quote from Batman?
I don't know.
He rattles cages.
That's a lot of posters of Nicolas Cage. I don't get it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man.
He said, just wait and see. All right. I'll take your word for it. I mean, you made a comment earlier this morning, or actually, I guess it was just a little while ago, about it could be worse. It could be somebody crying over a bad tattoo. And it started to make me wonder if you were a tattoo artist or working in a place in which I could actually imagine there being a cage. I don't know why, but I can imagine there being a cage in a tattoo
We have a
place.
tattoo parlor with cages in it.
I mean, it seems appropriate, kind of, maybe. I don't know. What if they had like...
This could go bad so fast.
What if they had like tattooing experiences where it's like each room is designed to have like a different environmental experience as you're getting your tattoo? That seems like it would be kind of popular. Like you could have like this like, you know, nice relaxing beach kind of background, or maybe you want to have like that like dungeon. I'm getting you know, put into it. Well, shoot, what do they call those things? What were the things that they had? The Iron Spike, the Iron Maiden. That's it. Iron Maiden in there. In the corner of the room, and chains and cages. Yeah. Hello, Joel says, I can send a pic of Nicolas Cage dancing. Would that work? Only if you're in the picture with Nicolas Cage dancing.
I mean,
you've got to be in the picture.
You can work the technicalities of it, but I think the thing said dancing in a cage. So, insert yourself
into Nicolas Cage.
Technically inside Nick Cage. You'd have to be in Nicolas Cage while you dance.
If you're
not saying that's impossible, but that's a big leap.
It might be a stretch.
Pirate Casey, would a room plastered with Nicolas Cage posters can it be considered a cage?
You're inside cages.
No, I would say no on that.
I would probably give a yes for that. I mean, if you got a whole room full of it.
Well, I tried.
Can you sub a vault for a cage? It's not as fun.
It's not a cage. A
Yeah.
vault is not a cage. A cage, by definition, you have to be able to see into it, like a bar, jail cell, a bird cage. I have a vault, but I wouldn't stuff a parrot in it.
Just because you wouldn't.
If you were vaulting a cage, I would give points for that. So not being in the cage, but actually vaulting a cage, I would give points for that. Nebuchadnezzar says, Casey, can you make the big tramp into a cage asking for a friend? I actually can. In fact, my honorary garage technician, Pantheon, is extremely talented at that kind of stuff and probably could
custom builder. Yeah.
work up a cage pretty quickly. In fact, that's one of those things where I think I could probably even work up a cage pretty quick. Which actually seems like that would be kind of funny, especially if I could figure out a way to like make it so that I can have like my my hands wrapped around the bars.
It couldn't help when you're talking about cages that it's not the same. It's a crate, but I'm thinking of that. Can't remember which part of the movie it was with the Hangover about the Las Vegas trip and that idiot towing the giraffe down the highway with the giraffe's head sticking up, and he goes under the underpass and it decapitates the giraffe. Pretty funny stuff, man. Yeah.
Actually, it would be Monday, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, by the way, I really apologize about getting that black and yellow question wrong for you there, man. I feel bad about that. In fact, I'll give you an honorary point if you want one because it was my mistake, but it's not going to do anything for you since the week's over. Nebuchadnezzar says, show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Somebody said Thunderdome. Why have we not had Thunderdome and Mad Max trivia?
Actually, we have.
Or did we do the Mad Max? We just didn't do the Beyond Thunderdome.
And not only that, but I think I may have even played the song on the same day that I did it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much for my short-term memory.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm for. BlackRock has a new ETF ticker you should add on list on the left side. Want the ticker? Well, probably not. What is it?
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Go with a fuck
Probably
no
not.
on that.
Yeah, probably not. He's proud to take handouts. Take the free point. They're worthless.
It's a half-off coupon for Toys R Us. That's the prize.
Nebuchadnezzar says, tomorrow we need a cage tramp and song can be caught in a trap.
Caught in a trap.
Oh, you know this song?
Can't walk out.
What the hell is this?
I love you too much, baby. That's Elvis, man.
That's Elvis? Ugh.
Yeah. Caught in a trap.
I'm not a fan. But I actually really enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the movie. The movie was actually pretty dang good. I learned quite a few things about Elvis that I didn't know.
Yeah. He was a rock and roll star before there was such thing as a rock and roll star.
But the one thing that I found weird is that they portrayed him as being like an eyeshadow wearing dude, like well before eyeshadow wearing was a thing, and I don't really think that he was like that. I don't.
No, he wasn't. But he had
maybe later in his career, but I don't think it started off that way, and that's how they portrayed him in the movie.
The women were in love with his eyelashes and his eyes, though, and I think that was an effort to try to embellish on that. Yeah. I can't remember the songwriter, but there's another song that says, there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. and you've arrived as a star when later on other top 40 songs are written that have a reference to you in them. I think maybe it's Walking in Memphis. The name of the song is Walking in Memphis, but it has a line in it. There's a pretty little thing waiting on the king down in the jungle room. I got to go take a tour of Graceland, and I can tell you it's pretty cool. The jungle room has a pool table in it, and the entire ceiling is covered with pool sticks. Hundreds and hundreds of pool sticks that are fastened to the ceiling in a decorative pattern.
Like different kinds of pool sticks, or like did he just go out and buy a bunch of cheap pool sticks?
Like hundreds and hundreds of different kinds of pool sticks and a pattern fastened to the ceiling. Like if you were to use like bamboo sticks, but instead of bamboo, they were just pool sticks. By today's standards, it's kind of gaudy and tacky, but for the time, it was cutting edge cool.
I did not know this. I'd never heard of this. What was it called again? The gorilla room? The what? The jungle room?
The jungle room. It was his little man cave hangout. It's called the jungle room.
I did not know. How did that, was that felt clean on that pool table?
I'll tell you, man, it was a cool tour. It was a very cool tour. Everything from the gates. Again, everything has to be taken, and you have to view it through the lens of 1970s, But everything about that place.
Did you have a music room?
I remember a piano and I remember some guitars, but I don't think there was what you would call what today would be referred to as like an in-home studio. But it's been many, many years since I went. I was just a young teenager when I went.
Now, see, that seems odd to me. That's one thing that I think I would probably have if I was, a musician of his stature.
Yeah, it's pretty commonplace today, but I think back then, no.
I know I think Bon Jovi. Let me see if I can find this. I'll go ahead and keep talking. I'll pull this up real quick here.
Yeah. He had the Learjet, not just a Learjet, but he had a 727 or 747, whatever. He named it after his daughter, Lisa Marie. I mean, he had a whole stable full of cars. I mean, like I said, he was the original gangster when it came to rock star lifestyle. He has the swimming pool was very cool. The swimming pool is in the shape of a guitar. You might find that interesting as a guitar lover. In-ground swimming pool.
I've always said that everybody should have, they need to start building homes that have jacuzzis in the living room. Like, that room that you never really use. It's like it's the actual legit, not the family room, but the living room that nobody ever goes into.
Sure.
It needs to have
a living room.
Yeah, an in-ground, below ground jacuzzi built in so that you can cover it up and you can still have a living room. But when you need to or you want to, you can pull back maybe a rug or who knows, and it exposes the area where you can pull off the cover for it. And then you just got yourself a nice jacuzzi in your living room if you want to for, party or whatever it is that you want to use it for. I'm looking at Bon Jovi. I'm looking up Bon Jovi's music room, and I'm not seeing what I saw before.
Saw a house with an indoor in-ground swimming pool, and it had a dance floor over top of it with a bandstand at one end of it, and then this floor would retract and the swimming pool was underneath it.
Some people have heard me make this comment before and said, wouldn't your house smell like chlorine? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there are homes that, have pools like you're talking about on the inside of them. Why don't those smell like chlorine? I mean, I'm sure there's ways to mask it or something, but.
Yeah, that's an HVAC problem. That's an airflow issue. You guys, your HVAC technician could deal with that for you.
I mean, it seems to me like if you build it enough lower than the ground, you can have an out. When you cover it with the lid, there's like an airway that could lead to the outside, vent to the outside, or something like that, so it's not like seeping into the home constantly. But Man, I'm looking for this
Well,
guitar room.
There's another trend you could look into, and you might find it interesting, is to have a huge outdoor swimming pool, but then the swimming pool goes into the house, and you can swim underneath what would be a glass door, a glass wall, but you can swim
the outdoor
into
part.
the house.
Oh yeah. I've seen those.
Exactly.
In
The
hotels.
vast majority of the pool is outside, but you can climb out of your bedroom and then walk into the pool and then swim on out.
You know what kind? You know, Casey, I don't know if this is possible because of the filtration system on pools, but I've always wanted to have a beach pool with beach sand.
Yeah, saline pools.
Zero entry.
Yeah, they have.
That's referred to as a zero entry pool.
Saline pools can have that. Absolutely.
Like sand?
Yep.
Oh,
absolutely.
Perfect.
As long as you're okay with having a saline pool, which actually is probably more healthy for you as a swimmer than a chlorine pool, but yeah, absolutely are possible.
If you want the ultimate, Mrs. Pirate is a lover of all things in-ground pools, but
actually,
you want the pinnacle. You want a zero entry with the sand beach at one end, and then at the deep end, you want it to be called a vanishing edge.
That actually solves. Sorry, go ahead.
The vanishing edge is just what it sounds like. It just looks like the water runs out to infinity.
Yeah, infinity
pool.
pool.
If you have a waterfront home, if you have a waterfront pool, when you sit at the shallow end and look out in it, it just gives the illusion that your pool runs straight into the body of water.
Yeah.
That actually the idea of a saline pool just solves the idea of what it was that I was talking about, though. If you had a saline jacuzzi, there would be no chlorine. You wouldn't have any chlorine smell in the house.
Well, that's not entirely true because I have one. And
a saline pool?
Yes, I do. And the way that works is it's a saltwater pool. The common terminology is saltwater, unless I'm missing something here. Is that what you're talking about, a saltwater pool, where there's a catalyzer?
Yeah.
The computer takes the salt water, and it electrocutes it, and then it breaks the molecule down, and then it gives off chlorine. So the pool, it's still using a chlorine technology. Just as far as adding chlorine to it, it's not done. It's done by adding salt. And if you look up the chemical composition of salt, if you electrify it, then it gives off chlorine.
Hold on a second. I'm not actually sure, so I'm looking it up.
Yeah, if you refill your pool with clear water, for instance, you just dump a bag of Morton rock salt in it, and it dissolves in the water.
It says here that
in the water.
That saltwater pool contains 10 times less salt than the ocean, but it does say that it does still have chlorine in it. I don't know if that same amount is.
Roger that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's.
You can't even taste people think you can get in it and taste the water like you can taste salt water. It's not that heavy. The parts per million is far, far less. But the way it works is it produces chlorine by going through a catalyzer.
Casey, have you accidentally tasted your pee?
No.
Yeah, just to let you know, it tastes like salt water.
Very interesting. Okay, it says here, one of the major benefits of saltwater systems is that they have significantly lower levels of chlorine than traditional chlorine systems and don't require harsh chemicals. So this is the reason why I've always kind of wanted to have a saline pool. Is my eyes are like majorly affected by chlorine. It doesn't take. I will not swim in a pool without goggles just because of the fact that my eyes are so heavily impacted by chlorine. It's really bad. And so that's why I've always wanted to have a saline pool. Because I've always heard that you can, if you are extra sensitive to chlorine, that they're a lot easier on you. You can swim with your eyes open and not have to worry about it as much.
It's very true. It's very true. It's a very ingenious setup, and it's very efficient. See, when you just add chlorine to a pool, you're just bombing it. You have a thing called chlorine bounce, where you're just literally pouring gallons of wet chlorine, liquefied chlorine, or the granulars into the pool. And then it has to dissolve and be dispersed. But the use of the the saltwater pool system, the computer monitors the needs of the water, and then it electrifies the catalyzer at periodic times to add it as required. So it's a much more efficient application of the chlorine. But the chlorine is what's actually keeping the water clean. You just need far less of it because it's being applied in a much more exact manner.
Yeah.
But if I'm being clear enough.
So Frank Lehman just showed up and said, "Oh man, I missed trivia." Yeah, Frank. So since you're just now getting here, you tied for the week with Hello Joel with 6 points apiece, which means that you guys have to have one of two things: either you have a dance off, or I need a picture of you in a cage. Take it for whatever it may be worth, as there's been many of different
Naked.
ways. No, I didn't say that. Whoever can submit that to me first, a picture of you in a cage, or you guys have to do a dance off to figure out who's going to be the winner for the week. Fully clothed,
Yes,
please.
yes.
Fully
naked.
Fully clothed, please.
Clothed in your birthday suit.
Fully in the clothes. Nana says yes, naked. Thanks a lot, Nana. Way to help me out there. Yeah, no. Couldn't he just do a selfish saying he's in a mental... Couldn't do this, a selfie saying he's in a mental cage. No. All right. It's time for numbers, and I got to go because my appointment's in a little less than an hour from now, and I got to get going here. So I got to leave real soon. So I got to get out of here, guys. I'm going to do you guys want me to stay in the back of the big tramp while I do the numbers or no?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Why not?
Why not?
All right. Taking you guys over the other page here. Somebody want to play the thing for me real quick? It's time to do numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And let's take a look at, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. That's so much to say. And then if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, go ahead and set that up, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary account. All right, here we go. Final numbers for the day today. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange. We currently have an EDGX, by the way. We have 61.23% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.31. The combined total is 71.54. That is approximately 5.54% higher, higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is CHX volume is at 4,475 shares going through CHX. GME's at 10,086 shares. Oh, no, hold on a second. Yeah, 10,102 shares going through GME. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.68 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It'll probably be a little bit higher, I'm hoping, by the end of the day here. 2.74 million shares having been borrowed. It's not really going to change the estimated short share of the free flow too much, but it did rise, so it should go up a little. 11.54% is what it's being reported at right now. Cost to borrow men's at 1.9, average is 3.32, and max at 7.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 26.36 million shares. That's 980,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 374,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was approximately at an $8 strike, 10.5 thousand contracts. It's now 11.4. Highest amount of put volume is at a $7.5 strike. An hour ago, it was 7.4 thousand contracts. It's now 8.5. Market suggesting closing price somewhere between $7.5 and $8, which is really close to where we're at. Currently, MMRI is at 303.07. It was 305.1 an hour ago, so it's come down a little bit here, but still over 300. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is on the list here with a 79.12% buy to 20.88% sell ratio. looking really good. AMC is at 70.03 buys to 29.97% sell ratio, looking also very good. We had good buying versus selling ratios. SSR would have tripped today at $6.81. Shares available to borrow is at 3 million shares. That is approximately exactly where it was an hour ago. Fees are still sitting the same at 2.1%. Stonka Tracker reported about a total of 1.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day today, based on what they were seeing. NASDAQ was up 0.87. Dow Jones was up 0.39. S&P 500 is up 0.66. We have 3,942 advancers to 2,219 decliners. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Biggest bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to read anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater for the day today. We have FRC down 6.98. Silvergate is down 42.11. Coinbase up 5.07. Zion is up 3.35. And that's it. The only bank bank broker that's down right now is BlackRock. It's the only one. Ethereum Classic is up 2.71 and still trending up. Even though the current trend is down, it's still trending overall pretty much in an uptrend currently. DXY is down 0.4% and trending up. WTI or oil is up 0.8, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.37 to 0.46 and are up. SPY is up 0.63 and still kind of tending to trend downwards right now. It looks like it's trying to break that trend. VIX is currently down 4.23 and consolidating. VBR is up 1.23, trending up. VB is up 1.24, trending up. Tesla is up 2.04 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.09 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.39, trending up. Doge is up 1.3 and overall trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.39, trending up. But it's under 27K now. GME is down 1.2 and consolidating. HYMC is down 0.37, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.45, consolidating. HUD is up 1.2 and kind of consolidating. And AMC is up 1.98 and on consolidating as well. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately almost 3. $2.9 million more outflow than inflow. 12.95 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 343 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and it's starting to make it look like we're not going to see volume. Actually, you know what? I did the wrong math because I was thinking it was the end of the day. It's not the end of the day. Hold on a second here. 12.96 million shares divided by correct amount of time would be 283. We're on pace for 17.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Not the 14 that I said. I'm just leaving a little earlier today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.05, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.94, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.93, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.98, which is slightly above average. I will say this to both Hello Joel and Frank Lehman. Whatever picture you send to me will be posted for all to see for the win. So you choose what you want to wear.
Thong.
Dong, 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 dong. Let's see here.
You going to the dentist?
No, I'm going to the dermatologist.
Okay. Are you going to be back?
No. Tomorrow.
Okay. Well, be safe out there.
Thank you.
Are they going to put you to sleep?
No.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Listen, at least take your phone with you so you can play poker while you're in the waiting room. You know you're going to sit there for 45 minutes. You might as well get a few
I
hands
hate
in.
that. Why do they do that? They say your appointment is
Nebuchadnezzar.
this time, and they have you wait.
Nebuchadnezzar says, "Oh, are they bleaching you?" Wouldn't you like to know? No, none of that. Actually, I have skin cancer, so I have to routinely go into the doctor twice a year to get that checked up. And yeah, I know it's messed up. I hate cancer, man. It's some messed up shit. So. Don't worry, though. I've had it since I was 16, so I've dealt with this my whole life.
Shit, Casey.
I know. I had my first malignant melanoma when I was 16 years old, and the worst part about it was I love swimming. My parents used to call me a fish, and my freshman year of actually no, it was before 16. It had to be 15 because it was my freshman year. My freshman year of high school. They have swimming lessons for kids. And so if you already knew how to swim, you just got to play around in the pool and stuff. So my entire class got to do that while I sat out because I had my first surgery done. So.
It's almost the same amount of fun, yeah.
Nah, man. I would have rather been in the pool, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you find out? What did you find out you had?
So my mom saw a mole on my back that she thought looked kind of weird, so she wanted to take me in to go see the doctor. So we went in there, and he's like, "Yeah, it looks kind of weird, but I don't think it's anything." So he cut it. He did a sample, a biopsy, sent it in, and they said it's malignant melanoma. So they're like, "Ah, shit, this is really bad." And then they called me back in and had to go back in and cut back in even deeper. So it was like I think it was like a stage 2 or something like that, malignant melanoma, and so they got it out. Checked the margins on the bigger cut and said, okay, well, it's all clear, but now for the rest of your life, you're going to have to go constantly in. I have something in my genes that it causes me to form cancerous moles, and so it's a genetic thing. It's not necessarily caused by sunlight like most people. So I get these moles that just pop up, and it's just like, oh, yep, there's some cancer.
NF, is it?
I forget what it's called. My mom knows what the
offered-
name of it is, but I can't remember what it is. It's very rare, apparently.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Angie, hold on.
No, you can't. He's getting late for his appointment. It's 3:17.
Casey.
Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah.
You know, well, that makes, we have a lot of things in common. You say you have that in your genes. I have something in my genes that also rises and increases.
Do you get it removed?
I don't get it removed.
Oh yeah, then we don't have anything in common then. Yeah.
You see, the thing is, did you think about trying a different different brand of jeans?
I keep trying different brands of jeans all the time, and it does nothing works.
Well,
I wish.
It's thank you for allowing us to joke around, but it's not. It's we're scared. I'm scared.
I'm not. So hold on a second, Brian. The interesting thing about this, guys, is if any of you find out that you've got skin cancer, come and talk to me because I'll put you at ease a little bit, but I'll scare you a little, but I'm gonna tell you that you can make it through it. Skin cancer is relatively very easily curable, but you gotta keep up with it and make sure you get it checked out. And it's not something that you have to stress out about. And but it's very, very easy for them to go in and cut it out. If we want to go down this whole topic of talking about skin cancer or something like that one day, we can do that. But the main thing is once you know you've got skin cancer, you just keep up with it, and if you do that, then you should be okay. Just don't want it to spread.
I act like a child, Sammy boy.
I just know that you went to great lengths to give Jathan a bonus point, all that sort of thing. And in return for your kindness, he put a note in chat that he wants you to let him know if anything you get diagnosed with is contagious because he might need to get checked. I might be wrong, but I think the inference there is that he's had some sort of of intimacy with you. So there you go.
Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished.
No, it's not medical advice. It's more advice about how to psychologically how to deal with having skin cancer. So because a lot of people, their first initial reactions are I'm gonna die. A lot of really kind of like just negative things I think that people think about when assuming that when they hear cancer they start freaking out. I mean, people really freak out when they hear cancer, and I don't blame them. But you have to kind of go into even when you find out you have other kinds of form of cancer. I think it's really important to have more of a positive attitude going into it than being afraid and fearful, because those. I really heavily, truly, and honestly believe that it's best to go into it with as best attitude as you can, because when you start having those negative thoughts and you allow those things to control you, I tend to find that I feel like the people who don't have the best luck at getting cured from cancer are the ones who have fear. Let it take control of their lives. So try to be brave.
Right.
Be brave, be happy. Every day is a gift. Every day.
Yeah. Were you scared at the beginning?
Hell yeah, I was, man. I was like 15 years old. Finding out I had cancer.
So-
I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was like, shit, this is scary shit.
So I'm sure it was bad when you used to go to a restaurant and then the waiter would ask, "Sir, would you like the cancer, the Coke, the cancer?" Or
I don't know about yours, KC, but my experience, my doctor did it right in the office. It was it didn't even require a visit to the hospital.
Exactly.
It was after the biopsy, and he tested it. I just went back into his office, and he did the digging and cutting that he needed to do. And
Yep.
not pleasant or fun, but
nope.
Damn.
I get at least one removed. It seems like every single time I go in. It's just kind of normal now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you can still get life insurance though. You know how they say, "Oh, you're a liability."
Wait, what?
So can you still be insured, like for life
Oh.
insurance? Like, is the rate higher because you have that, or?
I don't know. It's a good question. Most companies that I've ever worked for, they never really screened that heavily. So, but it's getting a lot harder nowadays. So I haven't actually tried recently. So I don't know.
All right, so that's a no. You can't insure. I'm just trying to see how I can make money off you.
Yeah, probably can't. I don't know.
Nah.
Was that peasant insurance something?
Peasant, yes, peasant insurance. You can probably pull some of that out on me. All right, guys, I got to wrap it up. So I will see you guys later.
Yes.
All the best.
Take care,
sir.
Casey.
All right.
See you mañana. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Later. Well, guys, it is that time of the day, unfortunately, only because of the fact that I have to take off early here. But I will see you guys a little bit later tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will see you bright and early. And let's see here. Give me just a second. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's the last day of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie like I'm going to go do in a couple hours from now. Because after all, that's what we're here to do, is to support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
She said, I don't know if I've ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty and I think my head is caving in. And I don't know if I've ever been really loved by a hand that's touched me, and I feel like something's gonna give. And I'm a little bit angry, well, this ain't over, no, not here. Not while I still need you around. You don't hold me, will not change it. Yeah, we just might feel good. I wanna push you around. Well, I will, I wanna push you down. Well, I will, I wanna take you for granted. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, I will. Don't know why you ever would lie to me. Like I'm a little untrusting when I think that the truth is gonna hurt you. And I don't know why you couldn't just stay with me. You couldn't stand to be near me when my face don't seem to wanna shine. Cause it's a little bit dirty, oh well. Well, don't just stand there say nice things to me. 'Cause I've been cheated, I've been wrong with you. You don't know me, yeah, well I can't change. Well, I won't do anything at all. I wanna push you around. Well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, I wanna take you for granted. Yeah, well, I will. Oh, but don't bowl me over. Just wait a minute. Well, it kind of fell apart. Things get so crazy. Don't rush this, baby. Don't rush this, baby. I wanna push you around. Well, I will. I wanna push you down. Well, I will. I wanna take you for granted. Yeah. I wanna take you. Yeah, well, I will. Push you around, drag you down. I wanna push you around. Well, I will.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other.